on those appearance forms. Okay, if you are here in support of the applicant in any way, whether you're the lawyer, the applicant, or in support as a witness, you're going to enter in right over here to my right as I face you, that doorway where those two people are standing. Now, you're going to go sit in the middle where you already see people seated. If you are here in opposition, you're going to enter from that door over there. Again, be careful of the aisle levels. And you're going to sit in those seats that are now empty. That will be your area. And again, the chairman will allow the applicant to give their case in full. Then the chairman will turn to opposition. They'll address each and every issue. Then they'll turn back to the applicant and ask the applicant to address each and every issue. You don't have a limit on how long you talk. However, we ask that you don't repeat.
Okay, I move that we reconvene this meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Commissioner Brooks seconds. Commissioner Soto?
Yes.
Commissioner Staley?
Yes.
Commissioner Schiller? Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
I vote yes, and we are back, and we will start by taking continuances and withdrawals. Councilor Fatikas?
Good afternoon, Chairman. Nick Fatikas on behalf of the applicant, page 10, middle of the page, there's two items, 27724S, 27824Z, 12701 through 07 South Halsted. We are asking for a continuance. We did advise the Alderman's office as well as staff, DPD staff of our intent to defer the matter. We'll take whatever date the board is willing to give us.
Okay. Calendar numbers 27724S and 27824Z will be continued to November 15th, the 2 p.m. call, and no further notice will be given. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and esteemed commissioners. Sarah Barnes. I am here for matter 20124Z. That's on page 10 of the agenda.
Okay.
And in the spirit of Commissioner Toya, and I know sentiments held by all of you commissioners, I'm happy to advise that we were able to work with the community and actually redesign the building so that we strictly comply with all the provisions of the zoning ordinance and no longer need the single setback. So we're going to withdraw this application.
Okay. So application 20124Z is hereby withdrawn. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. For the record, Louis William Powell III. Mr. Chairman, we're here before you for actually 5 matters, and I'll read them individually. Is that permissible?
Go ahead.
226-24-S, 227-24S, 173-24S, 174-24S, 175-24-Z.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, and we have been in discussion with Department of Planning and Department of Zoning, and I believe they're in concurrence with our request to continue this to November.
Okay. So calendar numbers 17324S, 17424S, 17524Z, 26624S, and 26724S will be continued to November 15, the 2 p.m. call, and no further notice will be given.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Have a good day.
Any other continuances or withdrawals before we call our first case? Seeing none, Victor, call the first case.
First case is 39524S, 2508 through 40 West 21st Street.
All right, would everyone planning to testify please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Thank you very much. Okay. Oh, yeah. If we have objectors for this matter, if you could come up front here and sit in these front rows on the left, on my left. Yeah, right up here. Okay. While everyone is getting situated, I'm going to go ahead and read the department's recommendation for calendar number 39524S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish a proposed transitional shelter with 120 beds and 5 parking spaces serving single adult males experiencing homelessness, provided 1, the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Franciscan Outreach. 2, the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated September 16, 2024, prepared by LBBA. 3, the facility is exclusively utilized as transitional shelter. And 4, there are no more than 120 adult male clients residing on site at any time. Before I hand it over to the applicant's counsel, to let everybody know just how this is going to go, the applicant's counsel is going to put on her case, her witnesses will testify, and then once we're done there, we are going to go to the objectors. You'll be able to state your objections. If you have questions for any of the applicant's witnesses, you can ask those questions. And then once we're done with that, we will go back to the applicant for a rebuttal and a brief closing. And the commissioners here can ask questions at any time to anybody. So with that, and let me just say one other thing too. If you have an objection and everybody that on the objector side agrees with that objection, I'm going to ask for that rather than to get a duplicate of the objection. The point being that, if you have something new to say or a new objection to make, then that's okay, but we don't need to hear the same objection X amount of times, if you understand. So with that, Counselor, you can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Liz Butler. I'm a partner at the law firm of Taft, Stettinius, and Hollister, located at 111 East Wacker Drive in Chicago, and I represent the applicant in this matter, Franciscan Outreach. Franciscan Outreach is before the board today seeking special use approval to establish and operate a transitional shelter within the existing building located at 2508 West 21st Street. The proposed shelter will provide 120 beds and will serve single adult males. I'm joined by representatives from the applicant, including Robrett Simpson, the executive director of Franciscan Outreach, Taryn Wilson from LBBA, the project architect, George Kissel, who is our land use expert witness for the project.
And the board recognizes Mr. Kissel's expertise.
Thank you. We're also joined by Meredith Muir from the Department of Housing, Kim Howard from the Department of Family and Supportive Services. We have a number of supporters here with us today who are not witnesses, but are supporters of the project, some of whom have remarks that they would like to share on the record. The alderman of the 25th Ward, Alderman Cicho Lopez, is here, and I'm sure he would enjoy the opportunity to make remarks on the record as well. And with that, I'll go ahead and make my own opening statement.
Okay.
The need for high-quality, safe housing for Chicagoans is critical and growing. It's increasingly urgent. In June, the City of Chicago released its 2024 annual report on homelessness, which revealed a significant increase in homelessness across the city. The city's annual point-in-time count showed a 3-fold increase in the estimated number of people experiencing homelessness, from 6,139 in 2023 to 18,836 people in 2024. The proposed facility that you are going to hear about today is part of the city's multi-pronged approach to tackling this crisis by focusing on 3 key areas: preventing homelessness, addressing immediate needs through a crisis response system, and supporting individuals into transitioning to long-term housing. Each of these elements is essential to the city's overall strategy. The applicant is a charitable organization that was founded in 1963. It has a long history of providing shelter and supportive services to Chicagoans experiencing housing insecurity. They were selected as a finalist grantee through the Department of Housing's Non-Congregate Shelter Acquisition Program, which is a city initiative aimed at modernizing the shelter system in line with national best practices and lessons that were learned throughout the pandemic. Currently, the applicant operates 3 shelters, which account for 31% of the city's city-funded shelter beds for single adults. Their dedicated staff and volunteers have served thousands of men and women, providing nutritious meals, warm beds, and critical services that affirm their dignity and empower them to achieve stability and secure permanent housing. The applicant's existing facilities include a 235-bed shelter at 2715 West Harrison Street, a 40-bed facility at 1856 South Loomis Street in Pilsen, and a 70-bed annex shelter at 200 South Sacramento. The intention of the facility that you'll be hearing about today is to relocate the existing operations from that 70-bed annex shelter in East Garfield Park to the subject property, which you can see on the screen above. The subject property is approximately 38,532 square feet in site area and is zoned as part of the M13 Limited Manufacturing Business Park District. The property is improved with interconnected 1- and 2-story brick and metal buildings constructed in phases from the early 20th century through the late 90s. The site is bordered by the CTA on the north, the BNSF Railroad right-of-way to the east. A furniture manufacturing facility sits to the north, a church is to the west, and a retail commercial shopping center is to the south. Most of the buildings and the property have been substantially vacant for many years, and mostly unoccupied and underutilized for many years. The applicant plans to adaptively reuse the existing building to establish the proposed shelter, which will accommodate 120 beds. The new facility will consist of 84 non-congregate shelter beds with private rooms with shared bathrooms, along with space for up to 36 additional flex congregate beds. That allows for continued low barrier access. The new site design includes the following amenities: 24/7 shelter operations, including shelter support staff and security staff, allowing clients to stay on site as long as necessary throughout the day and prevent outdoor congregating from taking place. Wraparound case management services, including support on site, referrals for mental health and substance abuse support, and support for placement into permanent housing. 3 meals a day provided on site, fully wheelchair accessible design, trauma-informed design features, such as those private sleeping rooms and shared outdoor spaces, a drop-in center for neighbors that are experiencing homelessness to receive services and shower, life skills, employment training, housing coordination, healthcare services, all provided on site. The new configuration will allow guests to have those private rooms with bathrooms and will support expanded programming like the training and workshops that I described. Importantly, intake will occur inside the building and the shelter will remain open during the day, like I said, eliminating the need for guests to leave during the day to wait outside for admission. The shelter will employ approximately 25 to 30 full-time staff members and will be fully staffed throughout the day, including on-site security personnel. Security will monitor both the facility and the surrounding area, and security cameras will be installed to ensure safety. Best practices in shelter management will be followed, including staff training, maintaining appropriate staffing ratios, emergency management protocols, and consistent scheduling with curfew standards. I'd like to briefly address public notice, community engagement, and neighbor outreach efforts that were undertaken for this project. The zoning ordinance requires applicants for special use approval to mail notices. Actually, at this point, I have some hearing exhibits that I'd like to introduce into the record. Applicants' hearing exhibit 1 is a copy of the public notice letter that we sent out to surrounding property owners of record. Our notice list that is a list of the property tax records according to the Cook County Assessor's records, which is what is required by the zoning ordinance, and the map that shows that 250-foot radius. So the zoning ordinance requires applicants for special use approval to mail notices to property owners within 250 feet of the subject property and to the alderman of the ward where the special use is proposed. Applicants must obtain ownership information from the most recent Cook County tax records, which we have done. As counsel for the applicant, Taft mailed the notice of the special use application by first-class mail on August 12th to property owners and the alderman's office in compliance with the zoning ordinance. We also posted a notice sign at the property on August 14th. A second notice sign was added on September 9th. And additionally, the city mails notices of the public hearing to the same list of property owners in advance of the hearing. Beyond, actually, I'll introduce another exhibit into evidence now. This is applicant's hearing exhibit 2, which is a timeline of community engagement efforts. Beyond meeting the legal notice requirements, the applicant conducted extensive voluntary outreach efforts to inform neighbors and gather input on the proposal. This included one-on-one meetings with the immediate neighbors and presenting at numerous public information sessions, which I'll very briefly summarize. In fall 2023, the applicant submitted materials to the 25th Ward Zoning Advisory Board and presented the project to that group in March of 2024. That board expressed support for the proposal, and project details have been publicly available on the 25th Ward website since that time. We met with Pete's, the ownership of the Pete's Fresh Market, West Market Shopping Center in March of 2024. We met with the New Vision Church in April of 2024. And we met with the furniture manufacturer immediately to the north of the subject property also in April of 2024. We then hosted an in-person community meeting at the property next door to the subject property at New Vision Community Church in August, on August 7th, 2024. We attended and presented at the 25th Ward Town Hall meeting on August 8th, 2024. That meeting was announced on the 25th Ward's website, social media, and newsletter. Then the legal notices were sent out on August 12th, as I mentioned. We presented at the 25th Ward stakeholder meeting that took place on August 28th, 2024. That was a virtual meeting that was publicized via the 25th Ward's website, social media, and newsletter. We presented at a virtual community meeting on September 5th, 2024. The applicant hosted that meeting, and it was also publicized via the 25th Ward's website, social media, and newsletter. And then we hosted an in-person community meeting on September 10th. That was the final in-person community meeting, also publicized via the 25th Ward's website, social media, and newsletter. Additionally, 600 flyers were hand-delivered throughout the neighborhood. The project received numerous letters of support, which we submitted into evidence in advance of this hearing as part of the findings of fact. We've received a number of additional letters of support over the last 24 hours, which we brought copies of and can submit it into evidence today. We've received letters of support from Alderman Cicho Lopez, from Alderman Jason Irvin, who is the alderman of the 28th Ward, but who shares a border with us immediately adjacent to the property, Alderwoman Monique Scott, Commissioner Castaneda from the Department of Housing, the Commissioner of the Department of Family and Supportive Services, who also have representatives here to talk about their involvement and support for the project, as well as numerous community partners, neighbors, stakeholders. And I believe the board has copies of those letters in its file. The applicant is committed to working with the Alderman's office on its block-by-block approach to increasing city services in this area. This includes heightened CPD, police presence, partnerships with the 10th District, CAPS, local residents, ongoing coordination with the mayor's office. We've taken part, as I said, in 5 different community meetings and have addressed the concerns from the neighbors about the shelter project that are within the applicant's purview, and we'll talk a little bit about the changes that have been made to the project to address concerns that we've heard. Community members also raised concerns related to community safety in the area that relate to ongoing pre-existing issues that are unrelated to the proposed shelter. You'll likely hear more about that topic from community members who are here to speak. And we'd like to respectfully push back on the suggestion that the presence of this shelter would exacerbate those issues of community safety. To the contrary, as you'll hear through testimony today, wraparound services, added security, increased presence on the block from a nonprofit partner running a 24/7 operation are all likely to increase community safety rather than exacerbate those pre-existing issues. The applicant is committed to being a good neighbor, to supporting all the residents that walk through their front doors and the community that surrounds them. The Zoning Board of Appeals is authorized to approve a special use application when it finds that the proposed use complies with all applicable standards of the zoning ordinance, is in the interest of public convenience, and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood or community, when it is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of site planning and building scale and project design, when it is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of operating characteristics, and when it is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort. The proposal to establish this transitional shelter in this long vacant existing building is in the interest of the public convenience. With 60 years of experience, the applicant has extensive experience needed to operate a safe and successful transitional shelter program. You heard from the Department of Planning and Development recommendation that was entered into the record that the proposed shelter complies with all applicable standards of the zoning ordinance and satisfies the special use approval criteria in the opinion of the zoning administrator. Through the testimony that you'll hear in our presentation today, we will continue to demonstrate that all 5 criteria for special use approval are present with respect to the requested special use. And with that, I'll turn to my first witness. Good afternoon, Robret. Could you please state your name, your title, and your business address for the record?
Good afternoon. My name is Robret Simpson. I'm the Executive Director of Franciscan Outreach. Our business address is 1101 West Adams Street, Suite A in Chicago, Illinois, 60607.
And how long have you been with Franciscan Outreach?
I've been with the organization since March of 2022.
And prior to joining Franciscan Outreach, you were the Director of Operations for Facing Forward to End Homelessness. Is that right?
Correct.
So how many years of experience do you have in the area of shelter operations and homeless services?
As of September 16th, 24 years.
Thank you. Could you please share a little bit about Franciscan Outreach as an organization?
Sure. As you mentioned in your remarks, Liz, we obviously know that the need is great. That's why we are in business still. And it's why we are committed to serving a homeless population. Father Phil Marquardt, a Franciscan friar, wanted to serve those he saw that were released from jail or prison that were homeless. And we started as a halfway house in 1963, providing shelter, meals, job placement, and medical care. We have grown to be a system of support for individuals who are marginalized and homeless. Every day, we offer services and support those who want resources and access to critical resources and specialized services like healthcare, mental health counseling, and substance abuse disorder treatment. Our mission is to not only provide a safe space for our participants or guests to reside while working toward longer-term housing, but also to provide resources to improve life skills and connection to community. We serve over 2,500 individuals annually at our shelter locations.
Could you please describe the experience that Franciscan Outreach has in operating shelters specifically in Chicago?
So we offer services at 3 shelters in Chicago, primarily serving the East Garfield Park and Pilsen Lower West Side communities. Our largest facility is the House of Mary and Joseph Shelter on Harrison Street, which has 235 beds, 40 beds for individuals identifying as women, and 195 beds for individuals identifying as men. We've been providing services at this location since 1983, initially as an overnight shelter, and during the COVID pandemic, we transitioned to a 24/7 operation to better support our guests. In addition, we run a low barrier navigation center in the Pilsen community, which focuses on reducing encampments. This shelter is unique in that it serves individuals identifying as men or women or couples, and even guests with pets. We work closely with the Department of Family and Support Services outreach team to offer shelter as an alternative to those living in encampments. We've been operating this location on Loomis Street for over 6 years, and it provides more space for guests with belongings coming from tent spaces. Our third facility is the Annex Shelter, located on Sacramento Boulevard in East Garfield Park. And this shelter rents space in the basement of Walls Church and provides 70 beds for individuals identifying as men. We've operated the annex for over 10 years, but due to space limitations, it operates as an overnight shelter only from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. However, it is one of the few walk-up shelters where individuals can access a bed for the night if space is available.
And Robert, in the fall of 2022, Franciscan Outreach responded to the City of Chicago's request for proposals for shelter operator entities interested in participating in the non-congregate shelter acquisition program, right?
Correct.
And as part of the RFP response, Franciscan Outreach was required to demonstrate the organization's readiness and capacity to acquire, perform building rehab, own in good standing, and manage a shelter facility. Is that right?
Correct.
And you received notice from the Department of Housing in November of 2022 that Franciscan Outreach had been selected as a grantee finalist for that program. Is that right?
Correct.
And after receiving that notification, you began a site selection process to identify a suitable location and a building that could accommodate your proposed operations, right?
Yes.
And so could you talk a little bit about what that site selection process entailed and what was involved and the rationale for ultimately selecting the subject property?
Yes, so when selecting a site, our goal was to remain on the west side, to continue serving the community where we've established strong relationships. We focused on finding a location that offers sufficient space for our guests to gather and access necessary services within the facility. Accessibility to public transportation was a key factor in our decision-making process. Part of the reason we also wanted to stay on the west side is because we will be closing the annex shelter that's located on Sacramento, and we did not want to leave a large gap in homeless services by moving a shelter into a completely different neighborhood. A critical element in the site selection was the opportunity to shift from our current setup at the annex, where 70 individuals share one room, to a non-congregate model, and the new model will allow for smaller living arrangements accommodating 1 to 4 people per space, each with their own bathroom. This setup provides more privacy and comfort for our guests, which is important for their well-being. We also sought a space that would enable us to move from operating as an overnight shelter to 24/7. The annex is one of the last remaining overnight shelters in the city, providing a safe place to sleep during nighttime hours. In contrast, 24/7 operating of a shelter offers continuous access throughout the day and night. This extended access allows individuals to not only have a stable place to sleep, but also receive 3 meals a day, ongoing support services like counseling, job training, and healthcare assistance. Transitioning to a 24/7 operation is crucial as it addresses the broader needs of the homeless population beyond just nighttime shelter. It can significantly improve the stability and safety of these individuals, increase their opportunities for rehabilitation and integration back into society, and decreases the time spent exposed to the hazards of living on the streets during daytime hours. With an expanded bed count in 24/7 operations, we also needed a facility with space to accommodate a planned increase in our staffing, particularly case managers, to improve housing outcomes and provide additional supports. The new facility will also allow us to offer medical respite care, isolation space, and expanded community services, including showers, job fairs, and other resources. When reviewing options in the Lower West Side and Pilsen areas, we identified a gap in services for the homeless population. Given our existing presence in the ward, we are excited about the opportunity to expand our services and provide greater access to resources for those in need within the 25th Ward.
When you say that you identified a gap in services in this area, could you say more about the service gap that you identified and how this proposal aims to address that need?
Yeah, so currently there is one other DFS-funded shelter in the 25th Ward, and it's our Pilsen Encampment Shelter, which only supports people that are living in encampments. And so we realize that since January 1st, 2023, there have been over 900 311 calls for shelter within the ward. And so it indicates a significant need for more shelter capacity. Additionally, there are existing encampments in the 25th Ward, further highlighting the unmet need for shelter, beds, and support services in the area. Franciscan's proposal to relocate and expand a 70-bed facility to a 120-bed facility directly addresses a demonstrated gap in services and the growing demand in the 25th Ward.
Were there other factors that influenced your evaluation of this site?
Yes, so several factors played a role in the evaluation. The property is bordered by the CTA on one side and the BNSF Railroad right-of-way on the other. so proximity of public transportation was also a significant advantage. Being well-served by transit is beneficial not only for our guests who need easy access to services and opportunities, but also for our employees, community partners, and the service providers who visit the site regularly.
And was there early engagement with the local alderman's office when you selected this site?
Yes, so in fall of 2023, so prior to finalizing the contract to actually acquire the site, we informed the Alderman's office about the proposal. This step was to ensure the location aligned with the goals and the needs for the 25th Ward. In October 2023, the Alderman issued a letter confirming his awareness of and support for the proposal to purchase the property for this purpose.
So I'd like to shift to a discussion about how the proposed shelter will actually operate. So to start, could you please describe the population that this shelter will serve?
Yes, so the shelter will serve single adults that identify as men. And while we operate other facilities that cater to different populations, our goal with this location is to make the greatest impact in a population with the greatest need. As of 2024, 62% of the individuals experiencing homelessness on any given night are male, making this population a priority for this facility.
And how do shelter guests arrive at the shelter? Where do they come from?
Most of our guests are referred through the Department of Family and Support Services. They're our delegate funded agents. We're the delegate funded agency for DFSS. And the agency receives a shelter request through 311. They check for and confirm an available bed is available, and then transports the client to our shelter placement. DFSS is responsible for matching guests to shelters across the city and transporting them to shelter. Once DFSS verifies that we have a bed available, they drop the guests off at our facility. We also accept referrals through the 311 system, where the call center locates available shelter beds, including those at Franciscan Outreach. Additionally, we receive referrals from our drop-in center at 10 South Kedzie. At the annex, we allow walk-ins where guests can line up before the shelter opens, and they're admitted from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
And you've mentioned the annex shelter a few times, and the plan is for the annex to be essentially relocated to the subject property. The annex will close. Could you talk about how the proposed shelter will be operated in a different manner, or compare, contrast how the new facility will operate as compared to the annex?
First, it'll be a non-congregate facility. And so offering individual rooms that allow people to sleep in safety. So each bedroom will have a door. And it'll provide a greater sense of independence for people, dignity, obviously, and safety compared to a congregate setting. Studies analyzing outcomes of non-congregate shelters show that this new approach to shelter delivery has positive health and social outcomes compared to traditional congregate settings. The shelter will also expand its bed count from 70 to 120, increasing its capacity to serve more individuals and help reduce homelessness in the surrounding community. Additionally, this facility will operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, allowing guests to stay throughout the day, eliminating the need for them to leave in the morning and giving them a secure place to store their belongings. This means that we will not see guests lining up outside the shelter waiting to be admitted. Because of the space this facility affords, the walk-in component of the shelter will not require folks to line up outside either. Instead, guests will be able to walk in the front door and immediately be connected to our intake and resources. Finally, the space will allow us to increase programming and case management services, to improve upon the processes that we currently have in place and support community efforts and city efforts toward ending homelessness.
You mentioned the intake process. Could you talk a little bit about what that looks like? Describe the process for client intake.
Sure. So the client intake process starts when we receive referrals from DFSS, as I mentioned. So DFSS first verifies bed availability before making a referral. Once a new guest arrives, we conduct an intake assessment, gathering demographics and information on basic needs and areas to support. We assign a case manager who will work with the guest on a path to improve life skills and obtain more stable housing. In addition, we review our shelter rules and policies and our curfew practices. These rules are posted throughout the building to ensure visibility and understanding. We also hold regular community meetings to address any concerns or questions that may arise and to reiterate our policies. In addition to the referral process, we are a walk-in center. So if an individual experiencing homelessness comes in seeking shelter and we have available beds, we can complete their intake on the spot. In cases where we don't have beds available, we assist by helping them locate alternative shelter options. Our goal is to provide supportive services while maintaining clear communication and structure within our shelter community.
And what kind of security protocols will be in place at the proposed shelter?
So our shelter has 24-hour on-site security guards, in addition to the staff that we have on-site 24/7. We will also have security cameras strategically placed both inside and outside the facility to monitor activity and ensure a secure environment. We maintain strong relationships with local police department by working with the community policing practices, participating in peace walks, and cooperate with investigations. We share camera footage and meet at the police district to discuss concerns in the area and ways we can support. To ensure we are good neighbors and to mitigate any potential safety issues, we also enforce a strict no loitering policy around the shelter. These protocols are designed to create a safe, respectful, and orderly environment for everyone.
And what is the staffing model for the proposed shelter?
The proposed shelter will have a comprehensive staffing model designed to ensure safety, support, and to maintain the facility. We will have shelter support staff on site 24/7 to oversee operations, ensuring constant supervision and addressing any issues that arise. This round-the-clock staffing is essential for maintaining safety and managing the premises. The shelter will employ approximately 25 to 30 full-time employees. It is anticipated that 17 employees will be on site during the peak hours of 6 a.m. to 2 p.m., 9 staff from 2 p.m. to 6, and 5 staff from 10 p.m. to 6. Staff consists of case managers who are typically on site Monday through Friday, and their role is to assess the needs of residents and develop personalized support plans aimed at addressing both immediate and long-term goals. To support the day-to-day functioning of the shelter, we'll also have maintenance and kitchen support staff on site 7 days a week, ensuring that the facility is clean, operational, and that meals are provided. We also have management on site to provide oversight and support for any issues and concerns and to ensure quality control. The staffing structure is designed to meet the diverse needs of our residents and maintain the shelter's operations efficiently.
And could you speak to what the shelter environment will be like?
So the shelter environment will prioritize safety and security with measures in place to ensure the premises are secure and always monitored. We are committed to maintaining high standards of cleanliness and hygiene to ensure a healthy living space for our guests. We actively seek feedback from shelter guests about the environment and services, and we use this input to regularly update our shelter policies. The shelter will also be fully accessible to individuals with disabilities, ensuring inclusivity for all guests. In addition, we strive to foster positive relationships with our neighbors, encouraging mutual respect and cooperation. We're also dedicated to supporting and promoting volunteer and outreach opportunities which help build stronger community connections.
And could you say more about those community connections and how Franciscan Outreach will engage with community partners?
So we will engage with a variety of community partners to provide comprehensive services for our shelter guests. These services include access to health care, mental health support, crisis intervention, employment assistance, substance abuse treatment, education, housing resources, legal assistance, and transportation. We'll also offer group programs focused on counseling, holistic wellness, life skills, addiction therapy, tenant and landlord rights, and violence prevention. The westernmost portion of the ground floor will be dedicated to community provider space, where shelter guests can access medical, mental health, educational, legal, and substance abuse services on site. The development of this shelter will introduce a modern non-congregate beds and an environment where these essential support services, including workshops, trainings, and the clinic, will be readily available. The community provider space will be supported by team members from Lawndale Christian Health Center, with supplement support from partner agencies such as Thresholds, Rush, and Above and Beyond, who provide on-site medical, mental health, and substance abuse services throughout the week. Additionally, the shelter will have on-site therapy twice a month.
And so we've talked about security, staffing. Could you speak to some of the other best practices for shelter operations that that Franciscan Outreach will implement at the facility?
So we're committed to implementing best practices for shelter operations, starting with our shift from congregate to non-congregate. This approach aligns with the new national baseline for shelter best practices. which emphasizes the benefits of offering private rooms. This model has demonstrated improved outcomes in helping individuals transition to permanent housing and move away from homelessness. We also regularly review best practices and industry standards to ensure that our policies and procedures stay up to date with the latest guidelines. This review process includes input from the community, social service partners, staff, and our shelter guests to continuously improve our operations and better serve those in need. We ensure that case managers are trained and operate under the Housing First model. Housing First is a homeless assistance approach that prioritizes providing permanent housing to people experiencing homelessness, thus ending their homelessness and serving as a platform from which they can pursue personal goals and improve their quality of life. Case managers also assist guests with creating an individual service plan where they identify steps to better health, increase income, and housing stability. Focusing on best practices, all staff are trained on trauma-informed care, which is a practice that recognizes that homelessness is traumatic and that all of our guests deserve a safe, empowering, and healing space. In addition, we support our staff, ensuring that they are practicing self-care while supporting a vulnerable population. Finally, partnership with on-site medical care is essential as it provides services directly to a vulnerable population that often faces significant barriers to accessing healthcare. This collaboration typically involves medical staff from Lawndale Christian Healthcare offering regular checkups, urgent cares, mental health support, and preventive services right at the shelter. Benefits include immediate access to medical care, reducing the need for emergency room visits, and addressing chronic conditions early. This type of partnership promotes overall well-being, helping in stabilizing individuals' health and supports them in transitioning out of homelessness by addressing both physical and mental health needs.
Thank you, Roberta. I spoke about the community engagement process a little bit in my opening remarks, but I'd like to get your testimony on the record. So could you please briefly describe the community engagement process that the team undertook and any feedback that was incorporated into the program as an outcome of that process?
Well, throughout this process, the team has been committed to meaningful community engagement and incorporating feedback from neighbors and stakeholders. We conducted a series of outreach efforts, including one-on-one meetings with immediate neighbors, public information sessions, and town hall meetings in partnership with the 25th Ward. For example, during a meeting with the owner of the nearby shopping center, we heard concerns that unhoused individuals were using the shopping center facilities for bathing and hygiene. In response, we made it a priority to ensure that our shelter will provide hygiene resources for individuals addressing this specific concern. At our first in-person community meeting in August, we received feedback that our mailed notices had not reached enough people. To address this, we worked with the 25th Ward to create bilingual flyers in English and Spanish, and we distributed them to the neighborhood. We also used the ward's social media, newsletter, and other channels to notify neighbors about upcoming information sessions. We also voluntarily held 4 additional community information sessions. As part of our community outreach process, we attended a 25th Ward Town Hall on the topic of community safety, and we heard community members raise concerns regarding community safety due to ongoing issues unrelated to the shelter. We heard these concerns and are confident that the proposed shelter will not exacerbate these issues, but instead will help to ameliorate pre-existing public safety issues by reactivating a long vacant building with significant capital investment and an active 24/7 use that incorporates safety and security features. Wraparound services, added security, and increased presence on the block from a nonprofit partner running a 24/7 operation all are likely to increase community safety rather than harm. Franciscan Outreach is dedicated to maintaining open lines of communication, to being a good neighbor, to supporting all residents that would through our door and the community that surround us, and adjusting our approach based on community input, ensuring that the shelter operates in harmony with the surrounding neighborhood.
Mr. Chair, I have no further questions for this witness at this time, unless the board has any questions for Roberta. I can continue on to.
Continue.
Taryn, could I ask you to please state your full name, your title, and your business address for the record?
My name's Taryn Wilson. I'm a principal at LBBA Architects, which is located at 1625 West Carroll in Chicago.
Are you a licensed architect in the state of Illinois?
Yes,
And Franciscan Outreach selected your firm as the project architect for this project, is that right?
yep. LBBA was selected as the project architect by Franciscan for this project.
And does your firm have prior experience providing design services for similar projects?
LBBA is a team of socially minded architects that are committed to creating spaces that empower communities. We have a 37-year history of designing affordable and supportive housing in Chicago, similar to the project in question. The proposed project occupies a dormant building, which will serve to reanimate the block, which currently faces the back of a grocery store and a fitness center. And we know from experience that the activation of vacant buildings provides both a sense of investment in the community, which leads to increased sense of security in the neighborhood.
And Taryn, could you say a little bit more about the location of the property or where the proposed shelter is proposed to be established?
It's located on a block that's bound by the CTA Pink Line to the north, the BNSF Railway to the east, West 21st Street to the south, and South Rockwell Street on the west. It's adjacent to a furniture manufacturing facility, a church, and a retail and commercial shopping center. The property itself is approximately 38,532 square feet in lot area, with an existing building that we plan to adaptively reuse for the shelter.
And so what is the plan for reusing the existing building at the property, which is a commercial warehouse industrial building, right?
Yes, Franciscan Outreach proposes to adaptively reuse the existing 1- and 2-story buildings to establish a 120-bed shelter. The layout will provide guests with separate rooms and bathrooms, ensuring privacy and dignity. Additionally, the design facilitates programming, training, and workshops and will accommodate guest intake inside of the building.
And importantly, could you please briefly differentiate congregate shelters from non-congregate shelters from a design perspective?
Congregate shelters typically consist of large shared sleeping spaces where multiple individuals are housed in one room, often with one large shared bathroom facility. This design is more communal and can lead to privacy concerns as well as increased noise and potential discomfort for guests due to the close proximity of sleeping arrangements. By contrast, non-congregate shelters are designed with individual or smaller shared rooms, usually accommodating 1 to 4 individuals per space, each with their own private bathroom. Non-congregate shelters prioritize privacy, dignity, and a more comfortable environment for guests, which can also contribute to better health and safety outcomes. This design allows for greater separation between individuals, providing guests with a more secure and independent living experience, which can positively impact their overall well-being and transition from homelessness.
Thank you. And the first floor plan for the proposed shelter is showing on the screen right now. Taryn, could you please describe the layout and the functions of the proposed shelter?
Yes, the first floor includes a lobby and guest reception area, admin offices, storage, food prep and dining areas, bathrooms, meeting spaces, and laundry facilities. It will also include community provider space where medical, mental health, legal, and social services can be provided. Sleeping units, both congregate and non-congregate, will be situated on the first floor. The second floor consists of non-congregate sleeping units, a lounge area, bathroom, and a storage area. Every room, including those on the interior of the building, will be designed to allow in natural light.
Taryn, what changes are being made to the building exterior and the surrounding site?
We will introduce new window openings on both levels to enhance the natural light, and the existing masonry walls will be tuck pointed, cleaned, and repaired, with portions of the south wall that are structurally unsound also being repaired. The site will include 5 parking spaces, secure bicycle parking for 20 bicycles, and landscaped areas with street furniture, which will contribute to a more pedestrian-friendly environment.
And to the extent that you can give your opinion on this as a licensed architect, could you say, in your opinion, does the project meet the standards for special use approval set forth in the Chicago zoning ordinance?
Yes, the project complies with all applicable standards of the Chicago zoning ordinance. It facilitates the adaptive reuse of an older building, contributing to the public welfare by adding high-quality housing options for vulnerable individuals. And furthermore, it's designed to be compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of building scale and design.
And special uses are required to demonstrate that they align with pedestrian safety and comfort standards. Could you please address that standard for special use approval and
The
how the
pro-
project meets that criteria?
The project is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort. One of the 2 existing driveways to the site will be eliminated, which will reduce vehicular access points. And landscaping benches and street furniture will be added to create a more inviting streetscape. Clear delineation between pedestrian and vehicle areas in the parking lot will ensure a safe and organized movement around the site.
And in your professional opinion, as a licensed architect, will the architectural design or site planning of the proposed shelter impact the neighborhood or depart from the essential character of the neighborhood?
In my opinion, the proposed shelter will enhance the existing character of the neighborhood because it integrates with the surrounding area, both in terms of its scale and design. And the shelter's 24/7 operation will be compatible with the character of the neighborhood, and its provision of social services on site will contribute positively to the general welfare of the community.
Mr. Chair, I have no further questions for this witness, and I can move on to my next witness unless there are questions from the board.
Continue.
Mr. Kissel, could you please state your name, title, address, business, profession, all of those things for the record, please?
Sure. My name is George Kissel. I'm the president of Oak Rent Kissel Associates with offices at 141 West Jackson in Chicago. I'm a licensed architect and a certified planner with more than 40 years of experience in the field of zoning and urban planning.
And the board has recognized Mr. Kissel's expertise. You were retained by the applicant to conduct an urban planning analysis of the proposal for a special use to establish the shelter in the existing building at the subject property, right?
That's correct.
And did you prepare a report that summarized, detailed your analysis, your findings, and your conclusions?
Yes.
And we submitted that report into evidence in advance of this hearing. Could you please briefly describe your findings and your conclusions with attention to those criteria for approval of a special use?
Sure. So when arriving at the conclusions contained in the submitted report, I examined the broad and local land use context. I analyzed the land use characteristics of the proposed use, evaluated the proposal for consistency with the M13 district, and evaluated the proposal with respect to the additional criteria for the approval of special uses. The report submitted contains sufficient detail and evidence, and it's been supported by testimony. I'm going to try and be brief and touch on the major points. So the proposal involves, has been stated, the adaptive reuse of an existing structure. The eastern two-story portion of the 45,000 square foot building was built more than a century ago, and the western portion was constructed in phases between 1980 and 2000. All of this was built in compliance with the zoning codes at the time of construction. No additions or expansions were proposed. As such, any existing non-conforming aspects of these structures are permitted to be retained by the ordinance. DPD determined that 10 automobile parking spaces and 20 bicycle spaces are required for the development. Since the project qualifies as a transit-served location due to its proximity to the CTA Pink Line, a reduction in required parking up to 50% is allowed by right. The site plan indicates 5 spaces and 22 bicycle spaces, so the proposed development complies with all zoning standards, including off-site or off-street parking. We've already heard that homelessness is a persistent, insidious problem here in the city, throughout the region and nationwide. The South Lawndale community, Little Village area has long been a haven for homeless due to the concentration of public transit assets, along with the density of local businesses, social service facilities, outdoor public spaces. Factors such as the lack of affordable housing, increasing housing prices, income instability, all contributed to instances of homelessness, especially for vulnerable populations suffering from mental illness, the elderly. All of these are protected classes of individuals. The 2024 point and time count has been mentioned. There's been an increase in homeless here in the city that's been relatively unprecedented. And it was also mentioned that locally, Department of Housing and DFSS data indicates there are over 900 calls placed for 311 for shelter in the 25th ward. Clearly, there's need. Franciscan Outreach has been providing immediate shelter and supportive care since 1963. They operate 3 shelters that account for a quarter of the city's shelter beds for individuals. Because the applicant is an established and effective provider of immediate shelter and related services, the Department of Housing selected the applicant as a recipient of a grant to expand the ability of non-congregate shelter options in the city. As mentioned earlier, the applicant intends to relocate the existing 200 South Sacramento 70-bed shelter to the proposed facility. And as also indicated earlier, the new facility will have 120 beds and will have additional capacity to serve the needs of the local population. It's also been noted that this type of facility is different than typical overnight shelters that we've come accustomed to in the past. Either by licensing or zoning, they're required to be closed 12 hours a day. This facility will be providing a 36-bed congregate area for emergency situations, as well as the additional 84 beds for transitional housing 24/7 in a non-congregate setting. This type of facility provides stable housing. It also provides a place to store belongings, a place to bathe and eat, an address where mail can be sent, as well as access to counseling services geared toward finding more permanent housing solutions. In essence, these type of facilities remove those experiencing homelessness from the street, both on a temporary and on a permanent basis. For these reasons, the proposal in this location is indeed in the interest of the public convenience. Proposed special use will be an existing warehouse building that stood on the property for more than a century. It's part of the existing urban fabric in a transitional neighborhood on the edge of a PMD. The area includes many similar 1 to 3-story manufacturing warehouse and commercial buildings of masonry construction, including many of which have been converted from previous industrial uses to less intensive transitional uses such as religious assembly and incubator uses. No exterior alterations are proposed other than upgrades to the facade and the addition of landscaped areas, so it will remain consistent with the character of the surrounding area with respect to its physical attributes. Both shelter has a maximum capacity of 120 individuals. It'll be staffed 24 hours a day with a minimum of 1 security staff member and 1 direct care staff member on site at all times. Clients are referred from the city's DFSS 311 program and undergo a screening process before admission. Facility will have rules and guidelines that are communicated to shelter guests during the intake process and are posted throughout the facility. They're also reiterated at regular meetings, community meetings with shelter guests and staff. Among those rules, as mentioned earlier, the shelter enforces a no loitering policy. Physical space is provided on site to accommodate breaks outside for fresh air so that shelter guests will not be loitering in the public way. Proposed use will be most active before and after normal business hours and will not interfere with industrial, commercial, and institutional uses in the area. Operating characteristics of the facility are designed to ensure that no disruption in the area will occur and there'll be no significant negative impact on existing or nearby uses. Clientele typically do not own or have access to automobiles, and limited traffic to the site from the subject property is anticipated. Given the property's location near multiple modes of public transit, the presence of on-street parking in the immediate area, it's not anticipated that parking or traffic will create an undue burden on the surrounding neighborhood. Given all this, the proposal is not out of character in terms of traffic generation, noise, or other land use impacts. No changes proposed to the subject property that would adversely affect pedestrian safety and comfort. The proposal will reduce the number of curb cuts from 2 to 1. The remaining curb cut will be reduced in size and constructed in compliance with CDOT standards. The proposal calls for the addition of outdoor courtyards, ornamental fencing, landscape screening, interior landscaping, outdoor furniture, new street trees, and upgrades to the facade. The presence of staff and security, along with security cameras, both inside and outside the facility, will add more eyes on the street and contribute substantially to pedestrian safety and comfort. As a result, the proposal will indeed have no adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood or community, or on pedestrian safety or convenience. And based on all of this, it's respectfully submitted that the proposal is consistent with all the standards for special uses. The proposal will have no significant adverse impact, and that no public purpose of any kind would be served by its denial.
Mr. Chair, I have no further questions for this witness at this time. I request the opportunity to present the attendees who are speaking in support of this matter. Meredith Muir from the Department of Housing.
Good afternoon. I'll
Put the mic.
a little closer. Is that better? Okay, thanks. Good afternoon. Meredith Muir with the Chicago Department of Housing. Thank you for hearing our case today. I'll keep things brief because you've heard much already. The Department of Housing strongly supports the transitional shelter special use filed by Franciscan Outreach at 2508 to 2538 West 21st Street. We believe at DOH that every Chicago resident deserves a safe place to spend the night, including people who are currently experiencing homelessness. DOH's mission is to expand access and choice for residents and protect their right to quality homes that are affordable, safe, and healthy. We're proud to be working with the Department of Family and Support Services to invest millions of dollars through the Chicago Recovery Plan in Chicago's shelter infrastructure to better serve people experiencing homelessness. DOH's non-congregate shelter acquisition program provides financial support and technical assistance.
Wait.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes.
just a little bit.
Yep, absolutely. DOH's non-congregate shelter acquisition program provides financial support and technical assistance to existing shelters to move from unhealthy, highly congregated, or financially untenable buildings into freshly rehabilitated non-congregate environments. DOH identified 5 shelter operators across the city for participation in this program, including Franciscan Outreach. In partnership with DOH, DFSS, and the 25th Ward Office, Franciscan Outreach selected the property in question for conversion into non-congregate shelter. Acquisition of the building will allow Franciscan to sustainably provide a significant number of shelter beds in a non-congregate setting and wraparound supportive services for men experiencing homelessness. Upon entering into a grant agreement with the Department of Housing, Franciscan Outreach will receive funds from DOH to support the acquisition and rehab of the building. Receiving their special use permit today is the critical next step to completing this transaction. On behalf of DOH, I would like to strongly voice support for the special use permit, and we recommend that the ZBA vote to approve the special use permit for Franciscan Outreach. Thank you.
Great. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Kimberly Howard. I'm a director with the Homeless Services Division at the City of Chicago Department of Family and Support Services. I'm speaking today on behalf of the department in support of the special use permit for Franciscan. For context, DFSS is the primary funder of Chicago's homeless shelter system. We support nonprofits that operate almost 3,000 beds for people experiencing homelessness at 45 facilities across 21 wards. The job of our shelter system overall is to provide a safe place for folks experiencing homelessness and to support them in transitioning back to stable housing. We are thrilled to be partnering with the Department of Housing and selected shelter providers on improving the physical infrastructure of Chicago's shelter system to serve folks more safely and with dignity. This project specifically is proposing to expand capacity for single men, which are critical beds in our system where we see sort of citywide demand for shelter, most outpacing shelter supply. And we're also seeing growing need in single adults experiencing homelessness in Chicago, as others have mentioned. This project will support our ability to meet this need and serve folks in more private space, which we've seen means more people are willing to come inside and they have better outcomes, both in their well-being and success in exiting to permanent housing. Franciscan is also an experienced shelter provider and a longstanding partner of DFSS. As others have said, they currently operate almost a third of city-funded shelter programs for single adults. Lastly, to briefly touch on a concern that has come up in community engagement. As others have said, we do not have any evidence that opening a shelter has a negative impact on community safety, but we do have evidence that experiencing homelessness has a very negative impact on an individual's safety. A recent report from the Illinois Department of Public Health found that people experiencing homelessness on average die 20 years younger than the general population, are disproportionately likely to die from traumatic injuries and excessive cold. So creating a safe, accessible, dignified shelter system is a key tool in our fight against homelessness. So in closing, DFSS strongly supports this application. Commissioner Kanazi has submitted a letter of support for your consideration, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Chair, that's our direct case. There are a number of community members here to speak in support. I'm not sure what order you want to take the remaining speakers, and I know that the alderman is here and may have remarks that he'd like to make himself.
Alderman, when would you like to speak?
I would like to hear all the testimonies before I make my remarks.
Okay, so you'll speak at the end? Okay.
Thank you.
All right, well, for the supporters, is there one of you that would like to volunteer to go first?
I think Dr. Huggett, could we ask you to speak?
Okay, yeah, if you could state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Thomas T. Huggett. I reside at 5728 West Lake Street, Chicago, in the Austin community.
Okay, and go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Sanchez and board members. I work as a medical director of mobile health for Lundell Christian Health Center on the west side of Chicago. Lundell Christian Health Center provides comprehensive healthcare services for Chicago's Lawndale and neighboring communities, serving nearly 60,000 patients a year across 6 locations on the west side. In my role as a family doctor and public health practitioner, I see patients and also oversee the delivery of primary healthcare services, infection control, and public health initiatives to persons staying at 20 homeless shelters on Chicago's west side. Many of our team have served on homeless shelters services teams for more than 30 years. We follow nationally recognized standards for shelter-based healthcare. Our team goal is to improve the health of underserved residents, especially those experiencing homelessness, thereby improving our communities. In partnership with Franciscan Outreach, Longdale Christian Health Center currently delivers on-site primary health care, on-site treatment of any mental health conditions and substance use disorder issues, social service supports, life skill training, and conflict resolution support to its guests. I am here today to express my strong support for the applicant, Franciscan Outreach, and to advocate for the approval of their application for special use at 2508 through 40 West 21st Street. I have personally partnered and seen patients with Franciscan Outreach for 19 years, since 2005, and Lawndale Christian Health Center has partnered with Franciscan Outreach for the last 10 years. I have seen their excellent work and programming firsthand for decades. This project aims to transform the property at 2508 through 40 West 21st Street into a non-congregate shelter. Therefore, by reducing disease, we learned that during COVID that non-congregate shelters are much better than congregate shelters in reducing disease. This also offers housing, comprehensive services to support and uplift persons experiencing homelessness as they work towards stability and independence. I meet people almost every day who want to get off the streets and desperately need shelter, but they cannot find what they need. Converting this property into a non-congregate shelter is not only a necessary response to the current homelessness crisis exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic, but also an investment in the future of our community. This project will enhance the building and bring much-needed services to our community, supporting some of Chicago's most vulnerable residents. By working in collaboration with community partners like Lawndale Christian Health Center, Franciscan Outreach addresses the numerous challenges faced by people who are marginalized and experiencing homelessness. Together with its partners, Franciscan Outreach provides thousands of Chicagoans with food, shelter, and access to vital programs and services, including healthcare services like Lawndale Christian Health Care provides, that empower guests to overcome life challenges, gain stability, and transition into permanent supportive housing. I strongly support the approval of this special use application and urge the Zoning Board of Appeals to grant its approval. I believe this project will promote the general welfare of the community, is compatible with the character of the surrounding area, will enhance pedestrian safety and comfort, and meet all the other criteria. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Who would like to go next?
Chair, we have a number of people here in support. Some would like to speak and some are here just to show their support. I'm
Okay.
wondering if we could just have all of the supporters maybe raise their hands so the signal.
Yes,
who's-
for everybody here who's in support, if you could raise your hand. I counted about 26 supporters here in the room.
And the gentleman seated behind me would like to make remarks next if
Okay.
that's okay with the chair.
Hello, my name is Steve McGinnis. I'm on here on behalf of my case manager, Tawana, at the shelter on 1856 South Loomis. Just tell a story about my experience of me being there. I've been there since June, and it's a good shelter, and I was homeless since 2018 because of family issues. And it's like I say, it's a good program, and if you obey the rules and do what you got to do, they're here to help you. You got to take the next step. They got the first step. You got to take the next step. And I'm moving forward to my journey, going into my new apartment. I'm just waiting on for the keys, and you do this a lot of this praying and hanging around good people, positive people, and just staying strong and being motivated, have high potentials in life, and you'll go somewhere. I ain't gonna be long, but other people want to speak, and I thank my case manager and the program named Pernell that's made this possible, and people here that the directors, the high up people that made this possible as well. And thank y'all, and God bless y'all.
Thank you. Well said and off the cuff too. No prepared remarks. I love it. Who would like to go next? Okay. State your name and address, please.
My name is Jason Terrell. I live at 2604 West 21st Street. 2604 West 21st Street, less than a block from this proposed site. No one's going to be more affected by this than I will, except of course for the people that it will serve. I have personally seen the unhoused population grow in my neighborhood. I've been there for over a decade, been a property owner there, and I've seen the problem getting worse. And we've been really desperate for a solution, and that's what this is to me. This is a solution. This addresses so many of the issues, and I'm just here to give it my full-hearted support and to say that I really don't understand any opposition to this. I think this addresses everything that's going on in the neighborhood, and it helps in every way that we need it. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you, sir, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Andrew Winter. I live at 920 West Wilson on the north side. So good afternoon, Zoning Board of Appeals Chair and members and everyone at the table in front of me here. I work at Cornerstone Community Outreach. It's a shelter provider on the north side of Chicago. I've been working in homeless services for almost 3 decades and have known Franciscan Outreach for most of that time. I'm here today to express my strong support for Franciscan Outreach application for a special use permit for their shelter location at 2508 West 21st Street. I did prepare. I didn't do that myself. As an executive director of an organization with a similar mission, I fully understand and appreciate the critical and positive impact that shelters like Franciscan Outreach have on their communities. Franciscan, like Cornerstone, serves some of the most vulnerable individuals in our city, offering not just a safe space, but essential services that affirm dignity and help people move to permanent housing. This transition from congregate to non-congregate shelters is a proven model that reduces trauma and improves overall outcomes for residents. This proposed site will provide much-needed resources, offering dignity, stability, and a stepping stone towards self-sufficiency for people who are experiencing homelessness, like our brother over here on my left. This project will also bring economic benefits to the community by activating an underutilized building, creating jobs for contractors, increasing the shelter staff and the local service providers there. Additionally, it is important to note the urgent need for such a facility, as has been pointed out by someone who lives in the neighborhood. And the number of calls is increasing consistently to 311 for shelter. Franciscan has a strong track record of serving Chicagoans experiencing homelessness. Their commitment to safety, security, and comprehensive care aligns with the best practices and ensures that the shelter will not only support individuals in need, but also positively integrate into their neighborhood. So I strongly, as Dr. Huggett said, I strongly encourage approval of the special use permit, as it represents a much-needed investment in the well-being of both people experiencing homelessness and the ward and Chicago as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, hold up. There we go.
Hello, my name is New Gentry Ward. I'm from 1856 Loomis Franciscan Shelter. I'm here in behalf to support it. It is a very good shelter, especially, it's a very good place and safe place for people who definitely want to be off the street. And if you focus yourself, it's definitely a good place if you focus and you want to do the right thing. Because everybody sometimes fall on hardship, and I fell on hardship and never believed that I would be in this position, but I am here. But as long as you stay focused and try to stay on the right path, you can make it. I'm here in support. Very good shelter.
Thank you. There we go.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Evelyn Figueroa, Professor of Family and Community Medicine at UIC, and I live less than a block from here at 2600 West 21st Street. And then I'm also the founder director of the Pilsen Food Pantry, which is a mile east of us. I live in the ward. I work in the ward at the University of Illinois. I volunteer in the ward. I actually worked alongside Dr. Huggett during COVID and ran 4 COVID isolation units at Pacific Garden Mission Shelter, which is a congregate shelter. And I have been on the board recently for Lincoln Park Community Service, which has non-congregate shelters. And there's a huge difference. Not all shelters are the same. And I'm coming here and missing work. I had to have someone substitute for me for a panel because I am very committed to this. The amount of rhetoric that I'm hearing as a neighbor about not in my neighborhood is really astounding to me. It's the same rhetoric that we've gotten about the pantry over the years. Somehow all the poor people are supposed to just have the resources to go somewhere else. and not be stable in their own communities. Homeless people experiencing homelessness don't have the luxury of going to a different block and meeting new people. It doesn't work that way. They should feel as comfortable as I get to feel. And that means by providing shelter, because it's a right. And if we keep leaving people outside and letting people die like this, it's just unconscionable. I've been providing homeless facing services since 1997 when I was in medical school at the University of Illinois. And I moved into Ward 25 specifically because I didn't want to be practicing from beyond the neighborhood. My family all came from Logan Square, where they settled when they came from Puerto Rico. I drove my family crazy by moving by my patients. They thought it was just bananas. Why are you moving? And I said, this is my community. You can't organize in a community and not live there. I agree that there are crime issues on our block. I have not had a single altercation with someone experiencing homelessness. No one homeless has ever mugged me or harmed me. And I've lived in Chicago 48 out of my 51 years. The people that have hurt me have not been those people. And I want to protect them, and I want them to be safe. And I welcome Franciscan Outreach, and I'm hoping that I will be able to closely partner. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak in support? Okay, let's go to the objectors. Who on the objector side would like to speak first? Okay, if you could start by stating your name and address, please.
Graciela Garcia, 3610 West 26th Street. I work as head organizer for Little Village Community Council.
Okay.
It's a grassroots community organization. Actually, it's the oldest nonprofit in Little Village. What we do as organizers is we help our community have a platform and organize on issues that are going on in the community. I actually was contacted about this 3 days ago, and within 3 days, I know that there is a lot more opposition that I see here now for support from the neighbors directly. Our organization is very grassroots. I've had the opportunity to talk directly to residents, and they have brought up a couple of concerns. Actually, some of the residents are also members of my organization, and that is in part of the reason also I have agreed to help them organize on this particular issue. I have not heard anybody have opposition of things like a food pantry or anything like that, because our organization ourselves is starting one to service the community, because that is definitely a need. As for people that are homeless, I know that the residents have voiced their concerns that, yes, the homelessness issue is something that is badly needed to be addressed in the community. I myself take public transportation, and I go home sometimes very late, and I do see people sleeping in the street that would be a fit to any of the housing that's available to them. But I do know that there's a lot that falls short of our community, and it falls through the cracks. I've heard concerns from residents of current housing. I am guessing what people are addressing as the congregate housing. I think what people's concerns is, why not fix?
Objection, Chair, hearsay. Maybe we can just,
If you could just stick to your personal knowledge.
Okay.
Yeah, it's an evidentiary issue. Just if
On those things, from what I have heard from the people who would like to organize, is they would like an opportunity other than the short time that they had been addressed. As I understand that a lot of people here have known about this for some years, and a lot of the residents that I've had contact with have had only notice since August. Even if there has been postings, even if there has been public notice, I also know that there was a Zoom meeting where a lot of the residents were muted, so they did not have an opportunity to voice their opposition or concerns that they had. Other than that, I guess I would have to say if there's any opportunity for people to have more time and so that they would be able to address it properly as a community. Because if their receipt of this information is only since August, that does not give anybody time enough to accept this information, have proof of the information that's given when they have seen otherwise homeless shelters that are in the area that have failed and brought up the concerns that they are expressing today.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, sir, if you could state your name and address for the record.
My name is Baltasar Enriquez. I live at 2317 South Trumbull, and I'm the director of the Little Village Community Council. We are an organization that helps homeless. We help them with an emergency package that has 3 socks, 3 underwears, uh, toothpaste, toothbrush, and for women, we put hygiene stuff in there. We collect covers and for them during the winter time, sleeping bags. So we are aware of the problem. The reason that we're opposing it is because usually Alderman Cicho will call me. Hey, Baltazar, there's something going on in the neighborhood. When Ojos Locos try to come in our neighborhood, he call me. Starbucks, we're fighting Starbucks. Actually, we held a protest this morning because we don't want those type of businesses in our community, and we, the residents, have the right to say how we want our neighborhood to look. So I know you're drinking Starbucks, but you know, we, wait, so it just doesn't fit in Little Village. We have very good coffee shops, small businesses, mom and pop shops. So we have to be careful on how we're doing certain projects. And the applicants, you know, they hire a good law firm. You can see she's very smart. And we don't have that luxury to hire an attorney unless we ask for one to do it pro bono. And here, when the notices went out, they don't need to send a lot of notices because to the east is vacant, to the south is shopping, to the north is the railroad tracks. They only had to send letters to the block this 21st Street and some letters, but they don't need to notify a lot of people. So that's why they were not notifying anyone. And the notice went out in English. Some of the residents don't read English, so they didn't know what document they were receiving. And then when they posted it on the poll there, you can't really see it. So I think they failed, and it's not under the process of the special use. I think they did it illegally of not really notifying because there's a loop there. So they don't need to really notify people. So that's why a lot of people didn't get notified. So what we're asking is that the application be denied. Let us, a grassroots organization, and Cicho, you should have called us about this because the applicant is not also interested in talking to real community organizations because they went directly to the alderman. Again, not a lot of people like Alderman Cicho in our neighborhood. So, you know, if he put it on his website and I don't really care for the guy, I'm not gonna look at it. I mean, he's cool with me, but you know, I know that a lot of people in the neighborhood dislike him. So they should have really reached out, the applicant should have really reached out to a non-for-profit organization like ours, so we could do the notice, we could hold a town hall meeting without politics, without none of that, and let the real people decide. This is our neighborhood. Our 10th district, the police department, we should be having 300 officers, and we only have 142. We have the highest crime in the neighborhood. So that's why, yes, we are concerned because we don't know if the individuals that are going to come in, are they screened? Are they are they pedophiles? Are they criminals? What kind of individuals they're going to bring? Applicant did not say none of that because they're just, you know, there's a song by Outkast, you could plan a picnic, but you can't predict the weather. They're planning a good picnic, but we can't predict what's going to really happen in the neighborhood, and we live there. Just on Rockwell, they have killed 4 individuals within the 4 years because we're on the borderline of the SDs and the Latin Kings. So Those issues are concerning to us. Yes, they're not gonna loiter in front of the building, but they're gonna loiter on Cermak. They're gonna loiter somewhere else. So we live there. We have to take this. We have to learn and analyze, do we really want this type of project? Or can we sit at the table and make decisions together? If the applicant is not willing to do that, and you can see that they did not go to a not-for-profit. They went straight to the alderman, and shame on them, because I'm Catholic and I'm Christian, and I see the pain of my people that they need housing. But when you're gonna shove down things down our throat because you're gonna make $12 million every year, are we really doing it because this is a Christian thing? Because I know when God healed the blind, he didn't charge them. When he healed the sick, he didn't charge them. And here they're making $12 million every year, and they're not even fully staffed at what should be staffed for 120 people. They're not staffed adequately. So we're asking you to please, even though they hire a fancy law firm and good architects, deny the application, let us do due process, give us a fair hearing so we could bring the people to let them know what they want. If they say yes, let's go, let's do it. But if they say no, then it's no. But don't shove things down our throats. And shame on you, Byron, for not contacting us and letting us know about this process, because we work together on other things. And we could have worked together with the people's decisions, not your decisions or whatever donations they're going to give to your campaign, because that shouldn't be the process here. It should be what the people want in their neighborhood, what's best for them, because we live here. We have to deal with it. So with that, I ask you to please deny the process until due process is done in our language and with enough notices to the people, not just what the law said, because there's a loophole. Again, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Can I just jump in really quickly? Because
Sure.
I just encourage all of you who are here in opposition to choose your wording carefully so we are not offending those members of the unhoused community with stereotypes any more than any of you would want to reflect things to your world. And it's highly offensive, not just to the members who are currently experiencing homelessness, but to some of us as well. And I don't want any of you to really minimize your valid points that you're saying by doing that. So I just encourage you to be very careful in the words and what you say, because words do matter. And there are members of that community who are here, who are at low points in their life, who do not need us further throwing salt in the wound. So I just want to encourage all of you to reframe how you're speaking, just so all of us can hear what you're saying and the validity of the points that you might be making, so you're not turning that off.
Okay, if you could state your name and address, please.
Bueno, en primer lugar, tenemos un traductor aquí en español.
Is there someone who can translate?
Well, you see, that's a problem. So many in our community, we don't speak English, or we speak it as a second language. Many in our community are elderly. They don't know how to use a computer. So I don't think it's effective outreach if more than half of the population in the neighborhood don't even speak English. The people here in the front, the police officers, they didn't speak Spanish. So it's very intimidating for a person in my community to even be here, because guess what? They have to work. More people wanted to come, but they have to work. So I don't think that's fair. You know, my question for the people who is here, if any of you lives in Little Village. I know that the lady, I know she's a neighbor, but besides that, do you live in Little Village? You don't. Nobody here lives in Little Village. I live in Little Village. I just recently got shot. The people shot at me 10 times when I coming back to work. So I don't think people understand the seriousness of the state that we have in Little Village. Also, my question for you is, do people in Little Village have less value than people on the north side? Because the people on the project in the north side, they got to do 1,200 surveys. They got to give her their voice, and they said yes, and that's perfect, you know, but we didn't get to do that because we are people of color. We have so many barriers, you know, like if you are even second generation, you know that your parents don't speak English. And I talked to the neighbors and nobody knew about this. On the meeting that we had in person, I can assure you that at least 50 neighbors don't want this. But you see, the point is some people are in favor of this, and it's perfect, and I know there is a need, But I think there is a discrepancy in the way that people in Little Village are treated and the way people on the north side are treated, because one, they're getting less beds and they got to raise their voice. The project in Cornerstone didn't go through because people in the community didn't want it. So why people in Little Village have less voice, less value, and less input than people on the north side with more affluent families and people? And that's my question. It's not about the project, it's the way it was conducted. Because I think it was very disrespectful to our community, because I perfectly know that a lot of people don't understand these processes. Is very difficult. I have to, read, because I don't know what this is. It's intimidating. Do you think that a person who don't speak English at all, or maybe doesn't even speak or read, will be willing to come to this chamber? So no. If they actually did outreach, so I ask you first to stop this so they can do actually a fair outreach and people can give their input, because people in Little Village, and especially people of color, have been silent for 500 years. And I know, they had a lawyer. We don't have money to pay for a lawyer. We don't have money for that. There are shootings outside my house with high caliber guns. I'm not even talking, small guns, high caliber guns. And Mr. Byron haven't addressed that. That's the issue that we already have. We're not saying that homeless people are gonna bring crime. We're saying that we have so many problems in our neighborhood, especially because we live in the exact border of the Latin Kings and the Satan disciples, and they're fighting for that property. We have shootings every day. They close the street with garbage cans, where people are coming from work, they're getting shot. Actually, there is a person who died just right in front of that property.
Are you saying that
We're saying that we have so many problems and
Hold
people.
on,
Yeah.
are you saying that the gang problems in your neighborhood are gonna be made worse by a
No, I'm not saying they're
shelter?
gonna be made worse. What I'm saying is that we already have that.
Well,
And
I mean,
Mr.
we're here to talk about, so I just want to make sure that we're clear here.
Yeah.
We're here to talk about whether or not we're going to grant a special use.
Well, and that's
to
part
a
of it, because
shelter.
we haven't been heard. People in my community, people who don't speak English, people who maybe didn't go to school, we didn't get those 1,200 surveys. So we would like that. We would like that. We would like the surveys to the community so people can express what they want. That's what we want. We want fair treatment from a person, an affluent person on the north side, and a poor person in Little Village. I think we deserve that. That will be fair, and people can say yes or no. People are in favor, and people are against. We want fair treatment, and we want the same input that other people on the north side get from their communities and the government.
I think when we get to the applicant back in rebuttal, you're going to hear that the notice requirements under the law are to
I
property
understand the
owners.
requirements, but I also understand,
So
that
that's-
community that we have.
Right, I understand that, but we have to follow the law here. That's, if you have a problem with the law, that's not my issue. I can't impose something that the law doesn't allow me to do. The law says notice is required to property owners within 250 feet of the proposed location.
What about community input? Because Pitts Market is not a person. That's a conglomerate, commercial state. Pitts Market is not a person.
There's, I mean, the community outreach that they've done is actually not even required.
All we're allowed to do as members of this board are
Mhm.
to enforce the legal requirements that are required in order to determine whether or not the special use permit requirements have been met. So while I do
So
understand,
community has absolutely no input on this?
we do not have the authority to impose additional restrictions or requirements on the process. We are bound by what the law says
So,
as this board.
that's my issue. Like, there was no input. We are, they perfectly know that people in my community don't even have the right to vote. So we have been forgotten for so many times, ignored. And, people, just come and just drop stuff on us. And there was no input. People, I talked to the neighbors, they didn't know. They did not know. So if you don't need community input, like why are we here,
So I think what we're saying, and I don't want you to walk away thinking we're saying we're not listening to you, but what we are saying in the purview of this board everything you say might be very, very valid. Unfortunately, it's just not what we can evaluate. Certainly translation, all of those things are all valid, very valid points. Unfortunately, this just isn't the body that can address that for you. And we're not saying that it shouldn't be
Because
addressed.
what body addresses that? Is there somebody who's gonna listen to the people from Little Village? Is there anybody who listens to them?
There's 5 standards for special use that we're bound by.
Okay.
First one, complies with all applicable standards of the zoning ordinance. 2, is in the interest of public convenience and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood or community. 3, is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of site planning and building scale and project design. 4, is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of operating characteristics, such as hours of operation, outdoor lighting, noise, and traffic generation. 5, is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort. When somebody has an objection to a special use, the argument's got to fit within one of these
And what's
categories.
the characteristic of the area, if I may know?
I'm sorry?
The characteristic of the area, what is it? The character of the area, what is it? Yeah.
It's the character of the surrounding area in
And
terms
what
of
is it?
site
Site
planning
planning,
and
building scale, and project design.
So it's industrial, right? Commercial and industrial?
If you can speak into the mic so the court reporter can hear you. And you need
My
to
name
start
is
with your
Robert
name.
Martinez. I am a resident of the area at 3052 West Cermak Road. I can testify to that the area is primarily commercial retail space on Cermak, but beyond Cermak, there are multi-unit buildings, mainly 2-unit buildings, 2 to 3 stories high. Here, the applicant is seeking a special use to build a 120 unit building, which will not be in line with the character of the neighborhood. Also, back to point 2, the community is contesting this because of various factors, including safety concerns, whether or not the district police from the 10th district have been notified of this development, and whether or not they are capable of following through with providing for the safety of the community after the development is completed is a paramount concern, in addition to any other emergency services that would have to be amped up for this type of development. With that, the neighborhood is also concerned with traffic and what concerns might arise due to the pedestrian traffic that would arise. There already is a number of accidents at those intersections. There's a lot of traffic, there's not much parking, and safety is a paramount concern. So adding more people does impact the well-being of the community and the neighborhood at large.
Okay, thank you. Sir?
My name is Gerardo Lara. I'm a resident at 2643.
If you could just move the mic closer to there you go.
Sure. My name is Gerardo Lara. I'm a resident of 2643 West Cullerton. I've been living there for 15 years. Really enjoy the community for various reasons. Very rich in diversity. There's African Americans, there's Latinos, obviously predominantly dominated by Latinos, even Asians that live in I'm right on my block actually. So live a block and a half away from the proposed site. And as it's been implied, we've had a tremendous amount of issues. Previous elected officials that represented our area really neglected the area. So drug use has been rampant. There's been prostitution. There's been a car theft and carjacking ring that was literally parking their cars right in front. Had to work with District 10 in order to finally stop that. It took about 2.5 months to do this, and of course very carefully, because these guys that's their day job. These guys were spending all their time doing this. So I've been a resident there for 15 years, and we've seen a lot of activity going on. And so you have to understand the level of anxiety, the level of concern, that the residents have. And this is occurring during a time where the gang violence is also increasing. The assurances that they've given us here today, I'm not convinced. If you drive by Harrison in California, that is not exactly what we see at all. During the community outreach meetings, they indicated they had policies and procedures for preventing loitering, but they've never said enforcement until here today. Even when I brought that up in the community meeting, they've never said that. So there's a tremendous amount of concern about that. There is a real thing called the digital divide. Our community is really suffering for that. I guarantee you, if we had a little bit more time under this aggressive timeline that's already in place, we could have probably filled this chamber. So I really ask you to consider that. In terms of level, the second issue that you're considering, that viaduct is a gateway for families, children, to go to school, to go to the CTA, to go shopping at Pete's. And that viaduct is right in front of the proposed site. And that is a major concern, I think, for the safety there. It's already been an issue over the past couple of years. It's very dirty. It's very unkept. And so it's been countless times calling 311 and so on and so forth to try to get it cleaned up and so on. So I think I don't think that the proposed site in line with where the viaduct is and considering families is in line with the number 2 point that you brought up. So these are some of the concerns that we're dealing with. The gang violence has gotten really out of control. The 250 feet posting requirements, it's very convenient. That location, if you look, is on the backside of a mall. Pete's was mentioned and the fitness center. There's no residents there. There's no residents there. And then there's the viaduct and so on. So the minimum requirement was probably met according to what's required, but there's no residents and there's lack of community input, right?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. It's just, there's nothing that we can do about that.
Okay, just for the record, I wanted to state that, so. Again, we're not convinced in terms of the statements that were mentioned in terms of reducing violence and preventing many of the things that were stated. And again, the public safety, I think, there is a great concern. There's a lot of children in the area. There's the CTA is used to go to school for a lot of the high school students and a lot of families during the morning hours. And so there's 2 stops there. There's the California stop and the Western stop. I think that needs to be taken into account as well on the second provision. So there's a tremendous amount of concern here. Other shelters that we've seen that we've heard about most recently that went into place did survey the community. And again, I understand that's not meeting the requirements here, but that certainly was not taken into account here in this particular process. I live a block and a half away. I did not get a flyer. I first learned about this because I went to a safety meeting about what's going on in the community. So we have a tremendous amount of concerns because of that.
Let's go with you.
My name is Sarah Gauna. I live at 1700 South Washtenaw, and I come as a concerned parent. They've mentioned all their stores and all the places. And if you look at a map, number 1, there's 3 elementary schools within 4 to 5 blocks of where they're wanting to build this place. And to me, I completely and totally understand what they're doing, and I respect what they're trying to do. But this would be the 3rd homeless shelter within a 1.5 mile radius of this place. So a 30-minute walk to the Sacramento, or not the Sacramento, the Harrison in California, the Loomis one, this would be a 3rd one, bringing the homeless capacity in our area to almost 400 people, which is a lot for a community to have to carry. And I love what they're doing, and I appreciate it. I just don't think that this community can support that many more people. Because that's a lot. And I recognize what they're doing, and I just wish that they could find a different location so that this one community wouldn't have to support the 400 people.
So I do have a question. So we heard testimony that the ward had received 900 calls seeking shelter requests in the past year. Do you have a position about the solution to homelessness being housing? Do you think that this, the correlation of the number of calls that are coming in with requests for housing in the ward, in the immediate vicinity, that this has the potential not to bring additional?
Well, I don't understand how the calls could be. So it could be the same person calling every day. So it's not just because you're getting 900 calls doesn't mean that that's 900 people. So it could be me calling every single day saying I need someplace. I'm one person who's calling every day. So yes, I understand the 900 calls, but prove to me that that's 900 people calling versus 5 people calling every day. Or a family of 4 saying, if you call them every day, they'll, do something. So there's no proof as to I see them out there. I understand. Like, I honestly and truly understand. And I know that they're doing something great. I just don't think our community could absorb any more to the capacity that they're putting us at. And the schools, I am very concerned about the schools.
Thank you. You had something additional you wanted to say?
Yes, I did want to add something. So as an unhoused person myself, since November till approximately May, because I gave up, I called 3 times a day for shelter as a woman, a single woman, victim of domestic violence. And there's no shelters available every single day, I was told. And I called 3 times a day. I called first thing in the morning at 7 a.m. I called right at shift change that they had for the domestic violence hotline. And I called at night every single day, 3 times a day from November to about May. Maybe I slowed down a little bit around April, around that time, because I was discouraged that there wasn't anything there as a single woman, that I do not have my children living in a little village. I would like to add, in addition to the comments about the gangs, me working as a organizer, I come into contact daily with my community, including the gangs. And to clear up what is going on that specific area, it's actually a borderline of 3 gangs: the Latin Kings, the Satan Disciples, and the Insane Deuces. There is extreme violence that occurs, especially this past weekend, where we witnessed Little Village on fire everywhere. That the police was out in militant style and had very, very little deterrent on crowds gathering. Now, the proposal of 120 new men, not from the community, gangs, not just one gang, but 3 gangs encountering them, will come with a gang check. Where you from? Where you from? Throw down this gang sign. Do this. And if that is not responded in immediate with respect that they expect and the results that they do, which sometimes they do what's called false flagging, asking them to throw the other opposing sign, but it's actually theirs, and then engaging in acts of violence, that most definitely will increase, because it is new and constant new men that are definitely, they're out in violence, they're seeking other people that would look in opposition. And not that any of these men that are here look like anything, they don't have to. It just has to be somebody new in the neighborhood. We have seen the increased violence happen with asylum seekers that do not even speak English, that is happening to them. They don't even know the culture here, and it is happening to them. And that has increased, so much. And the police respond, as the community meetings that I attend to, we're short police. We are short police every single day. We want to do so much for Little Village, but guess what? North Lawndale is a little bit more on fire than you guys, so we're over here focusing our attention over here. And that is literally what we hear in meetings, and we know, we understand it, we witness it. But if you're proposing 120 new men into this community where there is the gangs the way that they are, I can guarantee you that their safety is not guaranteed.
Okay. What would you like to add?
Okay, I have something for you. So we have also the issue of the company of the movies, the movie company, you know, where they film, Scene Space. So I'm gonna add something for you for the actual, you know, things that you said. So we have, I don't know how many times a week, black the street completely around the blacks because they are filming. People cannot even park. People cannot even go into inside their houses because they stop you because they have security. So that's gonna, you know, they film on 21st Street. They film on Rockwell. They film in Whipple, right? Washington, 21st. So it's already a lack of parking space because those companies are always filming several times a week.
Okay, and you're saying that
I'm saying that you are adding even more movement to the street, more cars, than the ones that we already have with that company. Because I mean, they can testify to that. Our streets are always black because they're filming, and they're filmed for days, and they black like the entire blacks. Not only one street, blacks. And I have an issue with that, and that's related to the zoning, I guess, right?
Okay. Did you, all right, okay, all right.
Emphasize that the traffic situation is, again, a real concern for the statements that were just made. But again, that 21st Street is a corridor that connects the community from Western on the east side to our community on the western side of Western. And I truly think there's going to be some real traffic concerns that should be taken into account. And again, I must emphasize, I see families and kids walking through the viaduct and they use that area as a corridor to go shopping at Pete's, which is one of the few areas, that area has shopping for a lot of community members in our community, but also outside our community. So they come in from Lawndale, North Lawndale, and so on and so forth.
Okay, okay. Okay, all right, sir, anything new? We've heard notice, we've heard traffic, we've heard crime, safety.
I'll do my best. My name is Michael Keating. I live at 2638 West 21st Place. I'm a 21-year resident of that neighborhood. I'm also involved in the CAPS program. I'm the general district individual regarding the entire CAPS program for that area. So I'm very involved and speak to a lot of people in that community. In terms of adverse impact in a residential neighborhood, which has to be emphasized, this is a residential neighborhood with families and children, that we would have more people here, but as it's a working neighborhood, people cannot make these meetings. And they most certainly cannot make a meeting at City Hall. There have been comments regarding the cooperation with the community, which we obviously disagree with. Also with the business community, I realize that this isn't accurate because I have gone up and down and spoken to each business that is along Cermak, and they all strongly oppose this. There's been talk that council may have discussed this with Pete's corporate. However, they did not discuss it with the general manager or the people that actually work in the Pete's store, which will be directly behind this shelter for 120 individual men. In terms of cooperation with the 10th District Police Department, I've had personal conversations with Commander William Buntecorp. He was not consulted or informed
Objection.
of this.
So again, just because that person is not here, so what you're saying is basically an out-of-court state. It's called hearsay.
I understand what hearsay is.
So just stick to what you can tell us about your own personal knowledge.
My personal knowledge is that The police department has not been informed regarding this. And the Franciscans believe that it doesn't show a true community involvement or communication if that communication at this point has not existed. The community is strongly opposed to this, and the neighbors are very opposed to this. And they're going to continue to oppose and publicly protest this matter because there is not any community support regarding this. And for what has been stated is that for these shelters to thrive, there has to be community support. And there isn't that in this neighborhood.
Okay. Since I did it for the supporters, so I've got 1, 2, 3. I count 7 objectors. Are there anybody else? Is there anybody else here in objection to this matter, just for the record? Okay, seeing none. All right, let's go back. We're going to go back to you for rebuttal, and then we will hear from Alderman Sigcho Lopez and then a very brief closing from.
Just the alderman might want
Do
to.
you want to speak now, Alderman, or do you want to wait until the end? Okay, let's go to the alderman now.
Thank you. And I think all the feedback, and I appreciate the important conversation, especially when it comes to quality of life issues. I always look at policy on how it affects the most vulnerable, children, seniors, unhoused residents, populations that are truly neglected. And I think what you hear today is the result of trauma because of the historic disinvestment in our communities. And we are going to address that. So first, I think it's important as elected officials to look at the evidence. I understand emotions, I understand frustration, but more than anything else, especially in these days of fake news and all these unfortunate narratives that dehumanizes others, I do always believe that elected officials have the responsibility to look at evidence-based solutions to improve the quality of life of our constituents. So let me actually read you a letter from the principal on Finkel Elementary that is actually 2 blocks away or 3 blocks away from the proposed location. And I hope that you allow me to read the letter in the entirety because it is extremely, I know that you all receive a copy, but I do like to see just real life situations because again, I do want to make sure that the voices of the people that I represent are truly represented here. This letter was dated today and the principal shared this letter with urgency. William Finkel Academy, located at the border of Pilsen and Little Village, initially unclaimed by either neighborhood, was neglected for many years. It was never in the interest of administrations, both school and political, to create true change for the well-being. It is a letter.
It's a letter, so we're going to let the letter into the record.
Yeah, the letter is already in the record. And then, yeah, and before, because I know that there are things, unfortunately, objections here, for the record, also the reason why I was notified the Little Village Community Council is because on September 12th, I received a letter from Ricardo Mesa, an attorney, that decided that there is a dispute and it prohibits Mr. Baltazar to identify himself as president of the organization, for the record. Let me continue. In the last 10 years, we've seen a drastic transition where the sun has rising again over our second home. Finkel Academy was losing scholars, parents, and community members throughout 2018. From supporting almost 400 scholars, we ended up losing half of our children. Perhaps it was the lack of an administration that will fight for the safety of the scholars, but not only inside, but outside the school. Aside from gang violence, the biggest concern from parents and scholars was their commute to and from school. Finkel services scholars that live from 26th and California to Western Avenue. In order for scholars to arrive at school, they must cross through the viaduct located on 23rd Street. However, it became a homeless encampment in the mid-2010s. The crossing of scholars and parents was almost impossible. since since where the tents people were sleeping occupied all the space of the street. The problems didn't just stop there. The situation worsened over the next couple of years. Shortly before the pandemic, homeless began to seen and camping inside the school campus, outside the main door, on the benches, and around the school grounds. Inside the gardens, feces and remains of illegal substances began to be seen. The school administration at the time did what they could do to try to put an end to these problems. The problem was so great that the benches made for children were removed from in front of the building to prevent the homeless from sleeping on them on nights and even weekends. It is true that the homeless have the rights, but the city cannot neglect the encampments that have been built all around the school, which gave food for thought. It seemed that the safety of our children and families was not at the top of their list. Although there were several reports made by the administration and parents, no alderman wanted to charge neither Pilsen nor Little Village. In March 2021, Finco had a change of administration. The now principal, Nancy Quintana, took the position of interim principal. Still with the pandemic restriction and only a third of scholars with in-person classes, she got to work from the beginning. With the help of the 25th Ward Office and Alderman Byron Cicho Lopez, who offered his full support to assist the needs of the school, they achieved a great change. In the summer of that same year, Principal Quintana, Alderman Cicho Lopez, and Jadine Chow, Chief of Safety and Security, provided economic aid, housing, IDs, and drug rehabilitation and counseling. Though these measures were unable to resettle this group of people, where they will be better off ensuring a safe path for school families and their entire community. With the cleaning of the viaduct on 23rd Street, Principal Quintana promoted the arrival of Safe Passage to reinforce the scholars' safety when walking to and from the school. Under this program, we will have workers who are key points of the day campus and support scholars were entering and leaving school. Today, just over 3 years since this change occurring on 23rd Street, it can be said that Finco Academy has flourished again. Scholars enrollment has increased. In fact, this year, school families who decided to leave the 2018 to 2020 have returned. We have more parent volunteers active in the building. There are more programs and activities after school and on weekends. We as a school feel comfortable that our scholars walk to school and pass through this viaduct. This little piece of Chicago has marked a before and after the history of our school. And when we walk 23rd Street, you can see illuminated viaducts, full of street art from the Finkel Tigers and teachers. It was thanks to this collaboration between great leaders such as the principal, the vice principal, the alderman, and the school administration that is possible, and we want to continue this collaboration. What I mentioned here, it is because when we talk about the safety of our children, we already have people unhoused all over the 23rd Street viaduct. People that need to have resources need to be housed. That is the best way to address the quality of life conditions of our neighborhood. I understand the frustrations and the preferential treatment that people may feel. And I'll tell you that in Old Town, there are also shelters that have quality services just as the one that we are providing and we are proposing. I urge us as a community to do not fall for the misinformation. I tell you that we have not neglected the issue of safety. So to all the residents that came in here to discuss the safety conditions of the block, I am very familiar with them. We have phone trees with some of the same residents who are here testifying against it. And we also are providing the spaces to discuss the proper issues at hand. I tell you that when it comes to violence, I do think that it is inappropriate to blame unhoused residents for these issues, and it's dehumanizing to relate one issue with another. And I tell you, I invite every resident because we want to make sure that everybody has a voice. As I said, these notifications are not even required, as the members of the Zoning Board of Appeals have said. As an office, we take pride to make sure that residents know of every proposal that come in front of us. And we want to make sure that in August, we notified immediately the residents about this proposal. I understand the frustration and I understand the emotions that come with this. And also I invite people to be proactive to improve the quality of life of our residents. So on Monday, immediately, we're inviting our residents to come to our office and discuss the safety issues proactively with the violence prevention teams on 1900 Southwestern. a new office for violence prevention and violence intervention that is going to work with the Chicago Department of Public Health to address the root causes of violence. We are also being proactive at reopening. On October 28th, we are going to reopen a mental health clinic that for years has been needed in our community and is going to be reopening on 17th and Ashland, so when people can receive treatment and no more trauma. I also would like to make sure that we understand the needs of creating housing. We need housing all over the city. And again, as the chair of the housing committee, I do think that it's important to lead by example. I am not here on a popularity contest. I am here to do what's right, what is fair. And poor people have rights just like everybody else. And I will represent my constituents with the dignity and respect. I do object when our community doesn't have the self-determination of the case. And I encourage those members of the council to also support our efforts to bring training programs, to bring childcare facilities, to bring investment to housing that is, again, on the next agenda of finance on October 2nd. I am going to be proactive on pushing for investment in our neighborhood, but I do not agree with dehumanizing poor people. I not once have seen guns or high caliber guns in unhoused residents. I do know where our young people are at because of this investment in our neighborhood, the issues that we face, the historic neglect. And we are going to tackle that, and we must tackle it as a community. I do beg residents to work proactively to address the quality of life that we need to improve by investing in our neighborhood. I mourn the death of people every day. Just a month ago, there was the death of the captain of the soccer team in Benito Juarez, a family that I know personally, a family that I committed to make sure that we ensure the safety of every child. All children are all ours, and every single resident in our community matters. Unhoused, documented or not, in the meetings, in the community meetings that we have had, and if there was any disrespect or anything, we have always asked that we have translations, and we will continue to ensure that we have proper notice. Again, this was not a requirement. And again, the reason why I have not notified an organization is because there was an order court that also warned my office not to notify individuals who do not represent organizations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alderman. All right, at this time, we are going back to the applicant for brief rebuttal, brief closing.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your attention, members of the board. You have heard people want to be heard. They want to have the opportunity to give input. And the applicant has committed through the initial community engagement process to do that and to offer the opportunity for ongoing communication through the alderman's office and through various platforms. However, for purposes of today's special use application that is before you, the applicant has satisfied the legal notice requirements that are required in order for due process to take place before this board. We did go above and beyond what is required for today's hearing. The community meetings that took place, many of them did have translation services. So, but we hear people want to be heard, and that's important. The legal requirements have been satisfied. You have heard comments about safety concerns in the area. Remarks were made about drug use, prostitution, carjacking, and gang violence. And as we presented in our case in chief, those are issues that are unrelated to the homeless shelter. The homeless shelter will be a resource to the community, and there is a demonstrated need for this resource in the area. You heard remarks about traffic safety concerns. The project is located in a transit-served location. It's not anticipated to have a high volume of vehicles visiting the site. The people who will be clients or guests are unlikely to own personal automobiles. You heard testimony that the police department has not been informed. To the contrary, Superintendent of Police has been informed of this proposal. The Deputy Mayor of Public Safety, Gary Gatewood, is informed of this proposal and is collaborating with the 25th Ward on a comprehensive block-by-block approach to addressing community safety issues in the area. You heard testimony regarding the conditions at the viaduct. And again, you heard from our case in chief that the shelter will be a resource center that will help to address the pre-existing conditions and concerns at the viaduct. You heard in the objector's statements that there is concern about bringing 120 new people into the community, and we just want to clarify that the annex shelter is a 70-bed facility. The new facility will be 120 beds, so they are not bringing 120 new people into the community, but are expanding the facility in order to serve the community needs, and that it was by design and intentional. I think that we have addressed all of the rebuttal points, and we exhaustively provided testimony addressing the special use standard, so we'll rest unless there are any questions for the witnesses.
Are there any questions from the board? I think we've heard a lot on this. I appreciate everyone's input, the supporters, the objectors, the aldermen. Thank you, everyone, for coming. We're going to take this under advisement. All right, at this time, I move that we take a 10-minute recess. Commissioner Brooks seconds, Commissioner Soto.
Yes.
Commissioner Staley.
Yes.
Commissioner Schiller. Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
I vote yes. We're in recess for 10 minutes.
I promise this is just.
Yeah, we might as well. Mhm. All right, I move that we reconvene this meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Commissioner Brooks seconds, Commissioner Soto,
Yes.
Commissioner Staley,
Yes.
Commissioner Schiller, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
I vote yes, and we are back. Victor, call the next case. Commissioner Schiller, did you want to put something on the record?
Yes, I've just been informed that in 2019, the social equity application to the state, that my son was involved as an attorney in that application. But I also do know for a fact that that was for the application in order to be able to get considered to be in the lottery for in the state for a cannabis dispensary application license. I'm also quite confident, to my knowledge, that he has not represented the applicant here in anything that has to do with the city, in any of the things that occurred after the lottery was accomplished. So it's a completely different story. And I am also confident that I can be impartial in this situation, and therefore I just want to put it on the record that I'm aware of that, but that I have nothing, that he had nothing to do with anything that is before us today or has represented this client in any other manner regarding this application.
Okay, with that, I am going to, well, let me just ask you one question, Commissioner Schiller. Do you believe that you can be impartial in this matter?
I do. Yes.
Okay. All right, I'm going to go ahead and read the department's recommendation with regard to calendar number 20923S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends denial of the proposed adult use cannabis dispensary. The proposed cannabis dispensary does not comply with all applicable standards of the Chicago zoning ordinance, as the proposed cannabis dispensary is located approximately 480 feet from a school, Guidepost Montessori, located at 226 East Illinois Street. Reference Exhibit 1, letter dated September 12, 2024, from Stephen Gaudino, head of school for Guidepost Montessori, with excerpts of curriculum scope, and Exhibit 2, a map showing distance between 620 North Fairbanks Court and 226 East Illinois Street properties, which is in direct violation of Section 17-9-0129-3. This section prohibits adult use cannabis dispensaries from being located within 500 feet of any school. Based on the foregoing, it is the department's recommendation that the proposal to establish a cannabis dispensary be denied, as it does not comply with all applicable standards of the Chicago zoning ordinance. All right, with that, would everyone planning to testify please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? I do. Thank you very much. Just so everybody knows, we're going to start with the applicant. They're going to put on their case in chief. All of their witnesses will testify. If there are any supporters, we will go to the supporters. And then at that time, we will then turn over to the objectors, who will be able to voice the basis of your objection. If you have any questions for any of the applicant's witnesses, you'll have the opportunity to ask those questions at that time. Once that is complete, we are going to go back to the applicant for a brief rebuttal and closing. Okay? So with that, Counselor, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, my name is Jim Banks. I'm an attorney with the law offices of Samuel Banks, located at 221 North LaSalle Street. And Chairman and members, I'm here with my colleague and partner, Nick Fatikas, who's sitting directly behind me. And we are here on behalf of the applicant, which is GP Greenhouse LLC. Chairman, if you don't mind me saying, I'm going a little bit out of my normal course, but you read the recommendation of the Department of Planning and Development, which is in complete contrast to what this board decided last month at the appeal. If you recall, we were here appealing the zoning administrator's voiding of our application. And they, the administrator, just to refresh your recollection, the administrator took the position that the subject property was within 500 feet of the Guidepost Montessori, calling it a school. We appealed the zoning administrator's position, and this board agreed with us and reversed the zoning administrator. Now, today, the department's recommendation is based solely on their reaffirmation or reassertion that we're within 500 feet of a school. And they based that on this letter, allegedly by Guidepost, issued by Guidepost Montessori. I can get into that, but it seems to me that that issue was decided by this board. And if they're going to take that issue up, the proper setting would have been to appeal that to circuit court, not to take the position of recommending denial in front of this board again. It seems like it's the proverbial 2 bites at an apple. And again, I'll take your direction on how to attack that or approach that or deal with that.
As you might recall from last month, I was wondering if this was going to come up or not. And you know here's my take on it. Because I have the decision right in front of me, and in paragraph 10 of the decision, we decided, based on the files, records, and hearings in this case, the ZBA finds that there was not sufficient evidence presented to the ZBA to determine that Guidepost is a school under the Chicago zoning ordinance. So I see it a little bit differently. It's not that we determined that it was not a school, it's that we determined there was not sufficient evidence presented for us to make that determination that it was. So I don't see it as collateral estoppel. I certainly think it's not res judicata. I think the issue is ripe before us. So that is one of the hurdles that I think you need to overcome in this hearing.
Well, okay, but again, that's a condition precedent to us being before you on the special use.
Well, you still have to comply with all applicable standards of the zoning ordinance.
Absolutely.
And one of those is can't have a school within 500 feet.
Absolutely. Would you prefer that I address that issue now?
Well, let's do something that's a little bit. I'm going to be a little bit unorthodox here too,
Sure.
because I kind of want to get to the meat and potatoes of this as well. I just want to turn just to the objectors for a second, just to get a sense of what the objection is. And maybe we can start with Alderman Hopkins' office. Sir, could you state your name and role, please?
Yeah, certainly. Brian Pelrine, Aldermanic Staff Assistant to Alderman Hopkins.
Okay. And since you're sitting on the side of the objectors, I'm assuming that the alderman is in opposition to this?
That is correct.
Okay. And what is just the basis, just briefly?
Multiple. Briefly, one, Guidepost Montessori is in fact a school. And we have supplied substantially more evidence of that since the decision made last month. Two, there is a major traffic concern given the storefront's location and lack of parking and the fact that the curb lane is a traffic lane. And three, Well, this is related to the school part of it too, which is not something that came up previously, but the city's own liquor commission has considered it a school and has made a nearby restaurant applying for an incidental liquor license get a, it's called a letter, what's it called? It's called the distance reduction letter because they're within 100 feet.
Okay.
So we wanted to point out that we didn't want the city government to be in conflict with itself on this matter as to whether Guidepost is a school or not.
Okay. All right. So and I'm just briefly summarizing and with the caveat that you're going to, the objectors are going to get the opportunity to expand upon all of this, but I want to see if there's anything else, just as general topics. I've got the school issue, that's obviously an issue, and then I heard traffic, lack of parking is another issue. Is there any other issues that are going to be presented in objection to the application as you sit here right now? And I won't hold you to it, but as you sit here right now, are there any other bases for objections that you might have? Sir, please first state your name and address, please.
My name is Andrew Wahiney, and I'm a resident of 600 North Fairbanks.
Okay.
In addition to what the Alderman's office would bring, I think there are concerns related to public safety, including, the proximity to the hospital and the importance of avenues for ambulances to access. Additionally, as it relates to the ZBA's criteria, I think there'd be an objection against the compatibility with the character of the surrounding area and the site planning, given the downtown exclusion area and its intent and purpose. And I'm sure that my neighbors have others.
Sir, if you state your name and address, please. And again, right now, we're just taking topics.
Sure. Brian Halpin, 680 North Lakeshore Drive. Similar to that, there's also impact on property value, increased correlations with crime, increased impact to neighborhood stability, decay, sentiment decrease in safety and public health and safety, increased access to underage usage. So, I mean, across the board, substantiated with primary research, many concerns.
Okay. Sir?
Mark Lawner, representing 600 North Fairbank Association. Just to supplement, there have been previous traffic reports, which I'm sure the applicant will present, but the facts on the ground are, anybody will recognize, you have FedEx, Amazon, everybody else, vast increases in delivery traffic.
Okay.
And they stop on the street. There's no place.
No, I got that, and I don't mean to cut you off, but I'm just trying to get topics, and we got
Just
traffic.
one other topic. We do have the fact that we have a hotel down the street for illegal immigrants or bona fide immigrants, but there has been a rise of crime in that alleyway.
All right,
It's
we've
noticeable.
got public safety crime.
Perfect.
Okay.
But I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, so, oh, we got another hand here. Yes, sir, if you could state your name and address, please.
Delansky, 161 East Chicago Avenue. Just one different aspect of safety is on the street in front of the dispensary on Ontario. Over 50 ambulances a day have to go up that street to make this strange turnaround to come back down around in there. And more traffic on that street than there's already there is going to cause perhaps the loss of life.
And somebody did say ambulance access, so I've wrote that down already. So again, anything new? Just topics. Yes, please state your name and address, please.
Beth Padera, 230 East Ontario. Beth Padera, 230 East Ontario Street. My comments will be around criteria 1, that it complies with the applicable standards of the Chicago zoning ordinance related to the signage on the front of the property from the time the application was filed, as well as the compliance with the Illinois Cannabis Regulation and Tax Act, which are both required by the Chicago zoning ordinance.
Okay. All right, you heard all of the topics. It's more than just, is it a school or not? So as far as how you want to proceed, I'll leave it up to you, but I would certainly make sure that you hit all of the topics
Yes, sir.
that were addressed. And, I think, getting to those issues, let's get right to the heart of it.
Okay. I would like to, obviously, the Department of Planning and Development has issued their recommendation. It is sort of the elephant in the room, or it was. I would like to go through that issue myself, if that's okay with you,
Sure.
Chairman. So, if I may, the department issued its recommendation to deny the special use, and they based that on a letter from a Guidepost dated September 12th, 2024, signed, ostensibly signed by a Stephen Gaudino, head of school. I don't believe this individual is here today. I don't believe he's signed in. If that's the case, then I would object to the letter as being hearsay. It is being offered for the truthfulness, the accuracy that Guidepost is a school. Obviously, I can't cross-examine a letter. I'll go through the letter if you'd like, as far as what points are raised. But again, for the record, I would say that this is hearsay and
So,
should not be used.
so, this is always a little interesting in the zoning board. I'm gonna deny or overrule your objection. It's a basis upon which DPD has made its decision. They're going to be able to speak to that, but so you can cross-examine DPD on the decision that they've made. But it's one of those things where, you know, on both sides, a lot of times we have letters that we consider, whether it's in support of an application or in denial, and they're not always here. The bigger problem that I have is when we're dealing with somebody just saying, well, I spoke to so-and-so and he said this, and I don't allow that, but when it comes to the letters, I'm going to let it in, and certainly you can attack the weight of it, you can attack it in any way you see fit, and we will consider that, because I do think that, you know, it's an issue. If the person is not here, that's a problem. So attack it as you see fit.
Thank you. And again, I would like my objection on the record. I understand you overruled me.
It is, yes, it is in the record.
Thank you. Well, then I'll go and discuss the letter. First of all, Chairman, I actually think this letter is very interesting because I think it supports our position last month that in fact Guidepost Montessori is not a school, and it endorses your decision, your board's decision, that Guidepost Montessori is not a school. The letter starts out, in response to questions about Guidepost Montessori, et cetera, et cetera. Well, what were the questions? Who asked those questions? When were those questions asked? The letter refers to, second paragraph, that the facility, the Guidepost Montessori facility, the children in the facility are infants, toddlers, preschoolers. Goes on to say that they also serve over 30 children at kindergarten and elementary levels. Well, okay. First of all, kindergarten is considered daycare or nursery school, so that's not elementary education. How many of those kindergarten and elementary level of the 30? Is it 1? Is it 29? Again, I can't ask any questions.
Do you
'cause the
think it
person's not
matters?
here.
I mean, if let's say they got one third grader.
Well,
Do you-
my point is, Chairman, and I will get to the Bailey case, when you apply the facts and use the Bailey criteria, it is immaterial, frankly. And it would go to the fact that if there are any older children here, that would be incidental to the primary use, which is that of a daycare. So again, I point that out, it's in the letter. And then they go on and they talk about in the last full paragraph that the curriculum is essentially endorsed by AMIUSA. Well, AMIUSA is Association Montessori International. So what this letter is saying is that the Montessori is a self-regulating, self-accrediting institution. It's a private institution. This letter does not in any way talk about that they are providing what's defined in the zoning ordinance, a state mandated basic education. It's talking about their own program, meaning the Montessori program. That's, I believe, what's attached to this letter is similar to what was attached and presented by the zoning administrator last month, which is essentially their website, Montessori's website. And it goes to the general nature of the Montessori program. Again, this is a for-profit institution, the company, the Montessori company. This letter does not do anything to further the position that Montessori is a school. There's no new information offered in this letter that was dated September 12th. Now, and I hate to be redundant, and I know we went through this ad nauseum last month.
I appreciate the refresher.
Okay.
Been a
Well,
lot of
that's
cases.
refreshing.
It's been a lot of cases since then. So.
I get it, I get it. So, Chairman, last month, we presented what we believe is the controlling case law on this issue, which is Bailey versus the Illinois Liquor Control Commission. And I think what's happened with this guidepost letter is it essentially puts Guidepost Montessori in the shoes of Bailey. And what was going on, and I'll be brief in summarizing the Bailey case, but Bailey was a daycare business facility. This is an Illinois case. And right next door, a liquor license was applied for, and it was granted. And Bailey appealed and contested that, saying that, oh no, you can't issue a liquor license there because we're a school. So the issue before the court essentially was, what is a school? And the Bailey case relied on several cases, referenced several cases. One of the cases it relied on, another Illinois case, Pazikel, which is a similar case, and I'll read the court's findings on this. Essentially, the court said the court noted that the center was licensed as a daycare center, and that a daycare center, quote unquote, can be with or without stated educational purposes. And what happened here is the court is saying that just because there are some educational purposes, there are some educational curriculum, that does not make that facility a school. So merely calling an institution a school, a child a student, et cetera, does not make either one of those. Another case that the court relied on, that the Bailey court relied on, was the not an Illinois case, but a Pennsylvania case, Lunder versus Friednash, 38 Colorado App 350. It's in your Bailey case that we submitted last month. I have another one today if you'd like it.
I'll take it.
And in this case, Chairman, again, a daycare center that was located within 300 feet of a liquor license. And the court here found that the daycare center was not a school. And it pointed out that although the director of the daycare center testified that she thought that she taught during the course of the day and that she had a curriculum for the center, the curriculum was not issued to the daycare center by the local school district or the State Board of Education. Those cases lead into essentially the Bailey standards. And in the conclusion of the Bailey case, the court says that the daycare center is not a school, quote unquote, under section 611A. Its principal function is that of a daycare center. It's open 12 hours a day, 5 days a week. It serves children 6 weeks to 6 years old. It holds itself out as a daycare center in its corporate filings and business license, and it's monitored by DCFS. While one component of its business is teaching preschool, at the time of the hearing, the daycare center was not, quote, funded directly by the Illinois State Board of Education, and it's not recognized or accredited as a school by the Illinois State Board of Education. Chairman, this is directly on point. Our Montessori, Guidepost Montessori fits in the exact shoes, in the exact place of the daycare center in Bailey. Guidepost Montessori is licensed, as you may recall, hopefully the board recalls, is licensed by the city of Chicago as a daycare. It's also registered and licensed by the state of Illinois under the Department of Children and Family Services, DCFS, as a daycare. There are no fixed attendance at Montessori. A child could attend in September and not attend in October, et cetera. It is it's private, but it's a for-profit institution. The curriculum is not dictated by the Illinois State Board of Ed, or for that matter, the Chicago Board of Education. It's dictated by itself, by the Montessori system. So it clearly does not fit into the definition as espoused by the Bailey case that it's a school. So again, when you apply the facts, our facts, to the facts in Bailey, I believe it's on all fours, so to speak. It's the exact situation that the court looked at in Bailey. So again, I would, our position, applicant's position, is that this is not, we are not we're not missing, or we're not compliant with the standards for a special use, the first standard. I believe that's what the department is getting at. Again, I could keep talking about Bailey if you'd like, but I'm trying to condense this as much as possible. Again, nothing in this letter that Guidepost issued indicates that it is providing a state-mandated basic education, and we talked about it last month. Nothing in this letter indicates that they are providing that.
And that's in the definition in the zoning ordinance.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
Right, right.
So, and I know we went back and forth a little bit about that last month.
Yeah.
But again, I'm just referring to this letter that was issued on September 12th. There's nothing that enhances or helps the case that they are a school. And I agree, they may have a curriculum. They may have I assume they have a great curriculum. They have a great reputation. But it's not state mandated. They're not regulated. They're not licensed, et cetera, by the, and I know you don't have to be licensed by the Illinois State Board of Ed. I know it's optional, but they chose to be licensed as a daycare center by the city of Chicago and by the state of Illinois DCFS. So they made that choice. And I believe last month also, Chairman, we did point out that there are several other Montessori schools in the city of Chicago that are in fact registered with the Illinois State Board of Ed. So it would not be uncommon for them to have registered with the Board of Education had they thought they were a school.
Right now, we're in the applicant's case. Oh. Okay, can we get his mic?
Sorry to interrupt. We do have a parent here who would like to testify. I think that would rebut a number of the statements that were just made, and unfortunately, she does need to leave soon, so I just wanted to put that to your attention.
Who is that? Okay,
But that doesn't go to this letter. Unless, I'll object, because unless this parent is part of Guidepost Montessori, part of management, how could she testify, or he, I don't know if it was a man or a woman, how
Right.
could she testify to this letter?
Right. Well, are you a parent?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, just 1 second, because I'm thinking of process right now.
She clearly can't testify to the letter.
No, I agree, she cannot testify on behalf of Guidepost Montessori, but she can testify to her knowledge as a parent.
Okay.
That, and due to the time constraint that she has, I'm going to allow her to get her testimony in, and I'm going to allow you to cross-examine her if you so desire, and then we're going to go back to you to put your case on.
Okay.
But let's do this. All right. So, ma'am, if you could state your name and address, please.
Sure. Safa Estimate, 240 East Illinois Street.
Did you get that? Yeah.
Safa Estime, 240 East Illinois Street.
Could you spell your name, please?
Estime is the last name.
Get it? Okay. Okay. All right. Please, please state what you want to state.
Sure. So I've been in Streeterville for 17 years. I'm a physician at Northwestern, and I'm a parent to 3 kids, 2 of which attend Montessori, the Guidepost Montessori, since its inception in 2018. I agree they started with the lower ages, but as they have grown, they have increased capacity and increased the ages. My oldest is 7 years old and is in 2nd grade in Montessori. The reason why we have chosen to stay there as opposed to going to CPS, which we had the option 2 years ago, is because of the enhanced curriculum and the Montessori method of education that is well known. That is why we chose to stay and why my son is in that school instead of CPS. CPS starts at kindergarten. If you count the kindergarten as part of schools, which is what all of CPS does, there are about 20 kids in Montessori that are considered kindergarten and 11 kids that are from grades 1 to 3. And the reason why it's not considered a school is because they're a private institution. Of course, every private school has their choice of how they would like to educate their children. They still go through standardized tests. My son takes the CPS yearly exams, just like all the other kids, but that doesn't make him not a school. The curriculum, we chose to stay in that school because of the unique curriculum that comes with the Montessori method, which is a well-known educational method that is exceptional, and that's why we decided to stay. We could have easily gone to CPS, but we decided to stay, and he's now in 2nd grade and thriving.
Okay. Anything else?
Nope, other than that, I have other things to say, but from the school perspective, that's all I have.
Okay. Counselor, do you want to cross-examine the witness since it sounds like she has a time constraint? I'm sorry, sir.
Chairman, no, I would just, I don't think I need to cross-examine
Okay.
that
Okay.
lady. But I
Okay.
would point out that nothing that was said changes the primary function of the Montessori. The primary function is that of a daycare, period. And again, getting back to Bailey, Bailey points out what is the primary purpose of the institution, i.e. the daycare center. You could have students, you could have quote-unquote students, you could have education that's incidental to the primary purpose of being a daycare. And that's been our assertion, and that was our assertion last month. Last month, it's our assertion today. It's clear, again, I hate to be redundant, but it's clear. It's licensed as a daycare. Prima facie evidence. It's a daycare. They chose to register as a daycare. They chose to register with the state of Illinois, with DCFS as a daycare versus the Illinois State Board of Ed. As was pointed out, these children, as they go along, they test to keep moving along. They test out of their area or their quote-unquote grade versus a State Board of Education or City Board of Ed school where you continue to matriculate from year to year, grade to grade. So it's clear per the Bailey case that the primary purpose of Guidepost Montessori is that of a daycare, not a school.
Okay, continue.
Chairman, I think I'm done with this school issue. If you would like me to continue, or if you have questions, if you want to take.
Yeah, maybe on the issue of school, not a school, does the board have any questions for the applicant?
No.
Okay, I think you can continue.
Okay. If it should, obviously, I'm here to answer. We're here
Sure,
to
I mean,
answer.
if something comes up, and it may, so, but at the moment, there's no questions.
So if I can, if I may, I'd like to move on to essentially our case in chief here.
Yeah.
And I did point out that I am, along with my partner, Nick Fatikas, here on behalf of the applicant, which is GP Greenhouse LLC. The applicant is leasing, for the record, the ground floor retail space at the subject property, which is located at 620 North Fairbanks Court. And he is proposing to locate and establish an adult-use cannabis dispensary within that space. In order to permit the dispensary use, the applicant is here seeking a special use, again, in order to locate and establish that adult-use cannabis dispensary. We have 5 primary witnesses this afternoon, Chairman. On behalf of the applicant is Eamon Haswa. On behalf of the property owner, Lincoln Schatz, our security consultant, Daniel Farrell, our traffic consultant, Michael Worthman, our land planning consultant, George Kissel, and our MAI designated appraiser, Terrence O'Brien. We also have available to testify Mr. Ahmed Shaban, who is a member of the applicant team. He's the social equity component of the applicant team. We also have our project architect, Bill Kokali, is here. They're here to answer questions, should it come up. If I may, I'd like to call our first witness.
Please do.
Thank you. Mr. Haswa, if you please state your name and address for the record.
Eamon Haswa, 363 East Wacker Drive, Chicago, Illinois, 60601.
And you are a co-owner and the acting CEO of the applicant, which is GP Greenhouse LLC?
Yes,
And GP Greenhouse LLC intends to operate the proposed adult-use cannabis dispensary located at 620 North Fairbanks. Is that correct?
yes,
And GP Greenhouse is a social equity applicant under the terms of the state statute?
yes,
Ownership of the company is made up of persons who have been negatively impacted by a prior cannabis-related offense.
yes, that's correct.
And that has allowed GP Greenhouse to qualify and then obtain conditional approval from the state of Illinois. Is that correct?
Yes,
And you've been brought in to help the applicant set up and manage the day-to-day operations of the dispensary. Is that correct?
yes,
You personally have been in the cannabis industry for the past 10 years.
it's over a decade. Yes, over a decade.
And you are currently operating 2 dispensaries in the state of Ohio, is that right?
Yes,
And you've been involved in the local cannabis industry again since, let's call it 2020, 2021.
2020 here in Illinois, yes.
And that's when recreational cannabis use was legalized.
January 2020.
You and your partner, Mr. Shaban, have planned to open a dispensary in downtown Chicago. It's been your dream now for a few years, is that right?
For a very long time, yes.
Okay. And before we get into the general operations, one of the main reasons you focused on the subject property because it would be the first dispensary in the Streeterville neighborhood. Is that correct?
Yes, it'll be the only dispensary east of State Street.
Okay, so not only the first, but the only dispensary in Streeterville.
Yes, that's correct.
And isn't it true that Streeterville is the most, is obviously a very desirable neighborhood, but it's one of the most dense, mixed-use, both retail and multifamily residential neighborhoods in the city of Chicago?
Yes,
It's also home to Northwestern Hospital as well as the Northwestern University campus.
yes,
And in addition to that, there's all sorts of bars and restaurants and retail stores in the neighborhood.
yes,
And again, currently, the neighborhood is not served by a cannabis dispensary.
that's correct. It is not.
In fact, the closest dispensaries are at least a half a mile away, River North or West Loop. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
So the Streeterville residents must now currently travel over a half a mile or more to purchase legal cannabis, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's an inconvenience to the residents of Streeterville.
Yes,
Is that right? Given the residential density and the mix of retail and institutional uses, you believe that a dispensary will be well supported in this neighborhood. Is that right?
yes,
With respect to the subject site, the lot is 18,000 square feet, the lot that your space is located on, and you're in a 3-story mixed-use building. Is that right?
yes, that's correct.
And other than the subject space, the space that you're proposing to lease, the rest of the building is fully occupied.
Yes, that's correct.
And the tenants in the building include a bar, I believe it's called Bar Restaurant Timothy O'Toole's.
Steel tools.
There's also another Indian restaurant,
Indian Garden,
Indian Garden, and you've also got a Chipotle, and you've got a
Potbelly.
Potbelly's. So you've got some pretty busy businesses in the building.
And Chaz Event Planning,
Okay, that's
another business.
the only business that's not a restaurant, I guess.
Correct.
Okay. Your plans are to convert the currently vacant ground floor unit, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that space had been occupied by the West Egg Restaurant, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And West Egg Restaurant was there for many, many years, is that right?
Over 30 years, from what I understand.
And your plans involve extensive interior renovations to that existing space, is that right?
Yes,
Your proposed dispensary will be operating, you're planning to operate Mondays through Thursdays from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m.? Is that right?
yes,
Fridays and Saturdays from 9 a.m. until 10 p.m.,
yes.
and Sundays from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m.
It's reduced on Sundays, yes.
And those hours are similar or obviously even less than the neighboring tenants, is that correct?
That's correct.
Especially the bars.
Yes,
And you're intending on hiring approximately 20 employees and staff members to help you run this business?
yes, that's correct.
And at any given time, you'll have 10 to 12 of those staff members present at the store.
Yes,
Those employees' roles range from sales associates to inventory and product directors, store managers, et cetera.
yes,
Each of your employees will be trained pursuant to the requirements of the state statute, is that right?
yes,
And that includes going to ongoing professional development and continuing education in the cannabis industry.
yes,
You've also committed to having 2 armed security guards at the dispensary at all hours that it's operating.
during hours of operation, yes.
Okay. And that commitment was made during your community presentations, also meeting with the alderman's office, and that's a commitment that you made to all.
That is correct, yes.
In terms of a typical dispensary transaction, a customer would come to the store and walk in through the main entrance, which you're planning on putting on East Ohio Street. I said Ohio, I apologize, Ontario Street.
Yes,
There's actually a 734 square feet vestibule that's separated from the rest of the dispensary.
yes, that's correct.
And before a customer can get into the dispensary, he will see a person who will take their ID at that point. Is that correct?
Security guard, yes, that's correct.
And that security card will make sure that person trying to get in is not underage, meaning under 21 years of age.
Age of 21, that's correct, yes.
Again, the staff members confirming proper identification, confirming age, et cetera.
Yes,
And to be clear, all this will be done inside the building with at least one of your 2 security guards.
yes,
So it's not happening out on the street, it's happening inside the building.
inside the building, correct.
And assuming that the customer shows the proper identification, they will then be led into the sales room.
Yes,
And from there, the customer will be able to view products, consult with staff, ultimately make their decision on what product they'd like to purchase.
yes, that's correct.
And your business actually contemplates 3 ways for a customer to place their order, is that right?
Yes,
So first of all, a customer can place an order online,
correct.
is that right? And head right to the pre-order pickup area of the store.
Yes,
They can also use the self-order kiosks that are located within the store space,
also correct, yes.
okay? Or they can go in and make an order directly with one of your salespeople,
One of the bud tenders, yes, that's correct.
okay? And after making a purchase, each customer will be directed to leave the dispensary essentially back the way they came in on Ontario Street.
Correct, yes.
Now, the point here is that customers will enter and exit the dispensary through the same control point, which allows you and your security people to better control customer movements, keep the store safe and secure for those inside as well as for those outside. Mr. Haswa, while we obviously want to provide a welcoming and safe environment, is there an average transaction time for customers who go into the store, in your experience?
In my experience, about 3 to 5 minutes, and people place pre-orders online, which most people do. It's even quicker than that.
Okay. And during peak times, I believe peak times in your business, you're believing to be between 4 p.m. and 6 p.m.?
Yes,
And the busiest days of the week are Thursdays through Saturdays?
that's correct.
You're anticipating 50 or so customers an hour during those peak times.
That is correct.
And that's similar to other dispensaries.
Currently today, yes, that's correct.
And given the 700-plus square foot entrance vestibule, and I don't think I asked you, but the actual store space is about 2,000 square feet.
That's about correct.
Okay. You believe that the size of your space is adequate to handle the capacity that you believe will be coming into the store?
Yes,
In fact, the former tenant, the West Egg, they had seating, and I could follow up with Mr. Schatz on this, but as far as you know, they had seating for upwards of 180 people here.
188 was their occupancy.
Okay. And the subject property, okay, and as well, they had an outdoor cafe.
That's correct, yes, they did.
The subject property, however, does not offer any dedicated off-street parking, is that right?
That's correct.
Even though you anticipate a majority of your customers, well, I should ask the question first. Do you anticipate the majority of your customers walking or driving to the store?
Walking, because we're expecting our customers to be, or anticipating our customers to be locals.
Okay. So even though you anticipate those customers walking into the dispensary, you've made arrangements, you've leased 4 parking spaces, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's at 245 East Ohio Street.
Yes, that's
So
correct.
that's just on the other side of the block?
That's correct.
Okay. You've also identified 4 public parking garages within 1 block of the dispensary,
That's correct.
and there's 5 additional lots within a 2-block range of the dispensary.
That's correct.
And that's all in addition to online apps such as Spot Hero and that type of a app.
Yes,
Okay. So people coming into the neighborhood could certainly use the apps to find parking spaces.
ample parking in the area.
Again, we know Streeterville is a dense, very walkable neighborhood. So between the leased parking spaces at 245 East Ohio, the 9 nearby parking lots, your customers who drive to the dispensary will have several parking options, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And of course, this is all in addition to street parking.
Yes, that's correct.
Chairman, we did submit an aerial map showing the 9 parking lots and their proximity to the dispensary. I think you have it in your.
Yes, we do.
Thank you. Mr. Haswell, you've negotiated shared use of the dedicated loading or valet zone with your co-tenant India Gardens, is that right?
That is correct, yes.
And that loading zone is located on East Ontario Street?
Yes, it is.
And the loading zone is actually about 30 feet west of the door to your dispensary.
Main door, yes, that's correct.
And the use of that loading zone will be overseen by your security team during all your hours of operation?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And the loading zone is there, but for 2 hours in the evening, is that right?
That's also correct, yes.
Okay. So again, you've used your best efforts to account for off-street customer parking, and you've even utilized this ability, or I should say, you have the ability to use the loading zone also.
Yes,
You did this to ensure that there's no new significant impact on traffic conditions in the area. Is that right?
yes, that's correct.
And in terms of deliveries to your facility, those activities will occur at the rear of the building. Is that right?
In the alley, the two-lane alley.
Okay, so there is a public alley to the rear or to the west of your building.
Yes, that's correct, to the west.
And this is a quite wide alley. It's 18 feet wide.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and that alley is used by many of your neighboring retail establishments. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So that would be the other tenants in your building. Is that right?
Yes,
As well as some of your neighbors to the west.
yes, correct.
And given that you're dealing with legal cannabis, you have the ability to schedule your product deliveries during non-peak or non-conflict hours of the day.
I do, yes.
And deliveries are typically made by a Sprinter type of a van,
Yes,
not a large delivery truck.
not semis or anything of that nature. It's a Sprinter van, correct?
Mr. Haswhite, your company is prepared to invest over $800,000 in this site. Is that right?
That is correct.
And
yes.
that's to make the improvements to the space, security, et cetera.
Security, betterments and improvements. Yes, that's correct.
You're confident that the local market will support the first legal social equity dispensary in Streeterville. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And Mr. Haswell, it's your understanding that my office has prepared witness statements on your behalf in this matter. Is that correct?
Yes,
And if you were to continue to testify this afternoon, that testimony would be found in those witness statements.
that's correct, yes.
Thank you. Chairman, I have nothing further of this witness.
Okay, next witness.
I can move on. We're going all the way in the corner, Mr. Schatz. Okay, Mr. Schatz, state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Lincoln Schatz. My address is 1239 Wellington Avenue, 60657.
And you're the manager of the Schatz Building LLC, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that LLC owns the subject property, is that correct?
Correct.
And your family has had a long connection to this property going back to the 1940s.
That's correct.
In fact, your father owned a restaurant and in the 40s and operated through the 60s in this building. Is that true?
That's true.
And your dad eventually purchased the building to become essentially his own landlord.
Correct.
More recently, you've taken control of the property and you oversee the tenant leasing and tenant management.
Correct.
And with respect to the subject retail space, we heard from Mr. Haswa that it was previously occupied by a restaurant, the West Egg Cafe.
That's correct.
And the West Egg Cafe, it's my understanding, opened around 1988,
That's correct.
and it continued to operate until the pandemic,
Yes.
and unfortunately had to close.
Yes.
And to be clear, the West Egg operated with a retail food license as well as an incidental liquor license.
That's correct.
It had indoor seating capacity for 188, is that
Yes.
right?
Correct. Yeah.
And it also operated a sidewalk cafe during the summer, spring, summer, the good months.
The good
that
months.
correct?
Correct. Yes.
And over its 30-year run, West Egg developed quite a following in the neighborhood.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, over the 30-year period of time that West Egg was in business, it became a fixture in the neighborhood. It was a popular restaurant. Is that true?
Very much so. Yes.
And it was busy.
Yes. Very busy.
So if you're around for 30 years, you're doing something right, you're successful, you've got a lot of people coming in and out of your space.
Correct.
During that 30-year period, did you ever receive complaints about crowds, the sidewalks being impassable, traffic congestion in front of the space, in front of the building?
No, I never did. No.
So you never had complaints about vehicle traffic,
No.
of that sort? By comparison, it's your understanding that the proposed dispensary will have an occupancy of 91 people. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And again, those 91 people will be completely contained within the subject space.
That's correct.
And it's also your understanding that it'll be staffed, in addition to the salespeople, et cetera, and the managers, by 2 armed guards during all hours of operation.
That's correct.
So is it your position that as the landlord, you believe that this dispensary will operate just like any other retail tenant?
Exactly.
So there's nothing, obviously, this is a regulated and highly regulated product that's being sold, but it's a typical retailer,
That's correct.
and that's how you're looking at this.
Yes.
Thank you. Chairman, I don't have any other questions of Mr. Schatz.
Okay, next witness.
Okay. If I can go on to Mr. Farrell. Mr. Farrell, if you'd please state your name and address for the record.
Daniel Farrell, 3601 West Algonquin, Suite 730, Rolling Meadows, Illinois.
And you are the owner and CEO of Silver Star Protection Group, is that
Yes.
correct? And Silver Star is a security consulting firm, is that right?
Yes,
And you also provide, you're a security service provider.
yes,
And you personally have 10 years of experience in the cannabis industry
yes, I do.
on the security side?
Yes,
And your firm works with various corporate and private security clients, is that true?
yes,
And your firm also provides security for several cannabis dispensaries, is that true?
yes,
And that's both in the city of Chicago as well as the suburbs in the state of Illinois.
we go all the way down to the boot of Illinois.
Okay. So your role in this case has been to oversee and implement the applicant's security plan for the proposed dispensary at 620 North Fairbanks, is that right?
Yes,
And as discussed with Mr. Haswa, your plan locates an armed guard on the inside of the entrance to the building.
yes,
The guard will assist, as was pointed out, in the ID verification process, is that right?
yes,
And that guard would allow eligible customers to come into the business,
yes,
into the dispensary.
correct.
There'll also be a second armed security guard who will be responsible for surveilling the sales room and the areas outside of the entrance.
Yes,
So the vestibule and the front, both the Ontario elevation side of the space as well as the Fairbanks side.
correct.
The guards will also oversee all product deliveries and deposit pickups. Is that correct?
Correct.
And based on the applicant's commitment to the alderman as well to the local community, again, those two armed guards will be there during all hours that the dispensary is open and operating.
Yes,
And for the record, Silver Star ensures all of its guards are certified and properly trained according to the IDFPR, the Illinois Department of Financial and Professional Regulation Standards.
yes,
It also ensures that your guards are qualified to provide both armed as well as unarmed security services within the state of Illinois.
yes,
In addition to the armed guard, the applicant's security plan also calls for the installation of 45 video cameras. Is that correct?
yes,
And those cameras will monitor inside, outside, the entire business, entire space, the entire outside of the space. Is that correct?
yes,
And those cameras are linked with a monitoring system. Is that correct?
correct.
And that's so you'll have 24-hour monitoring of this space.
Correct.
And that's done by your company?
Correct.
Okay. The cameras will also be linked to the City of Chicago's OEMC network and shared with local police whenever the police or authorities need to see those cameras.
Correct.
And you have had discussions with various police officials regarding this operation, is that correct?
Yeah, we met with Commander Hine originally, and he was very comfortable with our plan and wanted to work with us and had no concerns. Unfortunately, or fortunate for him, he was promoted. We met with Captain Koenig recently, and he was comfortable with our security plan and was willing to work with us. We also have met with former Commander Dan O'Shea. He was with the Mag Mile Association. We showed him the security plan. He was comfortable with it as well. He has moved on to Navy Piers at right now.
So with all of this, is it your opinion that the proposed dispensary will operate in a safe and secure manner?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Chairman, that's all questions I have for Mr. Farrell.
Okay.
If I could go on to Mr. Worthman. Raise your hand. You're on. Here.
Okay.
Mr. Worthman, if you'd please state your name and address for the record.
Michael Worthman, offices at 9575 West Higgins Road, Rosemont, Illinois.
And you are a professional engineer, is that right?
Yes,
And you specialize in traffic, transportation, and parking evaluations and consultation.
yes, I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of Illinois and also a professional operations traffic engineer.
Okay, and you've appeared many times before this board.
I have.
The board recognizes him as an expert.
Thank you. The scope of your assignment in this matter was to assess the existing traffic patterns around the subject site, is that right?
Correct,
And to provide a professional opinion, is that correct?
correct.
As well as to offer an opinion on the design of the proposed dispensary, is that correct?
Correct,
And you're familiar with the applicant's proposed site as well as their proposed operations?
correct.
Is it your professional opinion that organizing the dispensary's entry on Ontario Street is the safest and most efficient design for this site?
Yeah, for several reasons. Yes, for several reasons. The first is, well, first of all, the site has frontage both on Ontario and Fairbanks. Ontario carries less traffic than Fairbanks, for one. Second is the fact that Fairbanks, a major north-south route, does not allow any parking or loading on either side of Fairbanks, whereas parking and loading are permitted on both sides of Ontario Street. Actually, on the south side of Ontario Street, I believe there's 5 loading zones between Fairbanks and Ontario Street. More importantly, the operator, as you've heard, has negotiated the shared use of the dedicated loading zone used by the Indian Garden Restaurant. This is on the south side of Ontario along the frontage of the building. As you've heard, it's about 30 feet from the entrance of the facility. So the cannabis facility will have a loading zone. As you've heard, the south side of Ontario, parking and loading is restricted from 4, I'm going to correct you, to 6:30 between Fairbanks and Ontario, and from 4 to 6 from Lakeshore, or from McClurg down to Fairbanks. During those times, like in any of the other loading zones, you cannot use it as a loading zone because it's a through route. It's an extra lane. The big difference that we have compared to the other loading zone is we have security guards, and they can be out there monitoring that loading zone to make sure that people are not dropping off, more importantly, dwelling in that lane. We all know that people are going to drop off along the curb lane. They do it everywhere in Chicago. The main thing we want is to make sure someone doesn't pull up and park, or someone pulls up and dwells there waiting for someone to come out. Where we have the security guards where other loading zones don't, we'll be able to do that. And that's an important factor that is why we chose this side of the street and why we chose Ontario Street.
Is it true that there are 9 public parking garages within a 2-block radius of the subject site?
Yes. In addition, as you've heard, there's 1 parking lot and 4 parking garages, either across the street or a stone's throw from the proposed dispensary. In addition, there's free and pay box parking on both Ohio and Ontario Street. Further, as you've heard, the operator has made an arrangement to lease 4 parking spaces in the parking lot just on Ohio Street, Ohio and Fairbanks. In addition, which wasn't said, the operator has arranged for discounted parking for patrons in the DoubleTree parking garage, which is located just across the street from the dispensary. So there's more than enough parking in the area to accommodate anyone who wants to drive to the facility.
With respect to the special use standards, Mr. Worthman, do you believe that the proposed dispensary will generate an undue amount of traffic?
No, and once again, for several reasons. First of all, this facility is intended to be a neighborhood dispensary serving pretty much the Streeterville area. There's already 4 dispensaries on the other side of Michigan Avenue. As such, the majority of their patrons are expected to walk to this facility or use alternative modes of transportation, bike, motorized scooters, those sort of things. There's also a robust public transportation serving the area that people can use public transportation to get here. The third reason is anyone who drives, there's multiple parking garages in the area, so that traffic's going to be distributed even further along the roadway system because we are not providing parking right at the site. So they're going to park at whatever garage they feel comfortable with and walk to the facility, which will further reduce that traffic. More importantly, the amount of pickup and drop off at a dispensary is very limited. We've done surveys and observations. Most people are walking to these facilities or riding bikes or that sort of thing. Lastly, the traffic that will be generated by the facility is probably going to be similar to many other uses that could occupy this space, particularly if it's a restaurant. You could put a nice restaurant in there with a valet zone. So the increase in traffic over what can be put into that space as a right is going to be similar and not significantly more. And as you've heard, there was a restaurant there with 100 capacity of 180 people. So there's other uses that can go in there by right that's going to generate traffic.
And you've heard that cannabis has been around for almost 10 years, is that right?
Correct.
And you've worked on many of these cannabis cases
Right.
over the years.
Right.
And obviously, the industry has matured,
Right.
and you've seen the traffic generation from many of these other cannabis dispensaries in the city of Chicago.
Right.
Is, just cutting right to it, is there a huge impact? Is there a meaningful impact on traffic from these dispensaries?
No, I mean, there are, like any retail use, the fears that we all heard about when it first started, it hasn't materialized. And part of that is the number of dispensaries now. Correct me if I'm wrong, I believe there's 31 within the city. Like I said, there's another 4 on the other side of East Michigan Avenue. They're becoming like CVS's, Walgreens. There's one in every neighborhood now. And it really helps to reduce that volume of traffic, the amount of people that are driving, particularly in an urban area like Chicago, you're getting people that walk.
So one could argue that we're actually causing more traffic by Streeterville residents going somewhere else to buy cannabis versus staying in their own neighborhoods. And I know it calls for speculation, but that's what you do.
Well, they're getting over there somehow.
You're not admitting that your expert is speculating.
No,
are you?
Chairman, we've been down this road.
No pun intended, down this road. Just one other thing before we go. On the emergency routes, we understand that this section of Ontario is an emergency route, and it has been for a number of years. A couple points on that. The amount of pickup and drop-off activity is going to be limited. It's just the case with these. Second, we are providing a loading zone to get that traffic out of the through lane. Once again, we will have that security that will be monitoring the loading zone. If someone's dwelling there, or if they've been there too long, we'll push them away. In addition, anyone in a loading zone is usually an Uber, a Lyft, or a taxi. If an ambulance is coming in and he's got its sirens on, they can leave and move. It's not like they're parking there and staying there. Once again, if a restaurant goes in there and has a valet zone, they could be generating more traffic than we could. And once again, Ontario Street is a one-way road. It's got 2 lanes in each direction, parking and loading on each side. So there is capacity to get those emergency vehicles down there. Northwestern has a huge building on Ontario Street now with a parking garage. So you have to come down Ontario and get in. So we're a speck compared to what they're generating right now, that location.
So the cannabis dispensary is not, in your opinion, going to be the straw that breaks the traffic camel's back?
No, not at all.
Is it-
Particularly considering what could go into that space.
Is it in your professional opinion, has the special use been designed to promote the pedestrian safety and comfort?
Yeah, first of all of the area streets have sidewalks on both sides. You got crosswalks at all of the intersections. Most of them have the high visibility ladder style crosswalk. You got pedestrian signals at most of the signalized intersections. And there's more than available parking in the area as we go. The operator has worked to get a loading zone. All of this will meet that standard.
Thank you. And Mr. Worthman, you've prepared a written report with your conclusions, is that correct?
Correct.
And it's your understanding that my office has submitted a copy of that report to this board?
Correct.
And should you continue to testify, that testimony would be the same as in that report?
Correct.
Thank you. Chairman, I don't have anything else for Mr. Worthman.
Okay,
I can move on to Mr. Kissel.
okay. And the board recognizes Mr. Kissel's expertise.
Thank you.
And while I'm at it, I'll recognize Mr. O'Brien's expertise as well,
Okay. You're off the hook.
in case I
Chairman.
forget.
Mr. Kissel, your name and address for the record, please.
Sure. For the record, my name is George Kissel, president of Okrent Kissel Associates with offices at 141 West Jackson in Chicago.
And you are a certified land planner consultant, is that right?
Yes, I'm also a licensed architect.
Okay, and as was pointed out, you've testified in that capacity many times before this board in the past.
Yes.
And you're familiar with the subject property located at 620 North Fairbanks, is that correct?
Yes, I am.
The scope of your assignment in this matter was to evaluate whether the requested special use complies with the approval criteria for special uses, as well as the additional criteria for cannabis-related special uses. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
And based on your inspection of the area, is it true that you believe that all of the approval criteria are being met?
Yes.
Specifically, the proposed dispensary will not be located within 500 feet of a school, is that correct?
That's correct.
And it's not located within 1,500 feet, and I should ask a second question on that. Again, it's your position that the Guidepost Montessori is a daycare and not a school.
That is correct.
The proposed dispensary is also not located within 1,500 feet of another social equity dispensary operator, is that correct?
That is correct.
And provided that the board approve the relief today, you believe that the proposed special use complies with all the applicable standards of the Chicago zoning ordinance?
Yes, so the proposal involves the interior build-out of a 5,845 square feet on the ground floor of an existing building with commercial frontage on Fairbanks in Ontario. The existing three-story building was built in around 1917. It's in compliance with the standards of Residential Business Plan Development 981. No additions or expansions are proposed as part of the application. As a result, the proposal does meet the standards of the zoning district in which it's located.
Is it your opinion that the proposed special use is in the interest of the public convenience and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood or community?
Yeah, I'm going to go into a little bit of detail on this one. So this standard examines two issues, right? First one is whether there's a need or a demand for the use in this location. And the second is whether the specific proposal will have any significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood or the community. With respect to need or demand, we know that continued sale figures certainly indicate ongoing demand for cannabis. In fact, the downturn in tax revenues from cannabis is blamed in part on a lack of outlets. So the provision of an adult use cannabis dispensary is certainly in the interest of the public convenience for retail consumers, as the only facilities available throughout the city are 10 medical plus 34 more recently approved in the city. Of those 47 total, there are only 29 actually currently open. With a population of about 2.75 million, that translates to about 0.45 dispensaries for 50,000 people. For reference, Denver, Colorado, with a population of about 715,000, has 250 dispensaries, which translates to about 17.5 dispensaries per 50,000. Portland, Oregon, with about 614,000, has over 210, which translates to 16.4 for 50,000. The city is not saturated with cannabis dispensaries and could use many more outlets if those two cities are to be a model. It should be noted that there are no dispensaries within 1,500 feet of the site. In fact, as mentioned earlier, there's no dispensaries within a half mile of the subject property. There are, however, 5 approved cannabis sites just outside half a mile radius of the subject property. Only 4 of them are open, and the Rainforest Cafe site has been abandoned. So all of these are in River North, which is a distinct and separate neighborhood from Streeterville. Nonetheless, if we were to just zoom in at a micro level, and we considered the proposal as a potential 5th dispensary in the general area, within a population of about 50,000 within a half mile of this site, that would be 5 per 50,000 population, still very far below what you would have in cities such as Denver or Portland. As far as substantial adverse impact on the neighborhood or the community goes, fears and misgivings about cannabis dispensaries are focused basically around 2 issues: crime and traffic. With respect to crime, we examined police call data before and after opening for the 3 existing River North dispensaries, as well as a few outside the central business district.
The results of that analysis reveal there's no evidence that the opening of an adult cannabis dispensary increases crime. This conclusion, based on local data, is reinforced by other statewide and national studies. With respect to traffic, the fear is that adult-use cannabis dispensaries generate an inordinate amount of traffic in general, in particular, pickup and drop-off traffic. This fear conflates the experience with DoorDash and other food delivery services for nearby outlets such as Potbelly and Chipotle with adult-use cannabis dispensaries. These services are typically double parking along Ontario while picking up orders, causing issues with traffic flow. That's an existing condition. These services are popular because of their convenience for the consumer. They can pick up the phone and have food delivered relatively quickly without leaving the comfort of home. By law, that service is not available for cannabis products and is not a concern for the proposed use at this location. We've heard Mr. Worthman testify on the traffic issues here, and I agree with him based on my knowledge of cannabis dispensaries throughout the city. There have been 51 of these before you since 2015. I've worked on 25 of them. I'm extremely familiar with this land use, this building type, and what its land use impacts are. Traffic is not one of them. Should be noted also, as Mr. Worthman pointed out, that the customer volumes that are proposed for the subject property are similar to other likely uses of a 5,800 square foot tenant area. So a sit-down restaurant for about 5,800 square feet would generate about 500 trips or 250 customers, which is generally about the volume of customers that this facility is going to generate. A high turnover casual restaurant would generate over 700 trips or 350 customers to and from the site daily. And a 24-hour convenience store like a 7-Eleven or a fast food outlet would generate over 4,000 customer trips from the site daily. We already heard about West Egg and what the impact of that was. It was in place for 30 years. It was a busy restaurant. Its closing did not cause a substantial or noticeable change in the level of congestion in the area. And similarly, the opening of a facility with similar traffic generation attributes would not cause a substantial or noticeable change in congestion in the area. Fact of the matter is that Streeterville is one of the most dense areas in the city when you consider both residential and daytime population. With over 28,000 dwelling units, 5,000 hotel rooms, and more than 25,000 employees with high-density institutional uses such as Northwestern Hospital, Prentice Women's Hospital, Shirley Ryan Ability Lab, Leary Children's, Northwestern's Pritzker Law School, Feinberg School of Medicine, along with cultural institutions such as the Museum of Contemporary Art and Navy Pier. All of these are giant traffic generating uses. It's impossible for me to believe that a 5,800 square foot retail space is going to have any significant adverse impact on the community due to traffic. We understand the community's concerns, but they're concerned with an existing condition. And this sounds a little bit similar to the last case that we just heard, but with sort of a different set of circumstances. Given all this, the incremental increase in vehicular traffic here really should not be a major concern.
Thank you. And is the proposed special use compatible with the character of the area in terms of site planning and building scale and project design?
Yes, it is. This provision examines whether the structure that will contain the proposed use is physically compatible with the surrounding context. Again, this is an existing building. The use is going to be in the ground floor of something that's been in the neighborhood for a long time. The existing structure is in character and scale with the surrounding mixed-use neighborhood in which it's located. And the proposed use will not significantly alter the exterior of the existing structure, and therefore it is in character physically and aesthetically with the surrounding area.
And to be clear, we're just repurposing the existing ground floor space in an existing mixed-use building.
That is correct.
Is the proposed special use compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of operating characteristics?
Sure. So,
That's
yeah.
such as the hours of operation, lighting, noise, and traffic generation.
Yeah, the character of the surrounding area is, again, one of the most dense and active neighborhoods in the city. Close proximity of 3 hospitals, all 24/7 operations, 5 hotels, numerous residential high-rises, and several office towers all add to the vibrant, mixed-use character of the surrounding area. At the ground level, commercial uses are dominated by food and beverage outlets and restaurants, and this is what forms the character of the streetscape. The latest Streeterville Neighborhood Vision Plan indicates, unlike other areas of the city, 80% of the residents choose walking as the most common method of traveling. High levels of pedestrian activity are indeed observed in the immediate area. The proposed use is substantially similar to any other retail or commercial use in the area in terms of its operating characteristics. Proposed hours of operation are similar to other ground floor commercial uses, and they're not in conflict with the mix of commercial, residential, entertainment, and institutional uses in the area. It'll generate patrons to the site in a similar manner and with a similar volume as the other dominant food, beverage, and restaurant uses. Operating characteristics will be similar and almost as the other ground floor commercial uses in the area, with almost none of which have dedicated off-street parking. Again, as mentioned by Mr. Worthman, unlike many of the ground floor commercial uses, the proposed dispensary will have access to a dedicated loading zone, which will be monitored by dispensary security staff, will be adequate to service the level of drop-off and pick-up vehicular traffic that's anticipated. Like many other ground floor commercial businesses in the area, loading will occur by the adjacent alley, and however, the loading and delivery process here is much more highly managed, secured, and scheduled to avoid vehicular conflicts.
And lastly, do you believe that the special use has been designed to promote the pedestrian safety and comfort?
Yes, I do. Again, it's located in an existing building. It's been home to a busy restaurant for decades. No changes are planned that would affect pedestrian safety or comfort. In fact, reactivation of a currently vacant space, along with the intense monitoring of numerous security cameras and the presence of on-site security, one of which will be assigned to monitor the loading zone outside the dispensary, all will have a positive effect on pedestrian safety and comfort. No new curb cuts or driveways are proposed, and there's ample garage, off-street parking lots in the immediate area, and the use of a shared loading and valet zone.
Mr. Kissel, we've heard earlier that cannabis first became legal back in 2015. Is that right?
Yes,
And that was medical cannabis only.
that is correct.
And then in 2020, we've been told that the state approved and legalized the recreational use of cannabis. Is that right?
That is correct.
So we've been operating with full cannabis since 1920, or since 2020, excuse me.
That is correct, yes.
And that's almost 4 full years.
That is correct.
So we have 4 years of real experience and real data to consider and to rely, and for this board to rely on. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And would it be fair to say that some people were skeptical of cannabis and how it would affect neighborhoods within the city of Chicago?
Yes, I can remember several very, very long sessions before this board arguing those aspects, so.
In
yes.
fact, many people testify, again, as you point out, many people testified in front of this board over the years. Is that correct?
Yes,
And they've testified that cannabis would ruin, quote unquote, ruin or damage or harm their local neighborhoods.
that is correct.
And today you point out that there are 29 dispensaries operating in the city of Chicago.
That's correct.
So we have a lot of Chicago-specific data since the 2015 introduction of cannabis.
That's right.
And to your knowledge and in your opinion, your professional opinion, have any of those fears been realized?
No, they haven't. Again, the fears and misgivings really focus around crime, traffic, and to a lesser degree, property values.
Is it fair to say then that a dispensary is really, and you touched on it, but a dispensary is just like, in today's world, just like any other retailer?
Yes,
Again, I think someone said it, maybe Mr. Worthman, it's just like your neighborhood Walgreens.
yes, but with much, much more robust security focused outward.
Mr. Kissel, you have prepared a written report detailing your findings and conclusions in this matter, is that right?
That is correct.
And it's your understanding that my office has submitted that report to the board, is that correct?
Yes,
And if you were to continue to testify, that testimony would be found in that report.
yes, it would.
Thank you. Chairman, that's all I have for Mr. Kissel.
Okay, next witness.
Last witness, Mr. O'Brien, if you can raise your hand. Higher?
Aren't we sworn in?
No, I want your microphone turned on. There you go.
Yes.
Chairman, I'm told that a former Alderman Brookins was here to testify on behalf, not as part of our case in chief. He has a time issue. I have no problem if you would allow him to speak out of turn.
Thank you.
Sure. Before you begin, if you could just raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
For the record, my name is Howard Brookins Jr. I'm former alderman of the 21st Ward for 20 years. So from 2004 through 2024, my testimony is simple. I met the principal to the proposed applicant, Mr. Awa, approximately 10 years ago, where he took over a fledgling business, a liquor store in the 21st Ward located on Halsted Street, South Halsted Street. Many people had complaints about the liquor establishment under the previous owner. Mr. Haswa came in and kept his promise with one, security, building a new store, hiring local people, making sure that the business was well lit and well run. And we had no complaints during the approximately 10 years that he owned the store until he sold it. That has been my experience with him, the way he runs his business, that it had been professional and that he had kept his word.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Moving on, thank you, Chairman. Moving on to Mr. O'Brien. Mr. O'Brien, please state your name and address for the record.
Terrence O'Brien, 25774 Fairford Lane in Northbrook.
And you're a designated MAI appraiser in the state of Illinois.
That is correct.
And as Chairman pointed out, you've testified in that capacity many times before this board in the past. Is that correct?
That is also correct.
You're familiar with the subject property located at 620 North Fairbanks, is that right?
I'm quite familiar with that property in preparation for my report that I generated, as well as inspecting the property in case of testifying before this board. Also, I've done a substantial amount of appraisal work in the Streeterville area, including the DoubleTree Hotel located just across the street on the east side of Fairbanks. I've also appraised the Courtyard Marriott, which is approximately a block west of the subject on Ontario Street. Also an office building at 142 East Ontario, which is just east of Michigan Avenue on the north side of Ontario Street. Also, I've appraised the property at 625 North Michigan Avenue, which is an office building. I've also done a substantial number of others I could go into, but I am familiar with the subject area, and I've inspected the subject specifically 4 times in preparation for the reports that I generated, as well as testifying here today. Most recent visit was today, before I came here to testify.
And the scope of your assignment in this matter was to evaluate whether the requested special use complies with the general special use criteria, as well as the extra additional criteria for cannabis-related uses. Is that right?
That is correct.
And you pointed out, I'll say it again, you've physically been to the subject site and the subject area on many occasions.
That is correct.
And based on your inspection of the site and the area, is it your belief that the proposed retail dispensary will be compatible with the surrounding land uses?
In my opinion, yes, most definitely it will be compatible with surrounding land uses. I'd point out that the subject property's proposed use is retail in nature, similar to many of the other retail stores in the subject area, similar to, a 7-Eleven, a pharmacy such as CVS or Walgreens, a shoe store, clothing store, or anything like that. It's retail in nature.
And is it also your belief, in your professional opinion, that the special use criteria are in fact being met here?
In my opinion, I've addressed the criteria and they are fulfilled by the proposed applicants'
And
use.
specifically, is it your belief that the proposed special use is in the interest of the public convenience and that it will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of this neighborhood and community?
Most definitely, I feel that way. It is definitely compatible with surrounding land uses in the subject area. I would point out certain elements that cause incompatible. And one would be loss of air or light, excess loss of air and light. In this particular instance, that's not the case. The building's 3 stories in height. It's not going to affect the loss of air or light of any neighbors. Another one is it will not be generation of any obnoxious odors or fumes, which could be something which would make it not compatible. Another, it would be excessive noise. There's not going to be any substantial generation of noise. There's not going to be any unsightly views. There's not going to be any attraction of undesirable characters or people. Also, as far as traffic goes, which seems to be one of the big problems here, the majority of the people which will be utilizing the subject based upon my knowledge of the subject area is people who reside right within Streeterville, which are within a half mile of the subject. Therefore, the people will no longer have to commute west of Michigan Avenue, where your closest dispensary is currently located. There's 4 of them, and they're all within at least a half mile from the subject property, and they're not convenient as this would be for the residents in the Streeterville area.
And to be clear, there are no legal dispensaries operating in the neighborhood.
There's none. There's none east of Michigan Avenue all the way from Oak Street down to the river.
And as was pointed out, Streeterville is known for its density,
Extreme dense, yes.
and that includes multi-unit residential, retail, and institutional uses.
Yes, and many retail uses, hotels, any number of parking garages, and so on and so forth.
So again, it's your position that a dispensary would not be out of place at this location in this neighborhood.
No, it's nothing more than a retail outlet.
Further, as was pointed out, there are currently 29 dispensaries operating in the city of Chicago,
That is correct.
and you've reviewed those other sites, those 29 sites, is
Yes,
that right?
and many of them I worked on and testified here before the board.
And part of that review process was to determine the dispensary's impact on surrounding property values, is that correct?
That is correct. And in my professional opinion, the proposed dispensary in no way will have any adverse impact upon surrounding property values. I've conducted research pertaining to this very matter, and based upon this research, I can safely say this proposed development, meeting all of the requirements set forth by the city of Chicago, the state, and the county, will have no adverse impact whatsoever upon property values in the surrounding area.
And Mr. O'Brien, you've also prepared a written report detailing your findings and conclusions in this matter, is that right?
That is correct.
And it's your understanding that my office has submitted a copy of that report to the board?
That's correct,
And
yes.
if you were to continue to testify, your testimony would be found in that report, is that correct?
That is also correct.
Thank you. Chairman, I have nothing more of Mr. O'Brien. And with that, I think that that's my case in chief.
Okay. Thank you. Before we go to the objectors, I do, on the school issue, I want to go to DPD to get, because they did have a denial here, and so I want to have a couple of questions here for Nancy. Nancy, could you state your name and role, please?
Absolutely. Nancy Razovich, Assistant Commissioner with the Bureau of Zoning in the Department of Planning and Development.
Okay, you've heard oh yes, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. You've heard the argument of the applicant as to why the Guidepost Montessori is not a school. Your response?
Yeah. So looking at this, and obviously what we have to do is rely on what we can find both through the Illinois State Board of Education website, which specifically says that non-public private schools do not have to be registered and they do not have to be licensed. We also had received, and I want to say it's dating back to March, perhaps, an updated report from their consultant that similarly noted something to that effect, that's the challenge with schools. This issue had been raised originally with the department through the alderman's office when this first came up. And we had been reaching out, as the zoning administrator had testified at the appeal hearing. We had been reaching out to school to get them to just give us some sort of confirmation. Do you teach children education as required by the state? Are you a school? Are you not? We received, since that time, we had received the letter dated September 12th, 2024, stating that they are a school. I will tell you that we have not, and I've confirmed
Well,
with our.
object, Chairman. The letter doesn't say that they're a school.
The letter speaks for itself. Let her go on.
I've confirmed with our zoning manager, who's been working on these cannabis dispensary projects longer than I have, that we've never had to get a letter from a school. What we really depend on is the school attesting that they're a school. It's a lot easier when it's a Chicago public school, obviously, or a school that's licensed. The other thing that had come into light and what we looked into and why we continue to hold standing that this is a school is that, again, we always, in communication on any special use application, we always talk with the alderman's office because they know the community, they know their businesses, they know their population better than we do. And we had gotten some information through Brian that there are schools and that there were parents that said, my children attend this school. We now have that on the record that the parent has said, my child attends this school and is being educated, and it is a school. There's nothing in the state website, there's nothing in the Illinois State Board of Education guidelines anywhere that says there's a minimum number of students that need to be taught. It just talks about the standards for the curriculum. So that was our basis for how we decided that we still believe that this is a school. I do want to reference something that the attorney had brought up and talked about primary function and about the daycare. It doesn't matter that there's a daycare on the site. Daycares are required to be licensed. That's why they're licensed. I can't tell you whether Montessori would have licensed their daycare if they didn't have to, right? So they are required to be licensed. That's why the daycare is licensed. That has nothing to do with whether or not they operate a school. The other thing that was brought up was a reference to the primary function. And there's nothing in our code that says you can't be within 500 feet of a school if that's the primary function of that institution. There's no reference to that language. Our code just specifically says cannabis dispensaries are not allowed within 500 feet of a school. This is within 480 feet of a school that is providing education to elementary school children.
Counselor, do you want to respond right now? Okay, all right.
So again, for the record, Nick Fatikas, Law Offices of Sam Banks. There's a few things that I need the board to just let me go on here. The first is, while I appreciate that the alderman's input on any decision and award is critical, the alderman is not an arbitrator of what makes up a school or a daycare. Illinois case law, appellate court case law, does it for us. They did it for the alderman, they did it for all of us. The court looks to how an institution holds itself out on its documents, on how it operates, how it registers. In this case, we have an analogous fact pattern with the Bailey case. We have a licensed daycare, licensed by the city of Chicago, registered with the DCFS. It is clear as day that they are holding themselves out as a daycare facility. It's analogous again to Bailey. Now, the department is saying something a little bit different. They're, with all due respect, they're misapplying or misreading the definitions of a school and a daycare. Again, a daycare includes a kindergarten. A school provides state mandated basic education. The letter that they're relying on states clearly that the curriculum provided is provided by the AMI USA, not the Chicago Public Schools, not the Illinois State Board of Education. If this Montessori was registered with the Illinois State Board of Education, we would not be here. We would all agree that we're 480 feet away. It doesn't work. The fact that they are not registered, optional or not, they're operating a daycare facility licensed by the city, registered with the state. Their own letter indicates that they have infants, toddlers, preschoolers, and kindergartners. All four of those groups, those classifications, fall within daycare. I believe, and I don't want to put words in the she's still here, the objector who mentioned that she had to leave earlier said that there were 11 students, including the kindergartners. That's great. That doesn't make it a school. We don't know the balance. We don't have anybody from the Montessori to tell us there's 100 students, there's 500 students. We don't have that information. But we know that there are infants, toddlers, preschoolers, and kindergartners, and applying the City of Chicago zoning ordinance definition, kindergarten falls within daycare. Obviously, toddlers go working backwards. Toddlers, infants, and preschoolers fall within daycare. It is clear as day that the primary function, which is what the court, I'm not being rude to the alderman, it's not the alderman's decision. The court set out criteria, and the criteria that the board needs to follow or apply clearly puts the Montessori in the daycare box. It's not a school.
Counselor, I have a question on that because in Bailey, which I think you're using to define that
Absolutely.
primary function argument, there was no argument that there were any other ages taught other than what would not meet the definition of a school under ISB. Under Illinois state law for compulsory education, it says as of the age of 7, that they are considered school age and must attend a school program. Arguably, if the parent who testified earlier has children who are above the age of 7, under Illinois state law,
I believe
They
she said
are-
they were 7, not above,
7 and
7
older.
years old.
so then if it can be identified that this institution, I'm not calling it a
Fine.
school or not a school, Guidepost Montessori as an institution does teach any student above the age of 7 under state law, that would state that program is considered a school. And so
I
think the
disagree with
distinction-
the distinction is that it's not providing under the Chicago zoning ordinance state mandated basic education. It's providing a curriculum provided by a private group that is self-regulated, self-accrediting.
And we do know
But-
that if I recall, that private institutions are not required to register with ISB as, it's an option. And we've talked about how
Absolutely.
other Montessoris have voluntarily registered with ISB. However, that's where I'm struggling is Bailey does not address sort of the age range for compulsory education, right? So the facts in Bailey don't call into question whether or not a Montessori, if offering programming above the age of a certain, for compulsory education, would be considered a school program.
It wouldn't change the primary function, which is again coming back to Bailey. And Bailey also points out in the other cases that it cites to, that offering educational curriculum is common and typical, but it doesn't change the primary function or primary purpose of the daycare facility. I know you're not supposed to ask a question, but if there are 50 total students, we'll call them students,
Mhm.
and one of them is 7, but the rest of them are infant or preschool or kindergarten, I think it's a very large stretch to make that it's now a school. And again, why that's a critical question is
around the
because it
primary
goes back to
function.
primary function.
Right.
So
But what
it
I'm,
brings us
my
back to
argument or my question really is that the primary function argument in Bailey turns on the fact that the entirety of the programming that was being offered was not considered, like, we could not define that as compulsory education under Illinois state law.
I understand.
And so the primary function, I mean, it's almost like it's the only function, primary or otherwise, right? It's a daycare because it doesn't meet the standard for compulsory education.
And Commissioner, unfortunately, we don't have somebody from the Montessori program to
Right.
tell us that they offer maybe after-school curriculum. Maybe they do tutoring. Maybe they do enrichment for kids that are in other schools that have compulsory attendance requirements. We don't have that. We don't, unfortunately, we don't. And that's something that, again, I think goes to the merits of the letter. We don't
have that. And if, I would posture this, if a child is going to a Chicago public school for 7 hours or 8 hours a day, and then goes to the Montessori for tutoring after hours, I still don't think it makes it a school. The primary focus is childcare in place of parent supervision.
I'd
So-
like to hear DPD's response to that. I don't disagree with you.
So before I yield the floor to the DPD, I do want to point out that, and this was discussed during the appeal with, last month, the definitions of a daycare are, and I just want to read them into the record. The definition of a daycare under the Chicago zoning ordinance 1717-0103C states that a daycare is defined as a place in which are received 3 or more adults or children not of common parentage, apart from their parents or guardian for part or all of the day. The term, quote, daycare center or, quote, child care center includes, but is not limited to the following: nursery schools, adult and/or child care centers, day nurseries, kindergartens, and playgroups, but does not include bona fide kindergartens or nursery schools operated by public or private elementary or secondary school systems. Conversely, the definition of, and I'm losing it, the definition of a school is 1717-0103J, which states that a school, public and private schools at a primary, elementary, junior high, or high school level that provide state mandated basic education. Learning, healthcare, and social support centers less than 5,000 square feet in size and which be accessible to the community at large and may provide a separate entrance directly to a public way or street are permitted as an accessory use within a school, and this is the important part, provided that the center is approved by the Chicago Public Schools. Under the definitions, under the confines of the definitions of the Chicago zoning ordinance, Guidepost Montessori is a daycare. It is not a school. Following the argument or the position that DPD offered, the accessory daycare component does not fall within the definition. It's part of the code. This is a daycare. Its primary function is a daycare. It does not, it falls outside the 500-foot separation from a cannabis dispensary.
Is there?
DPD's response?
So I would just want to start out by just clarifying for the record. I did not need to infer or imply that we were kind of following any sort of guidance from the alderman. The only thing I was trying to raise was the reason we started looking into the Montessori is because the alderman raised it as a question that they thought it was a school, that they were teaching school-age children. So I just want to make that clear. The other thing that I just really want to emphasize again, there's a lot of emphasis talking about this is licensed as a daycare, but it's not registered or accredited as a school. They are licensed as a daycare because a daycare must be licensed with the city of Chicago. That has nothing to do with whether or not they run a school. And then I do want to also reference the letter, as the attorney had just done, because they said in the letter that they have over 30 students in kindergarten and elementary school. And going back to the city of Chicago's definition of daycare, it excludes kindergarten and elementary. I also just finally want to say that, the reference to after-school programs and things like that is probably a valid argument, but since there is no number of students that need to be taught for it to be a school, I would respectfully maybe suggest that we go back to the parent and just confirm that her child is not going there for after-school program, that she's going there for school.
Okay,
May I?
please.
So,
No.
so, I think we need to stay focused here. The reason Montessori is licensed as a daycare. Montessori with the city of Chicago, they're licensed as a daycare with the state of Illinois, DCFS. They're regulated by DCFS. They've chosen that. They, they have, they have elected not to be a school. They have elected to be a school, to be a daycare by, as Bailey points out, by their corporate filings, by how they hold themselves out. They're holding themselves out as being a daycare. Period. And I would like to address one other issue, and you know, and I don't want to get caught up in this whole age thing over 7. Where do you take this? Homeschooling? Could a homeschool be considered a school per the zoning ordinance? I mean, there's plenty, I'm sure there's many children homeschooled with all over the city of Chicago who are over the age of 7. I think none of us would agree that those homeschools fit the definition of a school just because the child is over 7 years old or 6 years old or 10 years old. So, and if you take that to its absurdity, somebody could start a homeschool to block a cannabis use or to block a liquor license.
Yeah,
It-
now
know,
we're dealing with a hypothetical that doesn't.
we are, but I wanted to raise that, again, a homeschool is not a school.
Yeah, but
This-
that's obviously not what we're talking about.
In this case, though, it's clear how Montessori, Guidepost Montessori, is holding itself out. And again, I'll remind the board, they had the option, just like many other Montessori schools in the city, to register with the Illinois State Board of Education.
Right, okay. Le-
One last time.
Yeah.
And I just, for the record, they are licensed as a daycare, not voluntarily. They are required, if they want to run a daycare, every daycare has to be licensed with the city of Chicago. They do not, the state does not require non-public schools to be registered or accredited. There's a distinction. So the reason them being licensed as a daycare is because they have to.
Okay.
By city code. Thank you.
Do you have a question?
Because my confusion.
Use microphone.
Sorry. I'm curious, the issue I'm having, whoops, something's happening here, is that there are Montessori, I know a lot about Montessori schools and daycare centers. There's a daycare center down the street from where I live. And my brother writes curriculum for math for Montessori schools that is mostly actually purchased by homeschoolers. So I do think the homeschool thing actually is relevant. But the distinction I'm trying to understand is between the school and the daycare. And we do know that there are many schools, Montessori schools in the city that are schools that go through 8th grade and that they start in preschool and they go through 8th grade and they're registered specifically as a school. They make that distinction. They don't do daycare for the younger kids and then not register. So I don't, if you're not going to, I don't understand why you wouldn't register as a school in the city if you're if you're going to do more than daycare. Because it doesn't make any sense if you're going to be doing that anyway. So that's what I'm having trouble with, and I don't know to what extent, I guess my question is really how far did DPD go to look at what the pattern is in the school so we could really understand what the intent is, because that's what we're trying to get at.
Yeah, we have to rely on what we get from the school. So we got the letter from the school, and then we had gotten, and I did not want to include it in our recommendation because I didn't want it to be hearsay, but we had gotten a copy of an email from a parent stating that their child was attending 2nd grade there. I did not specifically include that, but now it's been made on the public record. So from our standpoint, we still think it meets the definition of a school. And again,
No, but you're
whether or
answering
not
my
they
question.
choose to register is, I can't answer that. I don't know why a school would choose to register or not.
No,
That is
but you
their
made an
decision.
assumption when you told us before. That's why I'm asking you. You said that they registered as a daycare because they had to, but that's making an assumption.
No.
So I
There-
just, it's okay. You obviously don't have the answer to the.
The city of Chicago requires all daycares to be
I
licensed.
I
Yeah.
understand that, but we're looking at a situation where we know that there are some Montessori institutions or facilities that have registered with the state as a school, and some that have registered with the state as a daycare center. And they've also registered with the city as a daycare center. I know that, this is, this is the issue I'm having anyway, but obviously, not going to get an answer. So that's the problem I'm having, is understanding that.
Okay. At this time, we're going to go to the objectors.
May I ask a couple of questions of Ms. Rancevich?
Go ahead.
Okay. So, Ms. Rancevich, the zoning ordinance defines school, correct?
Yes.
And the definition is that a school provides a state-mandated basic education, correct?
Yes.
What evidence do you have that Montessori, Guidepost Montessori, provides a state-mandated basic education?
What we did is we looked at the Illinois State Board of Education website where they laid out kind of the parameters for what state education is. And then we compared it to what they provided to us as their curriculum scope. We did not do a deep dive. We did not get into calling the state to have them look at it, because they're not required to get registered. They're not required to get accredited. So, we did our best effort to compare what we saw on the websites.
So you went to the State Board of Education.
We looked at the website.
You looked at the website. So you have no knowledge that Montessori, Guidepost Montessori, is in fact providing state-mandated basic education to the children attending their institution. I think that's a yes or no.
And I'm going to say we took it from the letter that we received from the Guidepost representative.
But where does it say in that letter that they are providing state-mandated basic education? I have the letter. Where does it say that?
They said that they are providing education for elementary children. You're right, they did not use the words state mandated.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Are we ready to go to the objectors now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Does the Alderman's office want to go first? Okay.
I'll keep it brief. I think a lot of what I said at the beginning was generally the case, but you have the Alderman's letter of opposition on file. We have parents come to us and say, my children goes to school here. So I'm not a lawyer, but the legal gymnastics that are taking place here are surprising, especially since we had a parent testify for the record here that she has a third grader in the school. I'll just make sure I hit all the other points here that I haven't said. It should be known for the record that Alderman Hopkins has supported special use applications for cannabis in the past, 1590 North Clybourne being a recent example, just in case anybody thinks this is purely about it being cannabis. It is not. I'm sorry, yes. Do you need me to repeat anything? Thank you. And as I mentioned earlier, even the city's own liquor commission required a nearby restaurant, Hot Pot, to require a distance reduction letter signed by the school for their incidental liquor license because they are within 100 feet of Guidepost Montessori. It would not make sense for one part of the city's government to consider Guidepost a school and another to say it is not, which is in effect what would be happening if the board approved this special use. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I believe that subsequent witnesses, members of the community, are going to present some information about actual accreditation that Guidepost has to be added to the record. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah, let's go to the parent, because I know, and then we'll go to we're gonna get to everybody, I promise. But let's go to the parent next.
Thank you. And I've
Just again, state your name for the record.
Sure, Safa Esteve. I've rearranged childcare 4 times to make sure I stay here because that's how important this is. My child is 7 years old in second year. He's the youngest in the elementary school. There's 8-year-olds and 9-year-olds. This is a private school that chose to grow with the neighborhood. So they started as a daycare, and as the needs of the neighborhood grew, they expanded into elementary, and they plan to expand into higher elementary as well. So when we talk about
Hold on, what's the objection?
She's not affiliated with management for the school.
I've been at the school since its inception. I've seen it grow, and I've seen it grow based on the needs of the neighborhood.
I'm gonna overrule the objection. It's gonna go to the weight.
In terms of the curriculum's clearly on the website. I think all the documents were provided to you. It is a school curriculum that goes through what first graders need to learn, second graders. It is just a method, it's the Montessori method of getting to that curriculum, not necessarily it's a CPS style. Again, we chose to keep my kid in the Montessori because of the style of the learning method, not because it wasn't a school. My child could have gone to CPS 2 years ago. And we chose not to do that because we like the school style and the method of teaching. They have an aftercare program and a before care program. Every day, there's a curriculum for extracurricular activities. There's techie clubs, if you want to make it all official. There's a martial arts class every Tuesday. There's an arts class every Wednesday. There's a chess club every Thursday. And there's a violin class every Friday for the elementary students that are there, which is about 10 of them this year. There were 15 last year.
Could I ask a clarifying question?
Yes, please.
Are you saying that your child is enrolled in before and after school, and that's what your child is enrolled in, or is
Yes.
that in addition to?
It's in addition to being in school. So school starts at 8:30, it ends at 3:30, and then they offer these aftercare programs similar to
Okay.
a lot of the
Thank-
CPS students.
Thank you, sorry, I wasn't sure if you were saying that those are the programs that your child attended. I appreciate it, thank
Yeah.
you.
So in terms of what during the day, this is what happens. So the children have the option of participating in those aftercare programs in addition to the strict, basically, school days that you would expect from any school. And again, I've been there from its inception, and the reason why the school hasn't registered is probably they didn't feel the need to register because they're a private sector. They don't need to. But let me tell you, they will be
Object to
very
that. She-
motivated
object
to
that.
register.
She's speculating as to why or why not they didn't register as a school.
Just,
And all the
I'm gonna overrule it again. It's gonna go to the weight.
And again, all the kids that are in the school now, they take the CPS tests every year, just like all the other kids. We just choose to keep them in this private setting because we like the learning style of a Montessori program. And again, this is not the only Montessori, there are many others. And we are very happy with the education that they provide. And again, my son is the youngest of the elementary school kids. They go up to age 9 and they plan to grow after that. But again, this school is growing with the community. That's why they don't have 50 kids in elementary, but that's the reason. They have smaller numbers, but they're growing with the community and the needs of the community.
Okay. Who would like to go next? All right, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna go down the line here. So start with you, with you, and then we'll keep going.
Ready?
Try again.
David Kostelansky. I'm a resident of the Streeterville community. I live at 161 East Chicago Avenue. I've been preparing for this testimony. I don't know how many times we've had a hearing. It's been continued. And I would say that I feel today that we're debating what happened at the last meeting. And at the last meeting, we were not permitted to speak. We asked to speak. We were denied the opportunity. We were told there'd be
because
no
it was an
witnessing,
appeal. It's a
and
different.
they had a witness.
Excuse me, sir. It's an appeal. It's a different situation. The witnesses aren't allowed. It's basically, we're just looking at the information that the zoning administrator had and whether he erred based on that information. So it's a different procedure, but you can speak now.
Well, I respect that. I do. But the problem is that we're
Move on to your
talking
next
about
point.
that. Part of the problem here, I think, tonight is that the information that was used in their application is outdated. One of the things, I don't know if you want to, I have copies for each of the board members of my exhibits. Part of that is, actually, I'm going to skip ahead to one to preface the other remarks, and that is a CPS document that specifically gives the grade levels and ages. Pre-K, aged birth to 5. Elementary, grades K to 8, and then it goes on to high school. One of the things I think is outdated is since this application was initially filed, the state of Illinois mandated kindergarten education as part of elementary school. I don't think anybody can debate that. It's in the law, and it's being enforced. And that is on Exhibit 9, if you want to look at that. I'll start at the beginning, though, is that in the application, the supplemental land use analysis, it spoke to what the requirement is regarding being 500 feet from a school, and they said with respect to that, there is no school. Well, there was, and I'll talk more about how they should have found it. As you can see in Exhibit 1, this is their document with my red line on it showing that the school, Montessori school, is located within 454 feet of the proposed dispensary. This report says that there's none, and their contention is that because it's not on list from the state. And as you've heard today from experts, I've only testified before once in front of this group, not all the same people, but you ruled that a dispensary on the same block was denied because of the heavy traffic. But today we're hearing that there's less traffic, even though a new hotel opened a few months ago on Ontario, another residential building was converted on Ontario, and a casino, temporary casino, is open on Ontario. There's no reference in the ordinance. I mean, it's plain to see. There's no reference that says that you have to be registered with the state. And I'm sure you know, again, that kindergarten is mandated. However, what's missing in your investigation is they are licensed and registered by Cognia, a nonprofit, non-government organization that accredits primary and secondary schools throughout the United States and internationally. Exhibit 2 shows the school's accreditation as well as other private schools in the area in the following page. Take a look at those schools. Are they slouches? The Yosel Institute, Ball College Prep.
Where are you referring to?
This is on, the schools I'm reading are on, actually, it's very small print. I had a problem with that before I came. It's page 2 of the Cognia. The first part of Cognia, this page, shows their registration. And Cognia is a very respected national organization. And if you look at the schools on the 2 pages that follow that, you'll see those are not slouch schools. You'll see Francis Xavier Ward. You'll see Francis Parker. You'll see Latin School. You'll see all kinds of private schools. They don't have to be state registered. They chose Cognia. And that's been something we haven't been able to get out, and I'm glad we were able to now, so you'll know that. Another thing is that the consultant said their staff surveyed and photographed each structure within the 500-foot buffer area. It appears that they did do that, and the building containing the school, the entrance at 225 East Grand Avenue, is located in the picture of the building that they provide, but they call it 227 East Grand Avenue, on page 35 of their supplemental exhibit. Had they looked at the door, as you can see in Exhibit 3, they would have seen the signs for the school entrance and looking above, the classrooms themselves. The applicant's lawyers have raised doubts whether the Guidepost Montessori Magnificent Mile is indeed a school, not just a daycare. It started in 2018 as a daycare and was licensed as a daycare. In 2021, they added the elementary grades. And I have some proof of that coming up here. And I obtained my information through several credible sources, including the Alderman's office, personal communication with the head of school in 2023 when this all started, and recent emails between the head of school and assistant head of school to both a parent and prospective parent of the school. As a part of my role as the park president, I reached out to schools in the community to share our robust summer programming. Exhibit 4, pages 1 and 2, are letters from the previous head of school, Sarah Silverman, to me. It was written during the summer months, so I had her clarify the enrollment. As you will read, something that's been challenged here today. Sarah Silverman to me, Friday, June 16th, we have over 130 students in our school. Breakdown is approximate. 50 students from birth to 3 years old, 70 students from ages 3 to 6, 15 students from ages 6 to 12. There's your numbers. We'll find them again. And it goes on, more on that same subject there, and it serves the children through age 12 now. However, as been pointed out by the parent and by all the information provided by the school, as the kids get older, the grades can progress. A little different than public schools because we don't have 1 in 4 able to read, but I'll bet you 1 in 4, 4 in 4 from the Montessori can read. Exhibit 5, pages 1 and 2, is a copy of an email between a prospective parent and the assistant head of school, Olga Benson, last month. In this correspondence, she clearly states that the education offered at this school currently goes up to age 12. That would indicate they accept students up to 3rd grade if you go back to the public school listing as to what grades are and what ages. Exhibit 6 is correspondence between a parent, I hope I don't mispronounce this, Safa Ramani, of children currently students in the school, and the head of school, Stephen Gaudino. Mr. Gaudino clearly states that there are 20 children in kindergarten and currently 12 in elementary grades. He's hoping for more as the year went on. This letter is extremely important because you wanted at the last meeting to hear from the school. And that's what you got, the letter that's been in contention as well as this. That is from the school. In your response to your inquiry regarding whether the school was indeed kindergarten and elementary and not just daycare, we reached out with the assistance of the alderman's office and parent in the neighborhood to the head of school. A meeting was held with Mr. Gaudino, the head of school, and he verified that the school indeed offers classes levels equivalent to kindergarten and up to grade 3 currently. Could not be here, so he sent the letter, which you all have a copy of. That's what's Exhibit 7. Montessori methodology that they use is an established academic program, which is outlined in the attachment, used and refined over 100 years, and its academic rigor not only meets but exceeds state and national education standards. He also provided an overview of the curriculum. Exhibit 8 is a simple Google search for schools of the 60611 area, which I'm surprised that the consultant didn't do that in the very beginning. And Exhibit 9 is the Chicago Public Schools list of ages and grades. I'm not sure if this is hearsay or not because I'm not a lawyer, but I called public schools last year and I asked them, is there any reason this isn't considered a school? And the answer was absolutely not. There are Montessori schools that choose to register with the state, some that don't. And by the way, some public schools that have kindergarten also have pre-K programs. So that doesn't disqualify them. To be open-minded, and I may sound a little strong right now because I've just been listening to what's been happening. To be open-minded in the beginning, I agreed to meet with the applicant on 3 separate occasions at his and a common acquaintance's request. At each of those meetings, I shared the community concern regarding the school being within the 500-foot exclusion zone. Mr. Haswa, who I believe to be a credible person, and we had good discussions on the subject. Basically, we agreed to disagree because he had the list of schools from the state, and I said, well, that's not required. But we had good discussions on this point. In my opinion, this should put the rest. The information I've just given you, the question of whether there is a school that meets the ordinance, Bailey doesn't apply to this. We have facts, we have information, and we have certification and registration with Cognia, which can't be ignored. Next issue I'd like to speak to briefly is the incorrect information regarding parking. In the consultant's report, it states there is no on-site parking. That's where the clear facts end. Several statements state that there are 9 lots that the applicant has approached to secure discounted parking. One of those locations was bulldozed 2 years ago. And the high rises there now. This claim was made to offset the fact that there isn't legal access for drop-off and pickup at the site. There is no parking on Fairbanks, as I think the witness testified. There isn't legal parking in front of the proposed location on Ontario, except for the restaurant's valet service. If you look at Exhibit 10, which was given by the applicant, their drawing, their designations, several things. 4 of the lots are owned and operated by Northwestern Medicine. You probably know the law. They can't have cannabis on their sites or their property. They'll lose their research funding. Where did I get that from? The state cannabis office, and I talked to someone in DC. So they're not going to risk it. Plus, they have told me specifically, no, there is no agreement for any of their lots, one of which is the surface lot where supposedly 4 spaces have been already signed up. No, they said that doesn't happen. And I have a letter, I can get it for you, I'd have to pull it up, saying that. The Government Affairs Office told me that. One lot is owned by Shirley Ryan, Ability Labs. I did not talk to them about this, but they get federal research funds too, and I'm sure that they would be concerned and be in jeopardy. I mentioned the one is closed. 4 of the lots, the other lots are in the downtown exclusion zone. The downtown exclusion zone from any cannabis operations is on the other side of the building and goes south. So all that out to the pier, the Hilton Suites, all those parking spaces are in the downtown exclusion zone.
Oh, Chairman,
We're with the objectors right now. You are going to get your rebuttal in closing, okay? But just take a note. We're with the objectors.
There's considerable traffic on Fairbanks Court and Ontario Street. I've said some of the things that even changed in the last year, which has made it worse. Many delivery vehicles block the street already without adding more double parking. There are on average 75 ambulances each day that go to Northwestern Medicine's emergency room. Approximately 50 of those come off of Fairbanks Court on Ontario Street, go to St. Clair, and then come east to the ER Bay. Current traffic load causes ambulance delays. I'm sorry, even if you got somebody to move a car, what happened in those minutes when you had to get somebody with the keys to come move a car to get out of the way of an ambulance? We've taken pictures. My wife and I have sat there because unfortunately I go to the hospital at Northwestern to the doctor's office at Lavin, which is across the street from the proposed location. So I come out and I take pictures. As you'll see in Exhibit 11, I'll skip on to that. The alley is not a free and clear alley. Every time I come out, there are cars, trucks blocking it. That alley, I'm not sure why it's called an alley. It is the front entrance to the Aloft Hotel. They have cars that park in there when people are dropping off their luggage. They have the vans coming from the airport. And while I appreciate their best intentions, they're not going to get rid of those cars, trucks, or delivery trucks. So, and then in Exhibit 12, which I don't think printed, I'm sorry. Exhibit 12 shows the location of those 4 additional dispensaries within 5 minutes to 10 minutes walking distance. I don't think that's a hardship. We didn't go into this objecting to cannabis sales. We went into this objecting on major points of there's a school within 500 feet, the school within 500 feet, and the traffic and congestion. Can't debate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As we continue to go down the line and hit everybody, I just want to reiterate that I just don't want to hear the same objections over and over again. So it's something new, or you can just say, I agree with, the prior statements that have been made. And then if you have something new to add, then please add that. But if you're just, I agree with the objections already, then just state that, okay?
Good afternoon, actually, good evening now. My name is Gail Spreen. I am a member of the SOAR Board of Directors, the Streeterville Organization of Active Residents, and I'm co-chair of SOAR's Land Use and Development Task Force. So I come before you today on behalf of SOAR to object to the proposed recreational cannabis dispensary at 620 North Fairbanks in Streeterville. We would like to thank Alderman Riley and Alderman Hopkins and their staffs for coordinating the community meetings as well as the overwhelming number of community responses in opposition to the dispensary we have received that have really led us to this decision to not support this special use permit for the dispensary. There are nearly 800 signatures on a petition in opposition, as well as 78 letters sent to Alderman Hopkins that I have copies for you.
Your objection is noted. It's overruled.
And SOAR has several reasons for not supporting this proposed project. They are threefold. Being located within 500 feet of the Guidepost Magnificent Mile Montessori School, traffic congestion, and community safety. Now, we have talked Dave has at length on the Montessori school. And so we do reject that this is not considered, we definitely consider the Montessori school as our school. It's like the only one we actually have in Streeterville. Going further on, traffic congestion, the 600 block of Fairbanks and the area of Fairbanks in Ontario is extremely congested, as we have discussed, due to the commercial nature of Ontario and Fairbanks. And I know on the traffic studies for all these years, which Michael Worthman and I know each other well from that, and Peter Lemon, there has never been a significant impact on any development that has ever been proposed in the last 20 years as Streeterville, South Streeterville in particular, has gotten developed. So there is never acknowledgement that anything makes a difference, and we have a lot of congestion, so obviously it makes a difference. So we never received a traffic study, even though we asked for it many, many times, so there was never any kind of traffic report to actually analyze. And so we know what's going on there. I don't think they really wanted to share it with us. And in regards to community safety, the proposed safety plan, we do not feel would be able to efficiently manage the outside traffic and the inside traffic. We don't feel that their plan is feasible. This proposed facility is the one proposed at 212 East Ontario, which this board rejected this 2 years ago. It is not appropriate for this landmark building. As you are aware, there have been many incidents of street crime in this area, and we believe that this operation may create an attractive nuisance. We want to be confident that this area and all of Streeterville can be assured of safe streets again. We respectfully ask the Zoning Board of Appeals to reject this proposed application for a cannabis dispensary at 620 North Fairbanks. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you just want to agree with the prior objections?
Oh,
Okay, anything new?
yep. So I'm Beth Padera, 230 East Ontario Street. I actually have exhibits to share with the 5 board members.
Okay.
Um,
Are we going to get into new ground here?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Yep. So my comments today are going to focus on ZBA's criteria 1 and 2. And criteria 1 is that it complies with all applicable standards of the Chicago zoning ordinance. So my first point under criteria 1 is that the dispensary applicant did not display a posted notice of the application for a special use permit on the property for the entire period from their application submission on January 27th, 2023 to this hearing today. The ordinance states that the sign must be installed within 5 days of application filing, which would make that deadline February 1st, 2023. The dispensary signage appeared on the proposed site after March 1st, 2023, as can be seen in the photos in my exhibits 1A through 1F. I took periodic pictures during that time period. This is over 4 weeks after the signage should have appeared to be in compliance with the zoning ordinance 17-13-0107-C, which are the posted notice requirements. The posting of the sign did not appear until the day of or after the community meeting, which was on March 2nd, 2023. And that did not provide ample time or notice for the community and passersby to become aware of the location's proposed use and learn of the meeting. Additionally, the name and address of the applicant is a requirement under the posted notice section of the zoning ordinance under point 4C. As you can see from my exhibit 1G, the sign posted does not include the full address of the applicant. It just lists the city, which is Palos Heights. My second point on criteria 1 is that under the Chicago zoning ordinance, section 17-17-0106-E, it requires that an adult use cannabis dispensary must be operated in accordance with the State of Illinois' Cannabis Regulation and Tax Act, which is 410 ILCS 705. I've included relevant sections of the Cannabis Regulation and Tax Act highlighted in yellow under my Exhibit 3, so sorry, we're skipping around a lot. But this section 55-20 under the Illinois Cannabis and Regulation Tax Act, Section B of this statute prohibits a cannabis business establishment from advertising through any form or medium within 1,000 feet of schools, public parks, or childcare centers, and prohibits advertising that under Section A3 depicts the actual consumption of cannabis or cannabis products, or under Section A6 includes the image of a cannabis leaf or bud. And so I'm going to read you the,
Let's just hold up for a second. All right, we're looking at the Cannabis Regulation and Tax Act, which is a state statute.
it's a state statute, but the Chicago zoning ordinance requires that an adult use cannabis dispensary must be operated in accordance with the Illinois Cannabis
Okay.
Regulation and Tax Act.
Okay.
So it falls under your criteria number
Okay.
one.
Okay.
So in the Illinois Cannabis Regulation and Tax Act's definitions section, advertise means to engage in promotional activities, including but not limited to newspaper, radio, internet, and electronic media, and television advertising, and the distribution of flyers and circulars. I bring this up because representatives from the proposed dispensary circulated advertising flyers outside of residential buildings at 211 East Ohio and 220 East Illinois on March 25th, 2023, and outside of the Ward 2 Precinct 4 polling place at 420 East Superior, which is the Northwestern Rudolph Law Building, on April 4th, 2023, which was the date of the mayoral runoff election last year. The dispensary also sent via U.S. mail a similar postcard to residents of 230 East Ontario, and I received mine on April 6, 2023. The QR code on the flyer and the postcard led to Guaranteed Dispensary Chicago's website, and I've listed the URL, but it's guaranteeddispensarychicago.com. Additionally, on November 1st and November 14th, 2023, I received unsolicited text messages from Guaranteed Dispensary with a QR code and URL link to the aforementioned dispensary website. I was also informed by neighbors in my building and throughout Streeterville they received similar unsolicited text messages as well. The dispensary's website was not age restricted, meaning that you didn't have to enter your birth date to view the content of the website. And it was still not age restricted up until the website was taken down in spring of this year, 2024. The website itself displayed images of the cannabis plant, a cannabis bud, and a person smoking cannabis in the image gallery on the bottom of the page. I've included photographs of the flyer itself and its distribution by dispensary representatives, screenshots of the text messages I received, as well as images of the website that can be found in my exhibits 2A through 2K, along with a list of public parks, childcare centers, and schools within a 1,000-foot radius from each point of observed distribution of the advertising flyer, postcard, and text messages. These distances were determined by Google Maps distance calculator as the crow flies. Note that the dispensary applicant, Mr. Hoswell himself, can be seen in the second photo in Exhibit 2F. On the left-hand side of the photo, standing with other dispensary representatives, handing out to passersby outside the polling place on April 4th, 2023, the flyer. So he was certainly aware of and participating in the distribution of the advertisement. Now, the website that this is, the flyers, postcards, and text messages we're driving to was active up until at least mid-March 2024, when I was last preparing for this hearing on the matter, which ended up getting continued for the fourth time at that point. And so as nothing on the internet, so the website is not active right now, but as nothing on the internet is truly ever gone, I have included the webarchive.org URL that captures the page as it was on July 23rd, 2023. So this was in the period that the postcards, flyers, and text messages were being distributed. I've included that URL as well as a QR code I made of that URL. You could scan it now and see the page captures as they were. And again, you can verify that it was not age restricted at that time. So I don't have to tell you, the parents in the room know that kids today are digital natives. They practically come out of the womb being able to click on a website or scan a QR code. And so a child could have easily seen a flyer on the sidewalk, discarded in a pile of mail in their parents' house, or on their parents' phone with a text message to see those images. As my Exhibit 4, I've submitted a letter that was sent to Michelle LeVar, the Chief Legal Counsel for the Office of the City Clerk, which was sent on May 1st, 2023 by Amy Ringenbach, and with a copy to Chairman Sanchez, which also details the distribution of the flyers by the dispensary representatives with the website as it was at that time. As I've outlined in these 2 points around criteria 1, the proposed dispensary has not complied with all aspects of the Chicago zoning ordinance, and this calls into question their ability to operate within the laws and standards set forth by the local governing bodies. I have very short comments around criteria 2, which is it's in the interest of public convenience and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the community. We're going to hear more testimony around the ambulances, but the medical campus in Streeterville is a shared resource for the entire city. If you were to call an ambulance here today, you would likely be taken to Northwestern or Lurie Children's if you were a child, and near Northwest and South Sides. And the route for the ambulances, as we've heard today, go Fairbanks, Ontario, St. Clair, and Erie. So this location, just a block south of the Northwestern ER, certainly would have a negative impact on the welfare of the community. Minutes in a medical emergency can be the difference between life and death if an ambulance can't get through. I will have to also say that I attended the community meeting on March 2nd, 2023, and at that time, the dispensary's proposal had the entrances on Fairbanks, the 620 North Fairbanks, and an accessible entrance on the south side of the property. They did not reference an entrance on Ontario. I think they specifically said it was not going to be used. And so this is, the first time that I'm hearing that their main entrance is going to be on Ontario. It's a bit of a bait and switch. There's been no communication that I have seen to the community with that switch of the main entrance for the dispensary. And as you heard from Gail's testimony, Ontario Street is very clogged up ambulance route, and this board rejected a dispensary at 212 East Ontario for similar reasons several years ago. So that's it.
Thank you very much. All right, we're going to go to the second row here. Thank you. I appreciate that.
It's a separate matter.
Actually, if you could just, for the record though, state your name and address and just, you can affirm that you're in agreement with the other.
Mark Lawner, representing the 600 North Fairbanks Condo Association, and I affirm and endorse exactly what was said by my pro-opponents.
Thank you very much. All right, let's go to the next. Anything new?
Andrew Hinney, resident of 600 North Fairbanks. I'll do my best to efficiently hit the additional targets or additional information. I certainly agree with everything that's been said. To the point of applicable standards, so I'm going to go through your 5 criteria. To the point of applicable standards, in addition to the concerns we've heard about the school, which I won't belabor, from the testimony we've heard today, that the applicant has engaged in a lease for parking on 245 East Ohio. I would want to consider whether that would be a violation of the downtown exclusion zone, bringing operations of the applicant into the exclusion zone is an important consideration. Secondly, and I appreciate that they've highlighted the mechanisms for delivery using the alleyway. Like I said, I'm a resident of 600 North Fairbanks. I work from home, so I am very familiar with the traffic patterns and challenges there. They mentioned that it's shared with another current tenant, Timothy O'Toole's, which regularly struggles to deliver in the alleyway or in that loading zone that they've cited, and often parks at 250 East Ohio, the front entrance of 600 North Fairbanks, to pull out kegs and deliver from there. I imagine if the applicant is using the same space, they'll likely run into the same practical challenges. I don't disagree that they don't intend to violate that, but from a practical standpoint, they'll likely encounter that. To the second criteria of general welfare, again, agreed with previous points. I'll emphasize to the importance of Northwestern that it's one of only 5 level 1 trauma centers in the city, and serves over 80,000 ED patients each year. And to the phrasing of the applicant before, they're getting there somehow. I'm sure they're not walking in that state. To your third point, compatibility with the surrounding area and site planning. The downtown exclusion zone emphasizes that it exists due to the unique character, configuration, and congestion of downtown Chicago. That unique character doesn't end 50 feet north of Ohio Street in the area of the applicant's operation, and needs to be considered as it relates to this criteria. The reason why the exclusion zone looks the way that it does, obviously along Michigan Avenue, but then bounded by Illinois and Ohio all the way to Navy Pier, is because it's an area that is highly trafficked by tourists, including families, trying to visit our wonderful resources in the city, the river, the lake, and Navy Pier. And for the reasons why there are exclusions related to proximity to schools, the city obviously views these types of businesses as counter to their goals with tourism, with the community, and that's why they exclude them from these areas. And for that reason, requires additional consideration for the compatible use criteria. To your fourth compatibility criteria, we've heard plenty about traffic. I'll emphasize that, as Beth mentioned, what was proposed previously has changed today. I'm happy to share additional screen prints from the web archive of the old website, which we were operating against, that indicates that the drop-off for Ubers would be across the street on the Ohio side, so kind of at the corner of the DoubleTree there, which again is where Fairbanks goes from 6 lanes down to 4. And as the Alderman's office previously mentioned, is not a curb, a parking lane. It's a traffic lane. And then to the fifth point excuse me, one other point on general welfare. The applicant has testified that this tenant would be similar to all of the retail tenants. I don't believe Chipotle has 2 armed guards. So there's obviously a difference, from a safety standpoint and consideration. Additionally, I was confused by the applicant's presentation related to the activities of those guards. My understanding was that one would be in the vestibule checking IDs and validating permissible entry, and the second would be in the store itself. However, other experts from the applicant referenced that one of the guards would also be doing traffic monitoring and ensuring that parking wouldn't be an issue outside of the facility. So is that guard in the vestibule, or are they out there monitoring? Because I imagine it's difficult to do both of those jobs at the same time. I think I've hit my different points. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. All right, next.
In the interest of time, I'll just state that I wholeheartedly agree.
Oh, could you first state your name and address for the record?
My name is Sharon Butler. I live in Streeterville at 680 North Lakeshore Drive.
Okay.
And I'll just state for the record, I wholeheartedly agree and support all of the objections that have already been raised.
Thank you very much. Next.
Brian Halpin, residing in 680 North Lakeshore Drive. I'll skip over many points. I just wanted to reference some of the statements made here about the research pertaining to increased crime and increased or decrease in property value. I did an extensive review of primary research and published in accredited journal research articles, 9 of which pertain to increased crime related to dispensary proximity in urban environments, 4 of which reference decrease in property values over long periods of time with a proximity to dispensaries. Additionally, there are 8 references to issues with stability, decay, and decline of communities, and decline in community cohesion. Also underage access and increase in underage use of cannabis. One of those actually references to your point, 31% of dispensaries in Illinois show some form of violation to state regulations in terms of advertising. Evidence here in what you spoke to earlier. Another references increase of 10% increase in death-related accidents of using cannabis in the state of Illinois, and it was referencing Chicago as well. So I call into question some of the research provided to validate some of the reasons that we believe that cannabis does not, or why those submitting the proposal believe that cannabis does not increase crime and does not impact property value. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm Cass Plain, K-A-S as in Sam, S as in Sam, Plain, P-L-A-I-N. I live at 230 East Ontario. I will be very brief. Chairman Sanchez, can I ask a question of Mr. Worthman?
Sure.
The traffic engineer?
Go ahead.
Mr. Worthman, can you please give us the date of your traffic study report? Just year and month?
September 19th, 2024.
September 19th, 2024 of this year? Okay. Thank you. And are you aware that the West Egg Cafe that you referenced in your testimony was only open for breakfast and lunch and closed at 3 p.m.?
Well aware of that.
Okay, thank you. And the loading zone that you're talking about in front of the Indian Garden, is that one space right in front of the Indian Garden restaurant?
It's 2 spaces in front of
Two
me.
spaces?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I have some exhibits. First, I want to let the ZBA know that when the dispensary first proposed opening, my neighbors and I sought to include Ward 2, Precinct 4, in a restricted cannabis zone. Objector Plain Exhibit 1 is the application filed April 24th, 2023, with the Office of the City Clerk. I printed this 46-page petition with signatures from the Office of the City Clerk website. We did not get or obtain enough signatures, so the application was unsuccessful. But 255 of my neighbors from 230 East Ontario, 600 North Fairbanks, and buildings on East Ohio, East Erie, and East Illinois signed the petition, clearly showing the neighbors did not want the proposed cannabis dispensary at 620 North Fairbanks. I'm not going to repeat the testimony. I'm simply going to adopt everyone's testimony, but I do have 3 photos for the board. The first one is, I have copies for everyone. Two, 3, and the potty break. Objector Plain Exhibit 2 is a photo of the valet in the alley at the Aloft Hotel on the south side of Ontario, across from our building at 230 East Ontario. This is the open alley. I took this photo right before 7 p.m. in July 2023 on a Tuesday night. You can see that there's a car blocking the alley, and that's that open alley that was testified to. You can see all the cars in that alley. And at the very end of the alley, you can't see it, but on the east side is actually the loading zone, or where the dispensary is going to be getting its cannabis deliveries. Also, Objector Plain Exhibit 3 is a photo looking west on East Ontario. I took this photo near the Ron of Japan Valet at 230 East Ontario. looking west on Ontario, September 29th, 2023, a Friday night before about 7:30 p.m. You can see that a yellow taxi is blocking the entrance of the 230 East Ontario parking garage. I don't have anything to add about the traffic, but I am a driver, a daily driver, and I park in the parking garage at 230 East Ontario underneath our building. So the increased traffic congestion will, impact the entire neighborhood. The last photo is looking south on East Ontario, objector plane 4, taken on October 21st, 2023, a Saturday night, about 8 p.m., and it shows cars on East Ontario Street. Simply ask the ZBA to reject the proposal for a dispensary at 620 North Fairbanks for not meeting the criteria set forth by the ZBA for a special use for a cannabis dispensary. The proposed dispensary will have significant negative impact on the neighborhood, will increase the traffic congestion, and will impair pedestrian safety and comfort. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else? Okay. Do you need, does anybody have anything to add? Okay, we've got one that does.
Hello, my name is Rita Zivkovic. I'm the property manager of 600 North Fairbanks. Since it was built in October of 2007 is when I started. I agree with all the oppositioner statements. I just want to add that throughout my 17 years there, between now the new Aloft, Indian Garden, Timothy O'Toole's, Shea's Banquet Hall, on a daily basis block my loading dock, which is the same alley as we all get deliveries. I have cameras everywhere. By the time I get there, my staff, I called 311. It takes forever to get rid of them. That's my only extra concern compared to everybody else. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Could you repeat your name just for the record? It's
I know it's
slowly.
rough. Okay, I'll spell it for you. Zorica, Zekavica. I got married, so I didn't move up in life. Zivkovic. I'm 3 Z's, sorry.
You got it? I got it. Okay, all right. The court reporter got it. Thank you very much. Okay, we have now finished with the objectors. We are going back to the applicant for what I hope will be a brief rebuttal and closing.
Chairman, there are some folks here who do want to speak in support.
Okay, all right. Who would like to
I
speak?
think if we could keep it brief.
Please.
Yep.
Name and address, please.
Dean Monteria, 220 East Illinois. Very familiar with traffic and schools. I'm a high school teacher, so I know a little bit about all this stuff, hopefully. But as a resident of Streeterville in 220 East Illinois, 4 kids live in the building on top of Guidepost Montessori. I think what we're all missing is safety. Foxtrot went out of business. The place was a cesspool for street takeovers. The AMC doesn't have security. I think we're being hypocritical. We should hold all businesses to this standard. I think he's going to do a lot more than any other place that comes in there. And that's what I'm saying. I agree with a lot of what you guys are saying, concerns for the neighborhood. But when you walk up and down Streeterville, you can't walk. Whole Foods needs to have security like these guys outside. The AMC, the Foxtrot, condo buildings. We need more security, and they're going to do it. No one else is doing that. We're being hypocritical. We don't hold anyone else to this standard. Why are we not doing that? To me, a bar opens up, a hotel opens up. No one holds them to this standard. They can do whatever they want, park cars wherever they want. These guys have a lot to lose, clearly. I want every business held to this standard. We see it everywhere, guys, with the Amazon drivers, the Uber Eats guys, the Lyft. None of these buildings follow rules. Even residents in the condo buildings don't follow rules. Guess what? A lot of eyes on these guys. They don't follow the rules, they lose their license. I want every restaurant to follow that same standard, yet we let people like Foxtrot open up, they close down, leave tables and chairs outside. Tables and chairs set up for these kids to take over. Oh, we don't have money for labor and security. We don't have money for that AMC. No money for security. I've gone in there 5 times, complained. I can't walk down that street after 8 p.m. Someone in 240 East Illinois, the lady got beat so bad she had a miscarriage. Where's their security at the AMC? Oh, we don't have money for that. They got the money. Let's get the big money businesses in our neighborhoods who have something to lose. That's what we need. Montessori's don't like to register with ISBE because they don't want to follow the standards. Their teachers won't be licensed Illinois teachers. That's why. They don't want to follow the continuing education standards to remain as educated teachers. Montessori's that don't go to ISBE is because they don't want the accreditation because they don't want to follow the rules. That's why.
Okay.
How do you want me to follow up on that?
Whatever you do, be brief. First, and start with your name and address.
My name is Ramesh Fakori. I live at 420 East Waterside Drive for the last 2 decades, almost 2 decades, since 2007. So I've seen Streeterville go through its ups and downs. I just want to say it's Friday night. Everybody wants to go home. I'm tired. I believe that the experts in all of their fields addressed a lot of the concerns, issues that we've all heard on the other side. There is one point that I want to make so we can make this brief and quick. To the mother who actually's child goes to Guidepost, I also have a 3-year-old daughter, Ava Marie Fakori, who I had the great opportunity to tour Montessori, the Montessori school, which was Guidepost, forgive me. And I was introduced to it as a daycare, okay, not as a school, first and foremost. Second, every single parent that lives in the Lakeshore East community refers to Guidepost as a daycare, not as a school. So that's just me saying that out loud. I hope that clarified a little bit of what the arguments were going back and forth.
Okay, thank you. Any other supporters that wanted to say something? Oh, okay, we've got one more.
Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Very quickly, my name is Roderick Sawyer, and I previously served as alderman of the 6th Ward for 12 years, and I've had the express opportunity to engage with Mr. Haswa and Mr. Shaban in their businesses in the ward. And like the gentleman said in the brown shirt, what I will say very quickly, because I know we're short for time, these gentlemen always go over and above what they were supposed to do in my ward. That's why I was staying here to this late at night to offer my support for these gentlemen. When they opened up a building, one building was a problem building with a longtime owner that did not put anything into it. They went over and above. Another one I was thinking about having demolished. Not only did they fix their structure, they fixed the neighbor's structure because it was affecting theirs. They rerouted their electricity. They did foundation work in another building. These guys are the real deal when you want investment in your community. You all should be proud to have these individuals in your ward, in your neighborhood, in the Streeterville area. They're going to go over and above. And because they came from humble beginnings, I've talked to them about how they struggled, how they got involved, and to become social applicants in the first place, and go on to become successful businessmen, to do the things that they're doing right now. And now they have an opportunity to open something downtown to really make a mark. And when they do, because I will claim it for you, when you do, they will go over and above what they're expected to do. So please take that into consideration. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, now we are back to counsel for the applicant with rebuttal and closing.
If it's okay with you, Chairman, I'd prefer just to go right into a closing.
Please.
Okay. Chairman, I'm sorry, but I'll get through this quickly. And thank you so much for spending so much time to the board hearing this case. Cases, I should say, over the last couple of months. So, Chairman, Board, obviously you're tasked with applying the zoning ordinance. And we've got 5 standards for a special use. Although this is cannabis, it's still a special use case that we're before you today, and the 5 standards apply. And we spent a lot of time over the first standard, that the special use complies with all the applicable standards of this zoning ordinance. That's the basis for the planning department's denial or of our recommending denial of our application. They focus on the first standard, that we are within 500 feet of a school. Chairman, members, the department itself acknowledged that the letter that they presented as part of their denial does not provide any information that Guidepost Montessori is offering a state-mandated basic education. which is, that is the standard that is in the zoning ordinance. And that's what must be applied to determine if something is a school. They offered nothing, the department offered nothing, nor has any witness offered anything to acknowledge, to prove, to show that Guidepost Montessori offers a state mandated basic education. Going on, that the special use is in the interest of the public convenience and won't have a significant adverse impact on the welfare of the neighborhood. You've heard from our experts. You've heard from Mr. Kissel, Mr. O'Brien, Mr. Farrell on this ad nauseum, I'll add, on this standard. The third standard, that the special use is compatible with the character of the area in terms of site planning, building scale, and design. Again, you heard expert testimony from Mr. Kissel and Mr. O'Brien that the plans call for the build-out of the existing ground floor retail unit within the existing building. The building's there, so the size and the massing fit the neighborhood. Again, it already exists. The fourth standard, that the special use is compatible with the character of the area in terms of operating characteristics, such as hours, lighting, noise, and traffic generation. Again, you've heard from the applicant. These are very benign hours, basically 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Many of the other uses in the neighborhood are open quite a bit later. The existing building has outdoor lighting elements. The applicant is installing many, we've heard 45 new security cameras in and outside of the building to monitor the activity on Ontario and Fairbanks, as well as the alley that runs next to the dispensary. Again, the dispensary is entirely contained in the existing retail building. You heard extensive testimony from Mr. Worthman, our traffic expert. Goes without saying, Streeterville's a dense neighborhood. The applicant believes that over 50% of its customers will come from residents and employees already in the immediate neighborhood. The traffic that's generated is substantial in the neighborhood. Mr. Worthman confirmed that there are approximately 7,400 daily trips on Ontario and 18,000 plus daily trips on Fairbanks. These are existing conditions. The proposed dispensary with 50 customers per hour during its peak hours, again, I think I used the term, I hardly think that this is going to be the straw that breaks the proverbial traffic camel's back here. Lastly, the special use has been designed to promote the pedestrian safety and comfort. Again, we're using an existing retail space. We are a retailer. A retailer is supposed to go into a retail space. We do have 2 street frontages. Primary entry to the dispensary is on Ontario. It's next to Chipotle and Potbelly's. 2 other retail uses. So these are not in conflict with the pedestrians in this area. Again, Chairman and members, this is a retail use. It's just like any other retailer. I would argue it's a better retailer. It's a more benign use. People are in and out. We talked, Mr. Haswa testified, I believe, that people are generally in the shop for about 5 minutes and they leave and go about their business. And most of them go home. They don't linger. Again, this is a retailer that is highly regulated by both the city and state. Again, we've talked about the period of time that cannabis has legally been established for 10 years. This is a mature industry. We know the hysteria that maybe existed 10 years ago just has not come to fruition. There is no, with due respect to the objectors, there is no evidence of an impact on crime, an increase in crime. There's no increase in traffic. There's no negative impact on property values. You heard from experts in each of these areas and have submitted reports to you. There is no evidence to refute that. There are no experts from the objectors to refute our experts. It's clear. There's opinion, and that's it. So none of the bad things the history of cannabis in Chicago is that none of the bad things that were supposed to happen have come to fruition. It just have not come true. The Department of Planning and Development, again, their only objection to this case is its proximity to what they call as a school. Other than that, we have to assume that they have no problem, that they agree that we meet the other standards, the other 4 standards. That's the only reason, that they based their denial. And as far as the school issue, I'm done with this school issue, Chairman, but for a long time, hopefully. Finally, there was no evidence presented that the Guidepost Montessori facility provides a state mandated basic education. Period. On the website, in testimony, in their letter, it just doesn't exist. And that's the code. The code says that a school is a school, it uses the term school in the definition, it's a school that provides state mandated basic education. No evidence to that presented. Chairman, with that, I have nothing further.
Okay, at the, I'm still gonna ask the question. I hope the answer is, is no, but are there any questions from the board?
No.
Okay, all right. I do want to thank everybody, all the objectors, the applicant's witnesses, the supporters. Thank you, everyone. We are going to take this matter under advisement. All right, with that, we're going to take a 5-minute, I move for a 5-minute recess. Commissioner Brooks seconds, Commissioner Soto,
Yes.
Commissioner Staley.
Yes.
Commissioner Schiller. Commissioner Schiller, you're voting yes for a break. Commissioner Brooks, I vote yes. We're in recess for 5 minutes.
Okay, so let me ask.
Are you ready, Kitty? Okay. All right, I move that we reconvene this meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Commissioner Brooks seconds, Commissioner Soto.
Yes.
Commissioner Staley.
Yes.
Commissioner Schiller.
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
I vote yes, we're back. Before we call our next case, it is late in the night. Thank you, everybody, for staying. If you've been here since 2 o'clock, you've seen 2 very long cases. I apologize that they took so long. What I can tell you now is you have joined the rocket docket. We are going very quickly. For the attorneys out there, unless I say otherwise, short form. Have your witnesses swear to their affidavits, and then we're going to open it up for questions from the board, and then we'll take it under advisement. So with that, Victor, call the first case.
9624F, 3145 26th Street.
Right.
Oh.
You're on this one, Joe? Okay. Okay. While everybody is getting situated, I'm going to go ahead and read the department's recommendation for calendar number 39624S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair salon barbershop. The department finds that this proposal complies.
Department reads it. And
Not,
an expert.
I thought when there's an expert, it gets read by, what's that? Yeah, there's an expert. Okay, the department, okay, so the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair salon barbershop. All right, would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you. Okay, which one of you is the applicant? Are you translating for him, or?
He's my husband, but he has difficulty speaking the English language.
Okay, can you translate? Is it Spanish?
Yes.
Okay, first, with regard to you, can you state your name and address, please?
Margarita Ostorga, 2647 South Christiana Avenue, Chicago, Illinois.
Okay, and do you swear or affirm to truthfully and accurately translate English to Spanish and Spanish to English?
I do.
Okay, thank you very much. So I do actually want to just have you translate what I'm about to say. Sir, can you raise your right hand?
Puedes levantar tu mano derecha.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
¿Puedes decir la verdad en estos procedimientos?
Yes. Okay, thank you. Can you state your name and address for the record?
¿Puedes dar tu nombre y dirección para anotarlo?
Oh, my name is Jose Ostorga. The business address, right?
Yes.
It's 31st 40 West 25th Street.
Okay. And you're going to be opening up a barber shop?
¿Vas a abrir una peluquería?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have a barber's license?
¿Tienes una licencia de barbería?
Por el momento ahorita no, pero estoy en el proceso.
Currently, I do not have a barber's license, but I am in the process of obtaining one. I have a Guatemalan, in my current country, Guatemala, I have a barbering license.
Okay, so you're in the process of getting your barber's license here?
¿Estás en el proceso de obtener tu licencia?
Yes.
Okay. And you're not going to start operating and cutting hair until you have your barber's license, true?
No vas a empezar a cortar pelo, a operar en tu negocio hasta que tengas tu licencia, ¿verdad?
Sí. Yo quiero abrir mi negocio.
He wants to start his business, getting employees.
Okay, and the employees that you get are going to be licensed barbers, correct?
Los trabajadores que obtengas de peluqueros van a ser peluqueros con licencia, ¿verdad?
Ahorita no tengo ni uno, pero yo
Pero
quiero.
los que obtengas en el futuro,
Yeah.
Let me ask it another way. You understand that neither you nor anyone else can cut hair without having a barber's license, correct?
tú entiendes que ni tú ni alguna otra persona que no tenga una licencia de barbería
Yeah,
puede cortar pelo.
Okay. So just to close the loop on this, you're going to hire licensed barbers and you yourself are not going to start cutting hair until you are a licensed barber. True?
Para cerrar el círculo, tú vas a contratar a barberos con licencia y tú no vas a cortar pelo hasta que tú obtengas tu licencia de barbería. ¿Correcto?
Okay.
Okay. All right. Joe Ryan is here. The board recognizes your expertise. You prepared a report in this matter, correct?
I did.
And if you were to continue to testify, you testify consistent with that report? Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the board?
No.
We're going to take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Next
case, 9724Z,
Thank you.
2905 North Milwaukee.
Come on up.
Hello, all. Thank you all for taking the time today to hear this case. My
Thank
name-
you. Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Sure. Haman Shahadi, 5431 Northeast River Road, apartment 804, Chicago, Illinois, 60656.
I'm going to. Is the person to your right also going to testify today?
No,
No, okay. Will you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Thank you very much. So you are here to get a PPA for the Uprising Theater?
That is correct.
Okay. And tell us a little bit about the types of events that you plan on having the PPA for.
Sure. So Uprising Theater is a theater company that I founded back in 2014 that creates artistic platforms for historically marginalized communities. I own a building at 2905 North Milwaukee as well. And so we've been working on this building, converting it into a theater for the last few years. We have the support of the community. We have the support of Alderman Carlos Ramirez Rosa. I have a letter here that I'd like to present to you all.
His
from-
letter, I think, is in the file, too.
Is it? Okay. And so we've been under construction for the last couple of years. We are weeks away from final inspection, and we're looking for a variation in order to be able to sustain the business itself and to be able to reach out to the community because, as you probably know, theater is not going to pay the bills. We need other forms of income coming into the space in order to be there for the next couple of decades. That is the objective. And I think that having a diversity of events also allows us to reach out to the community and get to know the community more. My family's been there for over half a century. It is an area that is undergoing a lot of gentrification currently. I held on to the building. I inherited it 10 years ago. It's been a struggle trying to pay the taxes and so forth, but we've received a lot of support on the local, state levels with several grants, several capital grants that have allowed us to put this theater together. So we're getting very close. So we're in the next phase now, which is to open and which is to stay open and be successful.
Excellent. And as far as like hours, how late do you plan to have like live music or things of that nature?
So we're looking for 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. opening is what we'd like.
Okay.
So conforming to the what the city calls the time of rest for the neighborhood and so forth.
Sure. Any questions from the board? We're going to take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Next two cases, 39824S and 39924Z, 3110 North Kedzie.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Lawrence Lusk. I'm the attorney for the applicant.
Okay, would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Board recognizes Mr. Ryan's expertise. Have your witnesses swear to their affidavit. Oh, let me go ahead and read the
Yeah,
recommendation.
one correction, Mr. Chairman. I have, the principal architect, Mr. Silvestro, is not available today. His associate is here. He's prepared a separate affidavit that mirrors exactly Mr. Silvestro's affidavit. We've modified our findings of fact, given a copy to Victor, including his second affidavit. We'll
Perfect.
include both affidavits.
Sure.
Okay.
Let me go ahead and read the department's recommendation for calendar number 39824S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish an outdoor patio at grade within 660 feet of an existing intensive manufacturing use for an existing limited manufacturing and limited restaurant building with 2 parking spaces, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Metric Kedzie LLC, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated September 20, 2024, all prepared by Silvestro Design Operations.
Very good. Mr. Chairman, I'll maybe ask one question of each applicant, and then we'll incorporate their, their affidavits. Is that okay?
Yes.
First, Mr. Darko Aranjanovic, you're the managing member of the LLC, and we're here today because we had many community group meetings, and during one of those community group meetings, the community wanted to eliminate the driveway on the bicycle on Milwaukee Avenue to enhance pedestrian safety, which got rid of our parking, and we would rather not do that. We like the parking, but because we wanted to accommodate the community group, we did that. So part of this is a response to the community's recommendation, correct? The rest of the testimony, if you present it today, would be consistent with your affidavit. State your name for the record. Rex?
Rex Hughes.
And Mr. Hughes, you work at the architectural firm that prepared the plans for this project?
That's right.
And you've gone through all the criteria with both your boss and you, and if you were to testify here today, your testimony would be consistent with the affidavit you submitted in this matter?
Yes,
And consistent with the licensed architect's, your boss's affidavit?
that's correct.
All right. And then finally, we have our expert witness. Joe, go ahead and state your name for the record.
Joseph M. Ryan, MAI.
And Joe, you're familiar with all the criteria involved with granting of a special use, is that correct?
I am.
I've gone through the 5 criteria, and if I was to ask you those questions, you'd indicate that this project meets all 5 criteria? And if you continue to testify, be consistent with the affidavit you submitted in this matter? Mr. Chairman, I have no other questions.
Any questions from the board?
It is. To clarify, we were going to put a small outdoor cafe to the left side of the building, but it was going to be in the back. We were going to maintain our parking there. The community group said, yeah, we really don't like that. We want the bike lane. We actually thought it was a great idea because the bike lane is very busy and the driveway goes right across the bike lane. So we removed that, provide bike parking, and enlarge our patio. Win-win. Very good.
All right, thank you very much. We will take this matter under advisement.
Very good.
Cases 400, 24Z, 401, 24Z, 1531 West Glenlake.
Good afternoon, good evening, Mr. Chairman. Next case, 2 cases are mine also. Lawrence Lusk, offices in Chicago, and we're here today because we have several variance applications. This is to reduce side yard and increase height very minimally. I have Mr. Berry, John Berry, and Dan Otto next to me, and I also have their architect, Russ Blumker. If it pleases you, I'd like to go, first of all, we don't know of any objectors. We contacted the Alderman's office. We don't have a letter of support because they said they don't provide letters of support, but they indicated to me this week that they have no objection to the variances.
Great.
I'll call Mr. Berry as my first witness. Mr. Berry, go ahead and state your name and spell the last name for the record.
John Berry, B-A-R-R-Y.
Mr. Berry, you've owned this property for over 10 years?
Correct?
And you have, both you and Dan, your spouse, have aging parents, and you realize that you're going to have them move in with you, and you both have offices on the 2nd floor. You want to move those to the 3rd floor. Is that correct?
Correct.
If you testified further, you'd be testified consistent with the affidavit you submitted in this matter?
Yes.
Our architect, Mr. Blumker.
Yes.
Sworn in. You are the architect on this project, correct?
Yes.
You've gone through all the criteria involved with the granting of a variance, correct?
Yes.
And those are contained, your opinion about those criteria contained in your affidavit, correct?
Yes.
You continue to testify here today, your testimony will be consistent with the affidavit you submitted?
Yes.
Any questions from the board?
No.
Okay.
Sorry. Whoa. Okay. Is this the dormer?
I don't know what picture you're looking at. There's,
It's the first one, as the second one.
It's labeled in the
It's the-
lower corner, the drawing, lower right corner might have a,
No, it doesn't have
Oh.
anything. Look up behind you, he's going. Oh, that one. Is that?
are you, Ms. Schiller, are you getting to the fact that we may have already started construction?
I'm asking, yeah.
Yes, we have.
Okay.
There was miscommunication between the contractor. We rely on our contractors. I used to be an attorney for the building department, City of Chicago. We rely on our contractors to pull the permits. They
Right.
didn't pull the permit in this matter. This is taken over a year to get this resolved, but
So
yes,
that's what you're trying to do.
we are trying to correct a situation.
Footprint of the existing building.
We are. We're not expanding any
Yeah.
side yard setback or anything like that. Very good. I guess that. Nothing further, Mr. Chairman. Any questions?
No other questions. We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
Spending here today.
Very unique. And this is the deja vu
It
case,
is,
right?
yes.
Okay. Would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? I do. Thank you very much. Counselor Moore, short form.
You recently had a baby and you want to have a room that the baby can play, and you.
You have to say yes.
And you have an older building that allows, the board can give you up to 15%. You only want 7.9% to put a staircase internally in, is that right?
Yes.
And you and I worked out an affidavit where you addressed all the criteria necessary for this board to grant that request. And if you were to continue to testify, you'd testify consistently with it. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And do you have anything to add? Okay. And tell the board who you are, please.
I'm Alan Grant. I'm an architect.
And you have plans that would make everything compliant, is that right?
That's correct.
And you and I worked out a witness statement, and if you were continuing to testify, you'd testify consistently with it, is that right?
Yes, sir.
It's okay.
Any questions from the board?
No.
No.
All right, we will take this matter under advisement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The question that I'm holding.
Next case, 40324S, 5056 and 58 North Sheridan.
Oh, back to the 48th ward.
All right, would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I'll go ahead and read the the department's recommendation for counter number 40324S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed nail salon. Counselor, you can have, the board recognizes Mr. Musawir's expertise. You can have your witnesses swear to their affidavits, and we'll see if there's any questions.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Maria Virginia Martinez from Croak Fairchild, Wharton Bears. To my left, I have Gerald, our zoning consultant. Gerald, would you introduce yourself to the board? Or,
Gerald Garcia, zoning consultant.
and then to the left,
Franco.
it's the applicant of the president of VIP Nails and SPA FG Inc. Your name?
My name is Franco.
And then next is our expert witness, Kareem Musawir.
Reem Sower, land use consultant.
Okay? Do you
Swear
want
to
to have
their
your
affidavit.
witnesses swear to their affidavits, please?
So
All
we
right.
have prepared an affidavit that you signed testifying to complying to all of the zoning changes, and that you will have a nail technician license while operating. Yes? And to our expert witness, you prepared an affidavit with your report stating the finding of facts, correct?
That's correct.
And if I were to continue to ask you questions, would your answer be consistent with your affidavit and your report?
Yes, it would.
I have no further questions.
Any questions from the board? We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Randall.
Nobody signed up. All right, would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. The board recognizes Mr. Sorensen's expertise. I'll go ahead and read the department's recommendation for calendar number 40424S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed liquor store, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, KNBWL Inc., and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated August 20, 2024, prepared by Berman Design. Counselor, you can proceed with the short form.
Good. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Timothy Barton. I'm an attorney with Thomas R. Raines, Attorney at Law LLC. I'm here representing KNBWL Inc., who is the applicant in this matter. We have two witnesses here today. To my right is Tony Kanja, the owner and president and operator of the applicant company. And then to his right is Toby Sorensen, the certified real estate appraiser. Let me just say quickly for the record, the subject site is improved with a 100-year-old three-story brick mixed-use building. Has 2 retail units on the ground floor, 4 office units above. And the proposed use will use the first floor, 1,500 square foot retail space and a lower basement area. But on behalf of the Department of Planning and Development asked me to state that the basement will only be used for storage. So my first witness, I'll call Tony Kanja. Tony, just tell us, are you the president of KNBWL, the applicant for this?
So my name is Tony Kanja, 14 West Superior, apartment 2005. And yes.
Okay. And Tony, again, just for the record, I want to acknowledge that we had to make a change to your affidavit saying, which initially said that there were that you operated 13 stores throughout the country.
Right.
In fact, you corrected me and said
Yeah,
that
this
was
will be the
12
13th
units.
store. This 12 existing.
And so I gave that updated affidavit to the ZBA staff. So Tony, let me just ask, or say, we submitted an affidavit on your behalf to the board, which you signed to the board. If you were to testify further today, would you testify consistent with those points?
I would.
Moving on, second witness is Toby Sorensen. Toby, will you give your address for the board?
Yes, Toby Sorensen, case Chicagoland, 1822 Ridge Avenue, Suite 120, Evanston, Illinois, 60201.
And you're a certified real estate appraiser?
I am, and an MAI.
Right. And you prepared a report that I submitted to the board?
Yes, I did.
And if you were to testify further today, would your answers be consistent with the comments in your report?
Yes, they would.
Okay. And that's her case.
Any questions from the board?
Oh, I'm sorry. We also have a letter of support from the West Central Association.
And I do
We
have
both
that in
got
the
that.
file.
Okay.
Okay, we will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, 24S, 6250 North Broadway.
Oh, good. While everyone is getting situated, I'm going to go ahead and read the department's recommendation for calendar number 18024S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the replacement of the existing coffee shop restaurant, Starbucks, and reconfiguration of the single-lane drive-through and 5-stall surface parking lot, provided 1, the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Starbucks Corporation. 2, the development is consistent with the design and layout of the site dimensional and paving plan dated September 5, 2024, and the landscape plan and landscape details dated July 16, 2024, prepared by Manhard Consulting, and the architectural site plan, furniture, fixtures, and equipment plan, and proposed building exterior elevations, A201 and A202, dated September 5, 2024, prepared by National Engineering, except as amended by the following conditions. And 3, prior to the issuance of any building permits, the applicant submits updated plans showing outdoor seating along the north side of the building to enhance pedestrian comfort and safety to the Department of Planning and Development for review and approval. Would everyone planning to testify please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. Counselor, you can proceed with the short form.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Mark Smith. I'm a partner at the firm of Fox Rothschild. We're located at 321 North Clark Street in Chicago. I am representing the applicant, Starbucks Corporation, and joining me today are Dean Klein, the representative of Starbucks, Peter Lemon, the traffic engineer, and Toby Sorensen, the appraiser.
Okay, yeah, if you just want to introduce your witnesses and then have them swear to their affidavits and reports.
Yes, I just want to make one thing clear at the outset, and
Sure.
that is that we are amenable to the conditions 1 and 2 contained in the department's recommendation. We are not amenable or agreeable to the third condition.
Okay, well now hold up.
Yep.
Okay, I guess let's get into that piece of it, and why you don't agree to it, and then we'll hear from the department.
Okay. Mr. Klein is here as the representative of Starbucks, and I think he can speak most efficiently to it.
Great.
I promise to tell the truth.
Did I swear you all in already?
Yes.
I think I did.
Just
Okay.
reaffirming.
Okay. First, state your name for the record, please.
My name is Dean Klein. I'm the Director of Store Development for Starbucks Coffee in the Midwest region. And,
Okay.
We're based here, our office is here in Chicago. Respectfully, the impetus behind this entire project was on behalf of our employees, our store partners. You may or may not be familiar with the existing structure, but it is a drive-through only, and it's shown on cross-hatched in red. It's made out of shipping containers. We built this store back in 2013 out of recycled shipping containers as a way to try to build more sustainably. We accomplished that goal. One of the unintended consequences was we built a very claustrophobic and cramped store that our store partners, quite frankly, hate working in. And so they've raised those objections to us. They said they liken it to working in a submarine. Not a lot of windows, 9 foot wide, incredibly cramped. They don't have any place to take a break. They don't have a place to have lunch. Our managers do not have an office to have private conversations with their employees. They have to walk outside to the second container to use a restroom. And so what we proposed is to remove the existing structure and rebuild what is shown to give them the things that they need to have a better quality of life working for us. We are 100% aligned with adding outdoor seating. The issue that we've come up with is because of the size of the building and the constraints of the building pad, and per building code, we would be required to add a second customer restroom. And what's triggering that would be the outdoor seats. So If you refer to the package, you'll see the interior layouts. We're maximizing the existing footprint to the best that we can. We're giving our partners an interior restroom for their use only. We're giving our manager a very small place to do our manager's business. We're giving our partners a small place to hang their coats and actually take a lunch break. There's simply not enough space to add an additional customer restroom. And so if there is a way for us to add the seats would then put us in violation with the building department because we're not going to show that second restroom. And so we're sort of caught in a conundrum right now. I don't think fundamentally we have any objections to having an outdoor seating area. What we're really having a hard time with is being able to add that second restroom, which code would require if we did have the outdoor seating. And so we're asking for either approval without the outdoor seating requirement or some type of an assurance that we're not going to get stopped by the building department as we get further down the road where they go, how come where's the second bathroom? And so we're sort of stuck in the middle right now. We feel like the best way to proceed is not have the stipulation that we show the outdoor seating area on the plans so that that doesn't eventually cause a roadblock for us with the building department. And we ask your consideration for that. But I wanted you to hear the reasons why.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Nancy, can you respond?
Of course. So this is a project that we've been really working closely with the applicant on, and I just want to say we did a lot of improvements to improve pedestrian safety, and they added some other features about raised crosswalks. So they've been really good to work with. A lot of the concerns that originally had come up actually were from the alderwoman as well, who was concerned because it's not a designated pedestrian street, but it's a heavy pedestrian traveled area. And so one of the improvements that we made is we pulled the building back so that they maintained more grass along the front and also to include better view lines for cars exiting. And then going back, when the original special use was approved, there was actually the approved plan included outdoor seating. When we look at the context of the area, it is a very pedestrian-oriented area. You've got Loyola University right there. And then the other two drive-throughs that are right down the street, the Popeyes and the Dunkin' Donuts, both have indoor seating. So one of the things we had originally suggested is to just put some indoor seating in there. We think it's something that's important because it is a pretty heavy pedestrian-oriented area to have some sort of seating available for the customers, whether it's indoor or outdoor. And that's the reason behind our recommendation.
But then that's going to trigger them having to put in a second bathroom?
I'm not an expert on the building code.
That's what our consultants and our architect is telling us is that then if we add the seats. So again, this is not an objection to having seats. We like to have seats wherever possible. This is really, we've only got so much space and we have to decide whether we want to upset the building department because we're not in compliance with restrooms or we want to go against staff recommendation and say we can't add the seats.
I mean, did you raise this issue with DPD? The issue of the bathroom?
We have not completed plans yet and submitted, but we've done enough building in the city of Chicago where we're very familiar with local code. And so the next step would be for us to go to building department and ask, but it's a question of who do we want to not comply with.
I mean, to me, this just sounds like something that should be worked out, like behind the scenes, as opposed to coming here and asking us to either, grant this with or without this recommendation. Is basically what it would come down to. If we have to rule on this, we're going to go back and we're going to debate as to whether or not you have to comply with this third condition, where it just seems like if you spent a little bit more time talking with DPD and maybe the Department of Buildings, the three of you could work it out. Am I missing something?
We've not been successful in getting restroom waivers in any of our locations. We have a lot of small stores, and whenever we renovate, ideally, we'd like to eliminate public restrooms, but we have yet to be successful
Sure.
in that request,
And-
and so
and-
that's where we're reluctant to do it.
Sure, and I get that, but I mean, maybe, I mean, has that been addressed with DPD, that this is gonna trigger a second bathroom, and is there something else that can be done here to address DPD's concerns?
It's hard for me to answer that question. I'm
Nancy?
Yeah, I mean, you know, we've had discussions about if they do need to add another bathroom, maybe they just redesign the space and try to see if they can accommodate another bathroom. But we never got a definitive if it had to do that or not. So that's why we put the condition in there. It's really, you know, it's again, a lot of the focus is it's a restaurant that really should accommodate both the community as well as drive-through traffic, especially because it's such a pedestrian-oriented area. And it's something that we encourage on every drive-through is we always try to have, at least if we don't get indoor seating, some sort of outdoor seating for the residents that are in the area, because we're a very pedestrian-oriented community.
Sir, I will say that the current building does not have outdoor seating either. So it's not like we're taking something away from what's currently there now.
For clarification, the approved special use plan did show outdoor seating.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
The plans that were approved with the original special use did show outdoor seating.
Back in 2010 or 2011.
Yes, we did. I can't remember what we did back in 2012 when this was applied for, but that store has not had outdoor seating for at least the last 5 years. So again, it's not like we're removing an amenity. We're just choosing not to add an amenity for the reasons I stipulated.
Do we have the history as to why, if the special use was approved with outdoor seating, whenever it was 10 years ago, what triggered the removal of that?
I would be speculating,
Okay.
but to my knowledge, that store's not had seating for at least the last 5 years, so.
Okay, so basically you want us to make a call on whether or not you have to comply with number 3.
We've complied with and I'll say Nancy's been great to work with. We've complied with every single other ask. That's the one exception. And we've articulated our
So
reasons.
if you were to determine with the building department that you could add seating, if there was a way to add seating without triggering the additional need, since it's outside, without triggering the additional need for bathrooms, would you put them in?
Yeah, I believe so, yes. Like I said, I think a seating is an amenity to our customers. There's no reason why we wouldn't.
And this, and where you would put it would be on the site? Where would it be on the site?
It would be on the longs, so plan north on there, so between the building and the parking lot.
Between the building, I'm looking.
Yeah, right there. You see that overhang? That's where it would be.
Oh, okay.
A quick question for you in
But
regard,
because it's on your property, it's not the same as a sidewalk cafe, so that's why it would trigger, because it's on your property.
Correct.
so is it that you would need 2 bathrooms specifically, or is it because the other bathroom is staff only and you,
I would need a customer bathroom.
but
You don't have one now?
that one staff bathroom couldn't also be for both, or is it because you want an independent staff only bathroom? That's why I'm not.
Well, so I don't want to get into code on bathroom, but public bathrooms can't be in a preparation area.
And the staff
And
one
this
is.
building is so small. Again, it's 1,400 square feet. It's an improvement over the 800 that we currently have, but it's still very small. It's probably 60% the size of a normal freestanding building that we've built.
Clarified what I needed. That's what I was just trying to.
And is the parking that you have in here required? Is that your minimum requirement for parking?
I'm not familiar with what our minimum parking requirement is, but
Yeah, he knows.
Yeah, the size of the building doesn't really trigger parking. They're also a TSL site. So, at a minimum, they would need probably one space. I believe when we had early conversations, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dean, but I think a lot of it is to accommodate their staff as well as some
that's
of the
exactly
customers.
right.
So
It's really for our
not
partners that
necessarily
work there.
required, it's to accommodate the demand,
It's to accommodate.
the parking demand of the staff and the customers.
For our employees.
So I just, I'm just having a hard time here because I feel like what I'm not quite understanding is if we have a perfected special use application before us, right? Because it seems like these issues would have been resolved prior to coming before this board. So the recommendation from DPD is based on the application as submitted, and it seems like there's still unresolved issues. Is it,
Well, I think, but they're making the zoning is making a recommendation that may trigger something with buildings.
right, but I actually think it's still a DPD issue because it's a recommendation from DPD.
Right.
Yeah,
so-
except it's our issue now because they want to go forward. So we make the determination as to whether or not they have to comply with number
And it
3.
sounds like they're out of compliance from the prior special use that did require outdoor seating that has not existed for 5 years, but under the special use that they were operating under required outdoor seating.
It was required or it was allowed? I think they're two different things. They could have it, they didn't have to do it. Unless that I don't know, unless the actual agreement said it had to be there. So if they had submitted plans that included it, that was.
It sounds like the plans that were submitted that included, that were used as the basis to approve the special use included outdoor seating at the time. And we're hearing now that the operation of the current business is inconsistent with the plan submitted as a.
Well, that's what they're here for.
What I
They're here
think-
for other reasons than that, but.
What I think may have happened, and I'm speculating here, and if you go back to the site plan showing the existing structure, you'll see a set up one more forward. The site plan, that one. So right now we have that T-shaped red building, and then you'll see that little square or rectangle kind of plan northwest, right next to the drive-through lane. That's the location of our bathrooms. And what I think may have happened in the past is there were 2 bathrooms there, but because that building is so small, I think what they ended up doing was, because right now, one of those bathrooms is actually being used for storage. It's because of the space constraint. And so what I think happened is probably when they decided to utilize that other bathroom for storage of dry goods, they eliminated the outdoor patio. And again, it was due to space constraints. And I can't tell you for sure why that happened, but that would probably be the most logical reason.
And I'm certainly sympathetic to the employee needs, right? To have a functioning business that's at least in line with what your employees desire. So I very much respect that. I'm trying to understand how, it just seems like a very specific, unanswered question that seems to me could have been
So-
answered.
The question, I think, in terms of what you just raised, the question for me would be, was that required or was it, and zoning maybe can answer that, was it something that they were required to do based on the original?
So the way the
Or
special
was it
use,
something that they
yeah, the
could-
way the special uses are written, they're required to comply with the approved plans. So there wasn't anything specific in there, but once it's shown on the plans, then that outdoor seating is part of the approved plan.
Mhm. From the first one?
Exactly.
And now that they're coming in with a new building, does that mean we're back we're basically starting
It's,
fresh.
it's a new special use
Okay.
because
So
they
it's-
are replacing the building. Yeah.
So this is something you guys could,
And one more question, actually. When we have a case like this where something that zoning wants to see might trigger something that buildings does, what's our procedure for dealing with that generally?
I think we handed off.
It could be a combination of things. It
We would've
usually, what we usually like to do is have the architect explore that through Department of Buildings because they're the experts. So their experts should be exploring that. But, I think what we were trying to put out there is, maybe there's another solution, like maybe keep the existing outbuilding that has a bathroom in it. I don't know, I mean, there might be other solutions. There's already plumbing that's already there. We were trying to pose solutions to try to get just the outdoor seating back since it is a, and this is, in consultation with the alderwoman, that they feel that it's a very prominent pedestrian area. So, because pedestrian safety and comfort were so important for her, and because the other drive-throughs in the area do have seating, it seemed like a natural nexus. And with Loyola right there, I mean, it just seemed like a,
I do have a question. So in the event, and I'm not saying this one way, if we were deliberating and saying we weren't comfortable removing number 3 and you had to comply, or would it be worth it if you guys continued, had a conversation with building and DPD and came back to see if it can be resolved
If your plans aren't
with your
finalized.
plan? You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like, what would you want? Because I mean, that's kind of where we're at, because we're going to keep going in circles and I'm sleepy. So like, there seems to be 2 options.
We've been here for
I
12
mean,
hours, so.
Because I mean,
Commissioner Brooks is right. I mean, we're either gonna, get your testimony in and then take it under advisement and rule one way or the other, or you get, another bite at the apple to try to work, to find some workaround on the, in the background without having to, potentially face something that you don't want.
Sir, I would prefer the former rather than the latter
Okay.
because
Okay.
we've tried to figure out how to do it without creating another problem.
Okay.
And so
And I'm
what we
sensitive
have
to it.
here, we
Right.
feel is the best we can do.
And I'm sensitive to it. I live by the Starbucks in Hyde Park by University of Chicago that they just made, no seating. So I get both sides of it.
So what happens, we, hypothetically now, if we say we approve it, but it's with number 3, then what's your next move?
I don't know.
Is the current building still standing? Like, is it, are you still operating the
Yes,
the
yes,
prior?
yes,
Okay,
we are. Yes, we are.
Okay.
I don't want to get into hypotheticals.
Yeah,
But
no, that's-
ideally, we had a bigger parcel, right, to provide all of these things. That's the real solve, but
Right. Okay. All right, well, why don't, you prepared an affidavit, or signed an affidavit with regard to this case?
yes, sir.
And if you're to continue to testify, you testify consistent with that affidavit?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Sir, are you testifying? Okay, state your name and, address, please? There you go.
Peter Lemon with Kinley Horn, traffic consultant. Address is 111 West Jackson, Chicago.
Did you prepare a, traffic report in this matter?
I did.
And if you were to continue to testify, you testify consistent with that report?
Yes, I would.
Thank you. Mr. Sorensen, the board recognizes your expertise.
Thank you.
You prepared a report in this matter?
Yes, I did.
And if you're to continue to testify, you testify consistent with that report?
I would.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions from the board?
No.
Okay, we will take this matter under advisement.
Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
224Z, 13257 South Baltimore.
Thank you.
All right, would everyone plan to testify? Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Counselor Moore, short form.
Thank you very much. Tell the board who you are,
Kevin Beauchamp,
and you run a record shop, is that right?
that is correct?
And you occasionally have musical musicians who stop by and play.
Correct.
The city said you would pass a hat. The city said you can't do that. You need a PPA license.
Correct.
But there's a residential district across the alley down the block. And so you need a variance to be able to do what you're doing and get your PPA license.
Correct.
And we sat down with the alderman and worked out a plan of operation that if you go forward, if this board grants the variance and you go forward, it would be subject to your license. So if you violate the plan of operation, the license could go away. Is that right?
That's correct.
Including the alderman said you won't serve liquor and you'll be closed by 10 o'clock. Is that right?
Yes, the music will stop by 10.
That's right. You're correct. That's exactly the words he wanted. Okay, and you and I worked out a statement where you addressed all the criteria necessary for the board to grant this variance. Is that right?
I believe so.
And incidentally, these pictures are accurate, and you have letters from neighbors of support. Is that right?
That is correct.
And also, what's your name, sir?
My name's Robert Wise.
And one of the things I just handed the board was your affidavit, and you are, or the former director of the Hegwish Business Community,
Yes, I'm a former president of the Hegwish Business Association.
and you and your cohorts believe that this is a good business that adds to the community. Is that right?
It'd be a great asset for Baltimore Avenue.
And he's a respectful businessman who respects the community.
Yes, he is.
And the affidavit that I gave the board, if you were to continue to testify, you'd testify consistently with that. Is that right?
Yes, I would.
That's our case.
Any questions from the board? We'll take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Would everyone plan to testify? Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you very much. Counselor Acosta, you can proceed with the short form.
Good evening, Rolando Acosta here on behalf of the applicant. This case involves an 8,700 square foot triangular shaped lot that we are seeking side yard and rear yard variations to reduce those because of the shape of this lot. The applicant proposes to build a 6-unit building, 6 parking spaces, 3 stories. I actually could build 8 units, but hasn't gone the full extent of his zoning rights. The setback variations occur adjacent to the alley. So this is a weird lot where the frontage is about 24 feet. The greatest expanse of the frontage is on 2 alleys, a rear alley and a side alley. The south alley is where the south side setback reduction occurs. The rear alley is where the rear yard setback reductions occur. So it's not a setback reduction from any adjacent building. We've talked to our neighbors. We have no objectors to it. With that, I'd like to ask Carolina. Carolina, you have to use your mic. Please state your name and address for the record.
Karolina Witomska, 36W338 McKay Drive, St. Charles, Illinois.
You're a manager for the applicant, correct? And I prepared an affidavit for you. You reviewed it and signed it. And if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with that affidavit? John?
John Hanna, President of Hanna Architects, Inc., 180 West Washington, Chicago, Illinois.
You're the
Licensed architect, state of Illinois.
You're the architect for the project?
I am.
And I prepared an affidavit for you that summarized your testimony, and you reviewed it and signed it. If you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with the affidavit?
All true.
Thank you.
Any questions from the board? We'll
None.
take this matter under advisement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, might I suggest pizza parties in the future?
Are you treating?
Ethically, I cannot.
All right, would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you very much. Counselor, you can proceed with the short form.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Good evening. My name is Jimena Castro. I am a zoning attorney at Costa Esgar. I'm here today with manager of the applicant and the architect for the property located at 5731 North Washtenaw. Noah, can you please state your name and your business address for the record?
Noah Weiss, 940 West Adams in Chicago.
Thank you. And then Chris, can you please state your name and business address for the record?
Christian Gansari, 4747 West Peterson, Chicago, Illinois, 60646.
Thank you very much. The property is located in RS3 district, in an ADU district as well. It is a substandard lot, improved with a 2-story building with 4 dwelling units and a detached 4-car garage. The applicant would like to build an ADU on top of the existing garage. In order to access said ADU, we need stairs that are over 6 feet in height. It would be a Hopkins stair that's parallel to the garage, as the future tenants there cannot float up to the ADU, so we need stairs. The stairs are not permitted on any encroachment, and we are seeking to reduce the setback from the required 37.25 feet to 20.08 feet. We, as you may be aware, had objectors earlier today. We spoke with all 3 objectors. They went home with no further objections. We maintain a strong line of communication with them. And we have no objection from the alderman as well, who has been aware of all ongoing communications with the neighbors. We'd like to seek favorable recommendation, please.
Okay, yeah, if you just have your witnesses swear to their affidavits.
Thank you. Noah, we submitted documents to the board on your behalf, correct? If you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with those materials? Thank you very much. Chris, we prepared and submitted documents on your behalf that the board has reviewed. If you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with those materials?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any questions from the board? We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you. Please think about the pizza party.
3402 South Drive.
All right, guys,
So yeah, this is
Last one.
the application that drew the short straw.
you get the prize.
Last one of the day.
Favor.
Uh, All right, would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes,
Thank you very much. All right, who's the applicant here?
I am. My name is Trishana Freeman.
Okay, and you're here to do what?
We are trying to build a 2-car garage,
Okay.
detached garage
Mm-hmm.
for the property.
And do you know what the hardship is?
I have our architect and contractor, Christian.
Excellent.
here.
Yeah, could you state your name and address and role?
Kristen Colias, 1508 West Cortez Street, architect of record.
Okay, and can you tell me what's necessitating the variation?
The nature of the property is a little bit shorter. It's in a landmark district. The nature of the 2 units being extra long, there are 2 dwelling units side by side, and that's existing. And the required exiting in the back and the stairwell coming down only left us with 11.5 feet there, as opposed to the 15-foot diameter. So we do still have some open space, just not enough.
Okay, okay, I understand. Did you sign an affidavit with regard to this matter?
Yes, I
And
did.
if you continue to testify, you testify consistent with that affidavit?
Yes.
And for the architect, did you also prepare an affidavit and sign it in this matter?
Yes.
And if you're to continue to testify, you testify consistent with that affidavit?
Yes.
Are there any questions from the board? We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Right. All right, I move that we convene into closed session pursuant to Section 2C4 of the Open Meetings Act for the purpose of considering the evidence and testimony presented in open session. Commissioner Brooks seconds, Commissioner Soto.
Yes.
Commissioner Staley.
Yes.
Commissioner Schiller. Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
I vote yes, we're in closed session.
Hilarious.
All right, I move that we return to open session. Commissioner Brooks seconds, Commissioner Soto.
Yes.
Commissioner Staley.
Yes.
Commissioner Schiller.
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
I vote yes, we're back. We will now vote. Note that any motion to approve a special use will be tied to the recommendations of the department and any additional conditions read by me. First, I move to approve all continuance requests to the dates stated by me. Commissioner Brooks seconds, Commissioner Soto.
Yes.
Commissioner Staley.
Yes.
Commissioner Schiller. Commissioner Brooks. I vote yes, the continuances are approved. I move to approve all withdrawal requests. Commissioner Brooks seconds, Commissioner Soto.
Yes.
Commissioner Staley.
Yes.
Commissioner Schiller. Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
I vote yes, the withdrawal is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 39524S. Commissioner Brooks seconds, Commissioner Soto.
Yes.
Commissioner Staley.
Yes.
Commissioner Schiller. Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 39624S. Commissioner Brooks seconds, Commissioner Soto.
Yes.
Commissioner Staley.
Yes.
Commissioner Schiller. Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 39724Z. Commissioner Brooks seconds, Commissioner Soto.
Yes.
Commissioner Staley.
Yes.
Commissioner Schiller. Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 39824S and 39924Z. Commissioner Brooks seconds, Commissioner Soto.
Yes.
Commissioner Staley.
Yes.
Commissioner Schiller. Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 424Z and 40124Z. Commissioner Brooks seconds, Commissioner Soto.
Yes.
Commissioner Staley.
Yes.
Commissioner Schiller. Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 40224Z. Commissioner Brooks seconds, Commissioner Soto.
Yes.
Commissioner Staley.
Yes.
Commissioner Schiller. Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 40324S. Commissioner Brooks seconds, Commissioner Soto.
Yes.
Commissioner Staley.
Yes.
Commissioner Schiller. Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 40424S. Commissioner Brooks seconds, Commissioner Soto.
Yes.
Commissioner Staley.
Yes.
Commissioner Schiller. Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 20923S. Commissioner Brooks seconds, Commissioner Soto.
Yes.
Commissioner Staley.
No.
Commissioner Schiller.
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
I vote no, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for counter number 18024S with all three recommendations of the Department of Planning and Development. Commissioner Brooks seconds, Commissioner Soto.
Yes.
Commissioner Staley.
Yes.
Commissioner Schiller. Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 26224Z. Commissioner Brooks seconds, Commissioner Soto.
Yes.
Commissioner Staley.
Yes.
Commissioner Schiller. Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 28124Z. Commissioner Brooks seconds, Commissioner Soto.
Yes.
Commissioner Staley.
Yes.
Commissioner Schiller. Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 28224Z. Commissioner Brooks seconds, Commissioner Soto.
Yes.
Commissioner Staley.
Yes.
Commissioner Schiller. Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 31724Z. Commissioner Brooks seconds, Commissioner Soto.
Yes.
Commissioner Staley.
Yes.
Commissioner Schiller. Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve the written resolutions containing findings of fact consistent with the votes of the board at its August 16, 2024 regular meeting. Commissioner Brooks seconds, Commissioner Soto.
Yes.
Commissioner Staley.
Yes.
Commissioner Schiller. Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
I vote yes, the resolutions are approved. I move that we adjourn the meeting. Commissioner Brooks seconds, Commissioner Soto.
Yes.
Commissioner Staley.
Yes.
Commissioner Schiller.
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
I vote yes. We are adjourned.